Commissioner Stump. Commissioner Salazar Hickey. Commissioner Pack.
Present.
Commissioner Garcia is excused. Commissioner Fulper.
Here.
Commissioner Clemente.
Present.
Vice Chair Lopez.
Present.
You have a quorum.
As you know, agenda items number 6 and 8 are on the agenda. Those are just discussion items. We are not taking any action on update or
I'm Dr. Sabrina Pack from right here in Silver City, District 2. Anyways, it's a pleasure to be here, new commissioner on the commission.
good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm Fernando Clemente. I'm from San Antonio, New Mexico.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. Richard Stump from Santa Fe County.
Good morning, Greg Pulfer from Lake County, District 1.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Salazar Hickey, and I'm from Santa Fe County, and I love New Mexico. That is my home.
I'm the Colonel.
Good morning, Commissioners. Gavin Lujan. I'm the Chief Information Officer for the department. Good morning. My name is Michael Barnett. I'm just an interested observer.
Good morning, Commissioners, and good morning to everybody else. I'm Anthony Mason, and I'm a Grant County resident for 44 years, I think.
Morning, everybody. I'm Ben Neary with the Wildlife Federation.
Good morning, Commissioners, public. I'm Garth Reeder from Los Alamos, New Mexico.
Good morning, Commissioners, public. My name is Leslie Allison. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Western Landowners Alliance based out of Santa Fe. Lifetime New Mexican. I love it too.
Good morning, everyone. Glenn Griffin from Silver City. Thank you, Sabrina Pack. It's nice to have representation from our corner of the state.
Good morning, Commissioners and the public. My name is Frances Gonzalez. I'm a Bayard City Councilor, as well as Indigenous Chiricahua Apache. So I'd say aho, and to my sister, Dr. Pack. We are just so proud to have you here representing us. Thank you.
Morning, Commissioners. John Hickey from Santa Fe, New Mexico. I'm the spouse of Commissioner Salazar Hickey.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jim Paxson, Sierra County Commissioner and the Chair of the County Livestock Loss Authority.
Good morning, Commissioners, members of the public. My name is Tom Patterson. I'm a cattle rancher from Luna and Alma, New Mexico. I serve as the Vice Chair of the County Livestock Loss Authority. Today, I'll be speaking as the President-elect of the New Mexico Cattle Growers Association. Thank you for coming to Silver City. I hope you spend a lot of money here.
Commissioners, general public, good morning. I'm Hayden Forward, Commissioner from your very friendly Catron County, just to the north of us.
Good morning, Commissioners, members of the public. My name is Jillian Joyce. I'm Government Relations Advocate for Rocky Mountain Farmers Union.
Good morning, Commissioners and general public. My name is Ed McCarroll. I'm a wildlife photographer and scientist from Nambe, New Mexico.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Shelby Hallmark. I live in Silver City, and we all love it. And we love wolves.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tony Otero. I'm a Grant County resident, hunter, fisherman, outdoorsman.
Good morning. My name is George Ciabalas. I live in Gila, New Mexico.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chairman, members of the public. My name is John Diamond, landowner, hunter. I'm here to support EPLUS and oppose the wolf.
Good morning. My name is Jay Brandon. I live in Silver City, and I am a hunter and a public land owner.
Good morning, Commission, members of the public. My name is Greta Anderson. I'm the Deputy Director of Western Watersheds Project. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chairman, members of the public. My name is Cindy Toole. I'm the Arizona, New Mexico Director for Western Watersheds Project. I'm here today as a visitor to your town. I come quite often to spend tourist dollars.
Good morning, Commissioners and members of the public. My name is Michael Robinson. I'm a senior conservation advocate with the Center for Biological Diversity. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pat Wolf. I'm a Grant County resident for 17 years.
Morning, Commissioners, members of the public. I'm Roy Farr, rancher, Catron County.
Good morning, Commissioners, general public. My name is Gilbert Wadiana, and I'm running for a candidate for State Representative District 39.
Good morning. I'm Cody, just from Cruces. Nothing special.
Good morning, Commissioners and public. My name is Steve Morgan. I'm the Director for Aldo Leopold Living History. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning, Commissioners and people of the general public. My name is Carol Ann Fugali. I'm the Executive Director of the Upper Gila Watershed Alliance.
Good morning, Commissioners and members of the general public. My name is Luke Koenig, and I'm the Gila Grassroots Organizer for New Mexico Wild.
Good morning, commissioners, fellow members of the public. I'm Dave Becker. I live here in Silver City, proud Grant County resident, and I believe that wolves and people and their livestock can coexist.
Morning, Commissioners. Welcome to Grant County. Morning, members of the public. My name is Harry Brown, Grant County Commissioner from District 5.
Good morning, everybody. I'm a Silver City resident and a rancher in Ketchum County.
Good morning, Commissioners. Edie Edwards, the Armandaris Ranch, Turner Enterprises.
Good morning. My name is Carolyn. I'm from Ketchum County, and I should be home working on getting juniper removals done to protect our range. But instead, I'm here so my grandkids can remain in this county. Wolves hurt our cattle, period.
Cindy Donovan. I'm a landowner and a conservationist, and I'm concerned about the future of our ability to own our land and to take care of our cattle.
Good morning. I'm Patricia Hunt. I'm the president of the Grant County Copper Cowbells and also a cattle ranchers in the Burro Mountains.
Good morning, commissioners and members of the public. My name is Autumn Robertson. I'm with New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau, and I am the Western Regional Manager.
Good morning, commissioners and the public. My name is Katie Adams. I work for New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau, and I'm the Central Regional Manager.
Hey y'all, my name is Star Gonzalez. I'm Game and Fish Marketing Department. Happy to be here.
Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. My name is Colleen Payne. I'm the Public Information Specialist for the Southwest area of the state. Welcome to Silver City.
Hello, everybody. I'm Valente Mesa, app developer for Game and Fish.
Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. I'm Darren Vaughn. I'm the communications director for Game and Fish.
Good morning, commissioners, and welcome to all our guests here from the public. We're glad you joined us today. I am Ryan Darr, the Assistant Chief of Information for the Department of Game and Fish. And we have 36 people online that would love to introduce themselves as well. Okay, online attendees, we're going to start with, looks like Jan or Jan Cohen. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good morning, commissioners and public. My name is Jan Cohen. I'm the Wildlife Chair for Indivisible SOS of New Mexico and an educator in New Mexico. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jan. Next, we will go to Scott Coopers. Scott, please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Scott Kuipers. I'm a hunter and fisher from Santa Fe, New Mexico, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Scott. Next, we have Mary Catherine Ray.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Hello? Oh, excellent. Good morning. My name is Mary Catherine Ray. I'm the Wildlife Chair for the Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club, and I'm calling you from my home in the outback of Socorro County.
And next, we have Craig Miller.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm Craig Miller. I'm the senior representative for Defenders of Wildlife, representing the interests of our over 3,100 members and supporters in New Mexico. Thank you.
Next is Caleb Stotts.
Good morning, commissioners and general public. My name is Caleb Stotts. I'm the executive director of the Chama Peak Land Alliance. We do conservation work in the Chama region.
Okay. And Charles Fox.
Good morning. I'm Charles Fox. I consider myself to be a
Charles, we lost you there. Can you introduce yourself again, please?
All right, let's try it again. Yeah, my name is Charles Fox. I consider myself to be a Mexican wolf recovery advocate, and I'm joining you from Santa Fe.
And next, Christopher Smith.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chris Smith. I'm calling in from Santa Fe this morning. I wish I could be down there with you, and I'm representing Wild Earth Guardians as our Southwest Wildlife Advocate. Thanks.
And Claire Musser.
Hi, I'm Claire Musser. I'm the Executive Director of the Grand Canyon Wolf Recovery Project, and I'm here today to use my voice to benefit wolves. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Daryl Dinwiddie. I'm the North Central representative of the board for the Backcountry Hunters and Anglers Organization. Thank you for having me.
Denise Evans.
Good morning. My name is Denise Evans. I'm a property owner bordering the wilderness in Grant County, New Mexico.
Vogan.
Who's your friend?
Hello, this is Edwina Vogan from Mesa, Arizona, and I am concerned about Mexican wolf recovery. Thank you for the opportunity.
Aaron Hunt.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Erin Hunt with Lobos of the Southwest. I'm here to celebrate conservation in New Mexico with all of you, thanking the commission for hosting this and looking forward to the meeting today. Thank you.
Evelyn Bemis.
Hey, welcome, or thank you for allowing us to participate by Zoom. I'm sitting at my kitchen table in Santa Fe. I'm a wildlife photographer and I love all of the diversity of New Mexico's wildlife. Thank you.
George Arms. George, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good morning, New Mexico State Game Commissioners and the public. I hope you can hear me. My name is George Arms. I'm a bow hunter and I've lived in the state for several decades. I love this state. I love the elk hunting in this state, and I'm here to listen and participate. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Jack Dant.
Good morning, Commissioners, members of the public. My name is Jack Dant. I'm joining you from Santa Fe, lifelong New Mexican supporter of gray wolf recovery.
Jackie Hall.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jackie Hall with the Carol Petrie Foundation, based in Santa Fe.
Have Joni Connors.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here representing the Great Old Broads for Wilderness. We have
Joni, I believe you had muted yourself. Can you unmute and finish your introduction?
Okay. Hi, I'm Joni Connors. I am representing the Great Old Broads for Wilderness, which has 50 members in Grant County. and we would like to advocate for the Mexican wolf recovery. I'm also a landowner bordering on the national forest. Thank you.
Okay, we'll keep moving on. Jonathan Real.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm a public hunter. I'm a professional guide and a general outdoorsman. I'm here to listen in and participate. Thank you.
And next we have Carrie Romero.
Good morning, everyone. Carrie Romero on behalf of the New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides.
We will move on from Kyle, and next it looks like we have Marilyn Stone. Okay, welcome Marilyn Stone. Next we have Marisa Pryor-Luzier.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Marisa Pryor-Luzier, a wildlife photographer specializing in species of concern and an advocate for the Mexican wolf and landowner on the National Forest. Thank you.
And Mac McMillan.
Good morning. Matt McMillan with SWCA Environmental Consultants.
Cool, so we'll move on to Michael Barker.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Technical Sergeant Michael Barker, active duty Air Force stationed at Kirtland Air Force Base. I'm the president of the on-base chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers Armed Forces Initiative.
Yes, this is Oscar Simpson, resident, native New Mexican for 75 years, sportsman for the last 50 years, and former game commissioner. Thank you for the opportunity to join this meeting and talk about Mexican wolves and other landowner and sportsman issues.
Next, we have Peter Prince.
Good morning. Lifelong resident of New Mexico, currently managing private property up in Unit 4. So I'm getting experience with EPLUS and wanted to sit in and see what the public comments are.
And Tiffany Rivera.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the public. Tiffany Rivera, Director of Government Affairs for New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau. Thank you for allowing me to join you this morning.
Timothy Penn.
Good morning. I'm Tim Penn, Albuquerque area. I'm a hunter, veteran, father, and public landowner.
And finally, we have Yevgeny Zupikov. Okay, looks like that's all of our virtual attendees that are able to introduce themselves.
Thank you.
Guests that introduce themselves. And before we go on to our consent agenda, we do have to approve today's agenda. So is there a motion to approve today's agenda as presented before us and online?
To approve the agenda as presented.
Okay. We have a motion, and do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Mr. Director, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Okay, we'll go on to agenda item, the consent agenda with the approval of minutes of March 8th, 2024 meeting and revocations as presented. Colonel Symbol, are you here for revocation? Oh, there you are. So first, is there a motion to approve the minutes from the March 8th, 2024 meeting?
I so move to make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Is there a second?
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we will go on to B, revocations. Mr. Colonel Tim Symbol.
Yes, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, sir. So we do have the revocation list before us and online. And we are doing also a Parental Responsibility Act this morning, correct?
Vice Chair, that is correct.
Okay. Can you just give us a quick background on it real quick, and then we can go forward?
Yep, so presented before you should be the list of the individuals that are both up for revocation for the PRA, which is the Parental Responsibility Act. We have 3 individuals that were on the list for accrual of points, which is those revocation points that are tied with the different violations that we have in the state. 3 of those individuals requested a hearing, which is the process set in place. After that hearing, what you'll see in the notes on your pamphlet is that hearing officer's recommendation. And the additional 12 that are below that are also accrual of points, and they did not request the hearing, so it automatically went to our department recommendation.
Is there any questions from the commission for Colonel Symbol regarding any revocations at this time? Okay. Before we go forward, just would like to remind everybody during the revocation session that the new fishing license season has started. So make sure to go purchase your new license for fishing. And of course, those of you who were lucky enough to draw this past week, congratulations on the hunt. I didn't draw, but I do have my general hunting and fishing license for the upcoming year. So in order to avoid possible revocation penalties, always remember to buy your hunting and fishing license and follow our rules, which are publicized on the website. New Mexico statutes annotated on New Mexico Administrative Code. All those rules are in there. So just a friendly reminder. And if you got a draw this year, congratulations and go enjoy the outdoors. Is there a motion to approve the revocations as presented?
I'm gonna go ahead and move to approve the revocation as presented.
Is there a second? Okay. Mr. Director, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Stump. Yes. Commissioner Salazar.
Yes.
Commissioner Pat.
Yes.
Commissioner Fulton.
Yes. Yes.
Vice Chair Lopez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Colonel, for the information and the discussions on these cases that you were able to give us insight. And thank the staff as well for keeping Mexico's wildlife safe. And I think we have a few of our staff members here, correct? Conservation officers are here today.
Vice Chair, Commissioners, that is correct, yes.
Okay, great. So get a chance to speak with the conservation officers, get some information, what they're doing, how they're doing for us. And special thanks to Unit 2-3 for taking care of us yesterday at Bill Evans. Real nice guy, doing a good job, and he's also an Aggie. So good to know. Thank you, Colonel.
Vice Chair, Commissioners, thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to agenda item number 5. This will be the overview of the department's mission, organizational structure, budget, and funding. All our staff and chiefs will be presenting here. Director Sloan will take the seat now, and let's see what we can do. Thank you, Mr. Director and Commissioners.
Morning. As you just noted, we'll be talking about the department's organizational structure, budget, and funding. I wanted to start off just talking a little bit about the mission of the agency and of the commission, which is based in statute. All of our statutes are in Chapter 17, the Game and Fish and Outdoor Recreation Act. So as you can see, 17.1.1, the very first statute, is a declaration of policy. And I think what's important here is that, you know, we're responsible for conservation of wildlife as both public recreation and food supply. And you know, that the meaning of that has changed over the years, but the bottom line is to conserve wildlife for future generations. That's really the important element here. What's also important is to read that mission in the context of another act that the legislature passed, which is the Wildlife Conservation Act, found in 17.2-39. And here there's a, A right there says species of wildlife indigenous to the state that may be found to be threatened and endangered should be managed to maintain and to the extent possible enhance their numbers within the capacity of the habitat. And it makes a couple of other comments. Importantly, that the management of those species should be funded separately and apart from the Game Protection Fund, which is the fund that is funded through license sales. And so it says should be, and it has been in small amounts over the years. We've gotten a little bit of general fund, but largely that part of our mission is funded through license dollars. So we do a lot of work on a lot of species, and I think that gets lost in some of the conversations that we have. So, I have there at the bottom is kind of the tagline that we use, conserving New Mexico's wildlife for future generations. And I think that really sums up the mission of the agency. We're not just a game and fish agency, we're a conservation agency. We work on a broad array of species, as we'll discuss later. And so we have a bigger focus than I think people read into the words on the page. State Game Commission, statutorily, again, it was created. There are some very specific things that the commission has in statute. The purpose is to carry out all of the elements of Chapter 17 to employ and and discharge. The general powers of the Game Commission, there are 20 of them enumerated. I won't go through all of them, but establish and operate fish hatcheries, set seasons, purchase land, accept and apply for grants and funds, designate certain areas as resting grounds, revoke licenses, conduct studies of programs for management of endangered and non-game species, establish license and permits that are not otherwise in statute, permit or regulate and prohibit the commercial taking of captured or native free-ranging amphibians, adopt rules, designate areas of the state in which bear-proof garbage containers are required, adopt rules to recruit, train, and accept the services of volunteers, and then and they can also prohibit hunting during extreme fire danger, that kind of stuff. And importantly, they shall have general control over the collection and disbursement of all money collected. So there's a fiduciary duty on the part of commissioners to kind of oversee, are we spending our money on, big fancy tires, or are we actually going out and doing conservation? And then a lot of the other elements are related to regulating take and making sure that we are have an appropriate policy that's acceptable to the public and maintains that conserving wildlife for future generations. You also see that, again, in the Wildlife Conservation Act, the Commission is authorized and directed to establish such regulations as it may deem necessary to carry out all of the provisions of the Wildlife Conservation Act. So again, I think that while a lot of people see the Commission and the department as a game and fish only agency where we're not addressing the whole breadth of species across the state, our statutes recognize that we have that authority, that you have that authority, and we do take that work seriously. So, as an agency, what is the department really focused on? What are we doing? I would say that we have really 5 focus areas: species restoration, habitat restoration, wildlife management, conservation education and outdoor recreation, and wildlife law enforcement. And when I talk about species restoration, there are quite a number of species across the state, and just here in this area, there's the Mexican gray wolf, the Gila trout, desert bighorn sheep, Chihuahua chub, Gould's turkey, Mexican garter snake, Chiricahua and leopard frog, just to name a few here that we do extensive work on. We partner with federal agencies, trying to make sure that we can either prevent them from being listed as threatened or endangered, and or to try and get them back to a status where they're not threatened or endangered. We work on the Jemez Mountain salamander, ptarmigan, boreal toads, Rio Grande cutthroat trout, southwest willow flycatcher, pinyon jay. The list goes on and on. And so that's a real important aspect of what we do, is trying to ensure that we can get species off of the list and also ensure that species don't get harmed. In terms of habitat restoration, we do that both on commission-owned lands, whether that's Bernardo Farms or the Sargent Wildlife Area. We've worked on pretty much every forest across the state. On BLM land, we did a project on Slaughter Mesa, just north of here. Work with the Forest Service on the Southwest Jemez Mountain Landscape Restoration Project, which is a giant area that's now been cleared to go forward with different projects, whether it's stream improvement or forest thinning. We have a forest thinning project that we'll be getting started on the Elbar Ranch that you guys recently purchased. And then wildlife management is really a lot of what I think the public thinks that we do, and what we see a lot is when we come before you with rules about how many elk do we want on the landscape, what does that look like? So those are, I consider that element more of the how are we managing existing species that aren't threatened or endangered. Conservation education, outdoor recreation, simulator, a lot of schools and across the state understand how you wildlife so that it's here for future generations. And then, of course, a big aspect of what we do is law enforcement. And that's from the perspective of deterrence, education, and enforcement. So, we're always interested in working with hunters, anglers, wildlife enthusiasts, help them understand what the importance is, and then also being a presence in the landscape and enforce the laws. Those are our sort of 5 strategic focus areas. In those different things that just our organization. Switching to the organizational structure, there are a number of ways of kind of dividing up the department to think about how we work and how we function. There are 4 overarching programs. That's how we budget. Legislature kind of looks at programs, and I'll walk you through those. We have divisions within those programs. Those divisions are functional units that address certain aspects of wildlife management, function agency. Then within those, EPLUS, there are sections that aren't. I think it's important to understand that one of the programs, that slide, conservation services, really encompasses 4 areas that are kind of statutorily required: the management, enhancement, research, and conservation of public wildlife habitat, lease, purchase, enhancement, management of state wildlife habitat, development of educational programs, dissemination of publications, and communication and consultation with federal and state entities regarding. So that's a statutory requirement for conservation services. That whole lives under the umbrella of the conservation services program. As you can see, it's our largest program with 155 full-time employees, budget of approximately $27.2 billion. Within the conservation services program is the wildlife management, fisheries management division, and the information. One important thing I think to note here is that this system throughout the cost of employees has gone up. There was a time the agency was very proud to be able to say that more than 50% of our budget goes on the ground project. As we have a flat budget, and costs have gone up, that percentage of employees are upgrading. New employees has gone up. So that's a management concern. And moving to the next one, field operations is again a law enforcement aspect. 99 employees. There are 70 some actually field employees in the administration. Got a budget of about 11. As you would expect, this type of information, both funding, a lot of for across the state, equally divided. Depredation and nuisance abatement has a $1.1 million budget for FTE in it. And that's again a statutory requirement to address depredation. One way right. Again, because it's such a small, less still going up, but we spent a great deal on other teams. Program support is what keeps the agency functioning. Those are the folks that are paying bills, doing the HR management, hiring, 53 employees dedicated to that $4 million budget. Without those folks, we couldn't do any conservation work they've done on the ground. So, they are the materials conservation. And so that's kind of the big overview. When the legislature budgets for us, they budget into programs. So there'll be X amount into a program divided across categories. We can talk about more into the budget. But in terms of sort of function, day-to-day function, that's better thought about, I think, in terms of divisions within the agency. And so on this slide, you'll see that we have 8 divisions within the agency: administration, fisheries management, wildlife management, information education, field operations, administrative services, information services, and human resources. I'm going to ask each of the chiefs of those divisions to come up and just give you a kind of a rundown of how their division is structured and what the functions are within those. And start off with the Fisheries Management Division.
Good morning, commissioners. Good sound? I'm gonna have to put my glasses on to see the slide. And I'm going to be giving you a more in-depth presentation of our division, the Fisheries Management Division, I think in a couple agenda items. So I'll keep this pretty brief. We have about 8 employees in the Fisheries Administration. That's my 2 assistant chiefs who oversee the hatchery section and the research and management section, as well as 4 admin, 1 admin assistant and a 3 financial specialists who help, like Mike said, keep the bills paid and the POs running around. The Assistant Chief of Fisheries oversees 6 state fish hatcheries that or produce a variety of different species for us. And again, you'll learn more about that in a while, as well as our Assistant Chief of Research and Management oversees about 25 employees. There's a native fish section, a sport fish section, and aquatic invasive species coordinator, as well as we now have a couple of habitat specialists who are focused on coordinating habitat restoration.
Good. Thank you.
Just a quick comment. Yesterday we had a tour of the Glenwood Fish Hatchery, and very happy and excited to see the work that the department and your staff have put into that. Your hatchery's manager's name was Leonard. What's his last name?
Mr. Vice Chair, it's Leonard Rice.
Leonard Rice has done a wonderful job, especially on the note that you gave us that he saved the stakeholders and taxpayers of this state of almost maybe close to $1 million with his construction work that he did. That money could be used somewhere else. So please send him the regards from the commission members and the staff and the public of the great work they're doing at Glenwood Fish Hatchery. It was a great tour. Thank you and your staff for doing that as well yesterday. And if there's some way he can get an award or something, I think he is due, because he has done a lot of work and is continuing to do it. Those of you who haven't gone to Glenwood Fish Hatchery, please go see it. That is, we are growing Gila fish that greatly impacts Catron and Grant counties, and Mr. Leonard Rice and the staff have done a wonderful job out there, and goes to show of what the Fisheries Management Division is doing. So thank you, Dr. Packen, and thank your staff.
Mr. Vice Chair, I thank you, and I agree with you wholeheartedly about Leonard. He's a great employee.
Next, we'll move on to the Wildlife Management Division.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just a kind of a brief overview of the Wildlife Management Division. There is actually 2 programs within the Wildlife Management Division. Conservation Services, which you all kind of saw, makes up a lot of different divisions, but the Depredation and Nuisance Abatement also lives within the Wildlife Management Division. Within the kind of division, I would say we have 4 sections, more or less, 4 sections that are separated out by 4 different assistant chiefs. We have a section over our habitat and lands. That person kind of oversees our biologists and our program managers that work with our federal partners, state partners, private partners on habitat restoration for wildlife across the state, and also oversees all of the department commission-owned properties, manages those commission-owned properties, including our 2 production farms that we have, one at the Huey and one at Bernardo. So that's kind of our general overview of it. And also that program oversees the habitat stamp program as well, that assistant chief too. So kind of some unique programs that are sectioned out outside of the Game Protection Fund, some funds that are in there, HMAV, for example, the Habitat Management and Access Biodation Stamp, kind of working towards funding on commission properties, and that Sykes Act or Habitat Stamps program that really works with the Bureau of Land Management and Forest Service on putting money on the ground for habitat restoration. Then we have an assistant chief over the section. We call it just kind of the wildlife science, wildlife biologist, more or less. So that woman, Elise Goldstein, oversees quite a few biologists, both our kind of hunted species biologists, ungulate biologists, but also some of our non-game avian biologists, herpetologists, et cetera. So a wide variety of biologists in that section. It's kind of our on-the-ground technical, doing research or management throughout there, making recommendations for hunt structures, et cetera. That comes from that section, and also some of our conservation actions within there. Then we have another assistant chief, Bob Osborne, that's over our private lands and depredation and nuisance abatement. So again, he oversees that depredation nuisance abatement, trying to correct depredation issues on private land, but also kind of oversees our private land programs such as EPLUS and our open gate programs, for example. So kind of a little bit of a variety from all the way from depredation nuisance to allocation of hunting opportunities on private land to trying to open up gates, working with payments on properties to open it up to public. And then also the other assistant chief within there, another section is our ecological and environmental planning. It's kind of our technical guidance section, works a lot with if a development's going to come into the state, what are the ramifications, kind of the technical guidance on what do we see from concerns on maybe a solar development, a power line development, those kind of things. Also does a lot of our commenting on federal regulations, federal rules that might impact the state from a wildlife conservation standpoint, or also, let's say, forest management plans, kind of take the guide on that. Also has worked a lot with the Wildlife Corridors Act in that section as well, an individual in there that was passed by the state legislature, trying to look at those highways or those sections of highways within New Mexico where we can look at reducing collision, make connectivity for wildlife better for both people and wildlife. In that section, we also have our Share with Wildlife program, kind of a unique program, those license plates that you see that are unique to New Mexico, the Road Runner or the mule deer or soon to be hopefully a Gila monster on there too. So hopefully everyone will get a new plate and contribute to that fund. But that fund really looks at wildlife conservation actions across the state in partnerships with universities, with private individuals, trying to find projects that really are in kind of our species of greatest conservation need to help out those either gaps in knowledge or conservation actions that we could really help to improve that, whether that be habitat improvements or others. They also work with our wildlife rehabilitators to kind of rehabilitate wildlife to get them back into the wild and that. And then one of the other big aspects that section does is the State Wildlife Action Plan. You're going to be hearing a lot more about that through this summer into next year. Every state has a State Wildlife Action Plan. It allows us to kind of, or it discusses our species of greatest conservation need and allows funding for those species that come in to really, or some federal funding, not a lot of federal funding. It's about $1 million a year, but it is federal funding for those species. But one of the things that really passed in the legislature in the last 2 years that's really exciting for the Department of Game and Fish is the Land of Enchantment Legacy Fund. Land of Enchantment Legacy Fund should bring in about $2.7 million annually to the department to work on species of greatest conservation need. Everything from, vireos to salamanders to Gila monsters to ptarmigan to just a whole suite of species, prairie chickens, et cetera, trying to conserve those species, bring populations up, et cetera. So there's also a couple of positions that aren't within those sections. The wolf program is under, I directly supervise the wolf program as well. Underneath my section, I have an administrative program too, kind of financial aspect. And then I also supervise, we have a pilot and chief pilot on staff kind of for our wildlife surveys. We do own a fixed wing aircraft that we use for both telemetry surveys, et cetera, fixed wing surveys for our pronghorn, but we contract with rotary helicopters, et cetera. He kind of checks everyone out, ensures that we're safe, et cetera. Just a lot of flight time across all of our biologists to do our surveys. And that more or less is the breakdown of the division. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Liley.
Next to the Information and Education Division.
Good morning, Commissioners. The Information Education Division is pretty evenly divided between our information and communication efforts and our education and outreach efforts. We do have quite a few of the INE staff here today, either assisting with the audiovisual needs of this meeting or out hosting the educational events that you will be able to participate in later today. Looking at first level reports, we have 2 assistant chiefs, we have a financial specialist and a marketing manager whose efforts range from TV, radio ads to digital marketing. She also oversees a lot of our larger department events such as the Outdoor Adventure Show. Continuing our look at information staff, our communications director really focuses on media relations, press releases, things like that, and oversees our regional PIOs, our public information specialists, who focus on communication and outreach efforts within their respective regions. They're also heavily involved in our social media pages with post and page monitoring. Also in this section, we have a currently vacant magazine newsletter editor, which also serves as our Spanish translator position. So if you know anybody that would potentially be interested in that, please encourage them to apply when that flies. In our information center, we have 4 full-time staff that are dedicated to assisting the public with accounts, general questions. They're essential to the draw application period, assisting customers then, but throughout the year, anything you can think of, they're answering questions on it, helping with license sales, account creation, things like that. We also have a publications editor and graphic designer focusing on our handouts, brochures, graphic design needs. She also lays out and edits the rules and information books that you see every year. We have a webmaster that oversees our external website as well as an internal tracks website for our staff and works on app development as well. Also not listed in this section is the digital media manager, videographer. Oh, he is? It's not on. Okay. All right. Not on my list, on your list. Who focuses largely on content creation, quality videos, so that we have really quality products for our social media pages and publications. So moving from there to our education programs, we have 3 staff in the Hunter Education Program. They range from teaching in-person classes, overseeing online classes, overseeing our great Hunter Education volunteer instructors, and other things you might not think of, advanced skills workshops and camps and things of that nature. They also have a very successful women's outreach program in that section as well. Our wildlife and aquatic education group, again, a supervisor and 2 direct reports, focus on conservation outreach and aquatic outreach that ranges from classroom presentations to wildlife ID tables and trunks. You'll see one out at the education events today, to taking groups and classes fishing, teaching them the basics of fishing, knot tying, fish biology. This group also oversees our volunteer program, including background checks, child safe trainings, things like that, so that our volunteers are well trained. In our off-highway vehicle program, again, 3 employees there. They range from general public education and trainings to specific law enforcement trainings throughout the state. There's a variety of simulators and things outside that you'll be able to see as well. They oversee our OHV grants and work closely with MVD on OHV registrations, licensing, things like that. And last but not least, our 3 recruitment, retention, reactivation, our shooting sports and archery group. So this group focuses on things like beginning angler and hunter camps, shotgun clinics, oversight of shooting range development and building, to our archery programs like NASP, the National Archery in the Schools program, 3D archery, things of that nature. So very diverse division. I'm very proud of the staff in that division and everything that they accomplish. Thank you.
So that's kind of the overview of, as Stuart mentioned, 2 different programs, the nuisance abatement and the conservation services program. And some of you may have noticed that we used to have a division that was ecological environmental planning division. When the chief of that division retired, we made a decision to look more closely at how we were communicating, how was the agency functioning, and it seemed to make the most sense to consolidate those functions, keep the functions, keep the employees, but put them into the divisions where they were most closely related. So most of those folks went into the wildlife division. You heard Stuart mention he's now got a section of ecological environmental planning. And then a couple of the other folks went into the fisheries management division. So we have all of those functions, all of those employees still doing all of the same things, but I think the coordination will be a lot better. And so we'll now move to the field operations program, which I think is really just 1 division. And Tim, if you want to come on up.
Good morning again, Vice Chair, Commissioners. So we'll go over the structure of field operations. As you can see, it starts with the colonel and then it moves down. We have 2 area majors, the North Area Major, which supervises basically the north half of the state. That's got our Northeast Area Captain. That office is based out of Raton, and the Northwest Area Captain. That office is based out of Albuquerque. In those structures are the sergeants, the corporals, district officers, and each of those offices has an administrative assistant and a financial specialist. Moving over to the South Area Major, it's a very similar structure. The Southeast Area Captain, that's going to be at the Raton area office. And then we have our Southwest Area Captain based out of Las Cruces office. Also at our headquarters in Santa Fe, we have a field operations captain. They directly oversee the Operation Game Thief program. They also supervise our revocations program. There's a lieutenant for that. We just went over that earlier this morning. Under that position falls the outfitter and guide registrar. They deal with permitting guides and outfitters throughout the state and doing the background checks on them, ensuring that those laws, both administratively and criminally, are followed. And we go into our special permits. We have an individual that runs that program. The special permits range from everything from a scientific collection permit to a qualified expert permit. Falconry falls under that. So if you get a chance to go into our lobby, one of our employees is a falconer and has her bird with her. It's really neat to see. And then any importation permits. So when people have like a traveling circus or the zoos or people try to qualify as that qualified expert to bring those animals into the state, because we monitor all of that, of course, for purposes of avoiding invasive species and other issues that can go with that. Under the field operations captain is also our investigations unit. That unit is comprised of law enforcement folks that really focus on technology and new ways to combat our most egregious wildlife violators. And really, as you can tell when you watch the hunting world, technology evolves so fast, right? I mean, it wasn't long ago that night vision or thermal imagery was military only. Now you can buy it at Dick's Sporting Goods for $150. So we're trying to always stay one step ahead in that program. We also have our training and recruitment lieutenant. That position is over all of our basic training. We have biannual requirements that we all need to make as officers, and he tracks that and makes sure that we get everything we need taken. And as well as the advanced training. We're always looking for advanced training, be it for wildlife law enforcement, biology related stuff, wildlife human attack response training. And within that is also our very basic hiring. We try to hire new recruits to bring in as officers twice a year. And we time those hiring processes with the academies because we need to get them into a basic law enforcement academy so they can get certification. Actually, we're going to be leaving from here today to go to Roswell. We're going to be doing the first day of that. So it's the pre-assessment when we bring those individuals in and start that process. Yep, that's our field operations division.
Colonel, quick question for you. Thank you for your presentation. How many full-time FTEs are commissioned with the department now?
So with the 99 full-time FTEs that we have, the only ones that are not commissioned are going to be our permits manager and then the financial specialist and the admin assistant that are at each area office. So you've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 that are not commissioned employees.
What's our vacancy rating on that, Mike, or both of you? Do we have vacancies in?
We do. I don't know that I have them specifically by division, but it's in that 10 to 15% range. You know, we're trying to keep up with retirements. We had a fairly large group of applicants the last time. The group that's coming through right now is much smaller, so it's kind of up and down. But I think we've come down from the mid-20s into the teens at most, I think, at this think we know of at least 3 or 4 retirements that are coming up, which will lead to some promotions, which will lead to more vacancies. So that's why we're constantly trying to hire as many folks as we can that are qualified, interested, and going to be great employees for us. But it's not the easiest thing to do these days to recruit.
Well, I do know that our staff, not only field operations, but agency-wise, doing a good job. Our field officers had a pretty good pay scale band now that they're doing so. And I think all employees, along with our conservation officers, you know, of course, going through the legislature, deserve to be paid nothing but the best. And, you know, we see if we can recruit not only within our boundaries, but outside of the state, because we are a good agency and we're seeing the work done now. As you can see here, our staff are here supporting the public and us as commissioners in Silver City, and they've traveled a long way. So good job to field operations for keeping everybody safe and doing all the stuff they do and all employees. And I hope the legislature will consider giving us some more money so we can pay them more than they're worth.
Mr. Vice Chair, as you know, the State Personnel Board was able to reclassify all of our employees. And then we as an agency got raises for everybody. And then over the past several years, the legislature has been very generous in giving raises. This year we'll get a 3% raise. So yeah, I think we're definitely competitive with other wildlife agencies in the West in terms of our officer pay. I'm not sure we can compete with state police, but we're trying. Jim, if you had anything you want to add to that?
No, I appreciate that, Vice Chair, Commissioners. It certainly has, when we did that, the new pay band adjustments and making some adjustments therein. What I've kind of seen is, you know, you get somebody that really does want to be a conservation officer and they want to work with the wildlife, they want to do wildlife law enforcement, but they end up in a smaller community and they're surrounded by, whether it be state police or a local police department that's just getting paid so much more. And you know, they want to be a game warden or a conservation officer and they're good at it, but they just couldn't support a family on it. So they would jump ship and go to a local PD, not really what they wanted to do, but an easy way in the door to make money and make that work. So as a result of changing those salaries and the pay schedules and, you know, promotional opportunities, as our director was saying, as people retire, that all trickles. It's really set the ability to keep somebody that wants to be here, to be able to be here comfortably and take care of a family and live in those small communities and contribute.
Thank you. And a shout out to Western University. They do have a law enforcement program for game wardens here in Silver City. So in case you all didn't know, or anybody interested out there, contact the registrar at Western and you can become a game warden and they send you to the full academy and you get a degree at the end and we'll hire you. Thank you so much.
Vice Chair, Commissioners, thank you.
Now we can move to the program support program. Start off with our Administrative Services Division.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Commissioners. Our Administrative Services Division is responsible for the business and financial operations of the department. Our division is comprised of 22 full-time employees. We are responsible for the annual audit, the annual budget request, the annual capital budget request, and the annual operating budget and the implementation for the department. The division is broken into 4 basic sections. Our licensing section, which is responsible for all the hunting and fishing license sales throughout the state. Our finance department, which includes our budget section, our accounting section, procurement section, and our accounts payable section. The 3rd section in our division is our federal aid section, which is responsible for all federal aid reimbursement from the Dingell-Johnson and Pittman-Robertson Acts. And last is our facilities management section, which is responsible for the maintenance and repair of all game and fish owned commission properties. That's it.
Thanks. Next, I'll move to the Information Systems Division.
Good morning, Vice Chair and Commission. Very glad to be here. So I'm Gavin Lujan, Chief Information Officer for the department. In my division, I have two main sections. I have the operations sections, which compose two system administrators and network administrators, which, as well as one assistant chief, which manages those positions. Within that, I also have two help desk and user support positions. That section is very important to the department. We support basically anything IT related that the department needs. So that includes virtualization, storage, cybersecurity, telecommunications, networking, the whole A to Z, top to bottom. Anything IT related goes through that team of individuals, and very proud of their achievements and what they're doing there. I also have another section with our application developers, and our application developers handle all of the online e-commerce presence that you see on our website. So basically all the online sales systems where our customers can go in and apply for licensing and submit their applications for the draw. So that's all handled in-house. And I think we're very unique as a state department that we do our development in-house rather than go to an off-the-shelf solution, which would be very expensive to the department. So we maintain that talent pool within the department, which allows us to be very agile to support the needs of the department. I also have, so within the application development, I have 4 application developers that work underneath the chief of applications. I have 1 database administrator, and I have 1 QA QC, which basically she tests all the code before it goes into production to make sure everything's running smoothly. Also within my division, I have an IT security manager position. As you're well aware, cybersecurity is very focused right now. So we need to make sure that all of our systems are secured and we're not breached, especially during the time of the draw when we're very busy. We take a very big hit in our network during that time. For some reason, people are very interested in applying for our hunting and fishing licenses during that time. I also have 1 financial specialist, which she does all purchasing, the paying of invoices, things like that. But I also have her on double duty. She's our telecommunications person. So any of our mobile devices for the department, she handles those, and she orders them, maintains them, transfers data, that sort of thing. So that is my division. Thank you.
Chief Lujan, just a quick comment. Your staff did so wonderful this year for the draw. Our systems didn't crash, so we didn't have to extend the draw date by X amount of days. So thank you so much for the work you did and getting everybody, even though anybody might have got the licenses they wanted, but thank you for keeping that system going and allowing the public to participate in the draw system.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Vice Chair, may I just have a comment? I think there is a glitch. I didn't draw for anything. Something's wrong with the system. I'm just
sorry about that. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, I do think it is important to highlight that we are one of the few state wildlife agencies that does not buy an off-the-shelf solution, that we have our own custom solution that does in fact allow us to make changes more rapidly when the legislature decides on a fee change or a new license type, or the commission decides to change hunt dates or those kinds of things. And so it's a big job, a lot of work, and our guys do great with it. With that, we'll switch over to Human Resources.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Commissioners. As you will see, HR is the smallest division within the agency. I have 3 employees underneath me. We have an HR generalist. She is in charge of our records management, as well as tracking training and compliance for our employees. She also assists with any actions that come in that we might need a little assistance on. I have 2 HR generalists, 3, and those employees will see anything come across their desk from recruitment, workers' compensation, FMLA, benefits questions, para questions, payroll, you name it. I am very proud of my team. They are the glue for the agency. We may be the smallest, but we work with over 270 employees at any given time. They have moved very quickly to ensure that employees can come to them and ask them questions. And we now have an open door policy, which many state agencies may not have. Our door is open, employees can come to us at any time. With that, I would like to go next into our recruitment and employment trends. So I pulled information since 2020 to show you today. As you will see in the green, these are new hires to the agency. This is a brand new employee to the agency. They may have worked at another state agency or they're brand new to state government. As you can see, our hires are at a greater number than our resignations or retirements. So that's a good thing for us. We're maintaining. In the blue, you will see, or the purpley blue, excuse me, you'll see any of our promotions or lateral transfers. So that is somebody, we have some game wardens that will transfer laterally within a different district to see a different part of state, go and work somewhere else, or you have an employee that wants to go from one field to another. So we work there. Our blue are departures from our agency, and that includes resignations, terminations. And that's for multiple different reasons. Some of the reasons that we're seeing employees leave is a lot of our game and fish employees originate from out of state, out of New Mexico, and they locate here. And sometimes they're going back home to where families are to assist with parents or other family needs. So that's part of the reason why we see some departures. In the yellow, you'll see retirements. And one thing, I've been with state government for over 20 years now. One thing that I've seen with New Mexico Game and Fish is the longevity of the careers of game and fish employees. We have employees that stay past the 25-year retirement for Tier 1 para members, and some that are over 30 and some that are close to 40. That's unheard of for many state agencies. And so that shows how much people enjoy working for the agency and how much they truly care about what they're doing. The next one in orange, you'll see where people are leaving our agency to go to work for other agencies. And the majority of these positions are going to be your administrative services position, where financial staff can easily transfer HR or IT positions. Because Game and Fish is so specialized with our biologists and our game wardens, you don't see them transferring out as much or as often. The agency overall has 310 full-time employees. Those are just our positions that we have. We have 4 seasonal temps that we work with that are our AIS techs, which are aquatic invasive species techs, and they're during the summer months beginning in May through Labor Day. We also have 2 part-time employees. As of right now, we have as of Monday, actually, because we just hired some people, we have 275 full-time employees working for Game and Fish. So if we go to our next slide, you'll see our vacancy rates, also going back to 2020. So as of right now, the colonel and the director stated we had some retirements. So that's the increase recently, because we had those retirements very early on in January for the brand new year. So you'll see an increase right now, but we are actively working. My team is actively working and working very diligently to fill those positions. We have 20 active vacancy postings right now in some part of the recruitment process. Out of those 20, we have 18 in progress, which means they're being interviewed for, their background checks are being done, or the compensation packet is being completed to do an offer. Out of those 18, we also have offer letters issued, and we're waiting for candidates to actually move to New Mexico to start their position. They've accepted the job. Right now, we currently have 2 postings that are active on the SPO website that don't have the recruitment process started just yet, other than the job posting until it closes. We actively work with Information and Education Division to recruit on our website, social media, and they get the word out for us. I want to also address that the lieutenant overtraining and recruitment for field ops goes to different colleges throughout the US to recruit at those events. So we are doing more outreach. We're working a lot with elementary schools and high schools at their career fairs to get them early and tell them how great our team is. When we go to those events, we're bringing everybody from different divisions. So we have our wildlife vet go, we have somebody from Fisheries, INE, Field Ops, and HR. So we're able to meet with the younger crowd and get them interested in what we do. So as you see on here, 2022 was our largest vacancy rating at 13.22%. And part of that was due to the state recalling employees back into the office and from telework. A lot of employees had a hard time transitioning from telework to going back into the office. Game and Fish did that sooner than other agencies, and it gave employees a time to transition into being back into the office. As you can see, we maintain somewhere around 11.6% vacancy rate, and last year was, at the end of the year, was 10%. So all of these numbers here are as of December for each year, and then for 2024, it's current into April. I stand for any questions that you may have. I know that's a lot of information.
Thank you, Chief Atchuleta. I have one question. From closing date on SPO to hire date, what's the turnaround times? Is it like 50 days, 30 days, 180?
So we, Vice Chair, we have worked to address that issue and to really work with state personnel to expedite the recruitment process, because when an applicant applies, they're the ones waiting. They're waiting to hear back. They're waiting to hear whether they've been selected or if they receive an interview. So my team, once the job posting closes on the state personnel website, within 24 hours, they are getting a list to the hiring manager with possible applicants. Within 3 days, we ask that the hiring manager respond back to HR of the candidates that they would like to interview, and they feel that have the skill set and education required for that position. After that, my team will vet each applicant to ensure that they meet the minimum qualifications of the job. And we are requesting and advocating for the candidates that hiring managers hold interviews within 2 weeks of the position closing. It can be difficult sometimes because our staff truly is very busy. They're out in the field. They're gone on, whatever mission they may be working on. So we really work with them to expedite that. Once interviews are held, my team can get a job offer, an official offer letter to the hiring manager within 2 to 3 days. The longest part of the recruitment process is actually the job posting, and after we've offered the position for somebody to move or leave the position that they're currently in.
Does the agency bring them in at midpoint? Is that they're kind of doing it right now, or above?
Vice Chair and Commission, thank you for bringing that point up. We have worked very diligently and very hard over the last year within the constraints of our budget to bring people in at midpoint or above and make it comparable for what their education and their experience. We are competing with a lot of other state agencies for our administrative staff, financial staff, IT, and working against, like the Colonel said, some law enforcement agencies that will offer retention bonuses or a higher rate of pay. So we've done our best to be more competitive and more equitable. In the last 4 months, I think 4 or 5 months, we've worked to address some pay inequities within current employees and requested in pay band adjustments for current employees to bring them up to midpoint or above to be competitive with other agencies.
That's good to know. I know DFA probably takes a while to approve the in-band. And what is max now, 10%, I think?
Maximum of the in pay band is 10% per fiscal year.
I'm glad that's happening. Chief, thank you. Director, any questions from the commission for HR?
You have a question. Thank you for your hard work. My question is, you do mention about recruitment.
Yes.
What about retention? And I know you should say that you increase salaries on some current employees, but what other strategies does the department has for retention of employees?
Vice Chair and Commission, thank you for that question, sir. Again, we are working at internal alignment to address the pay inequities that we may have seen to help with retention. With my experience from other state agencies, I do see a higher level of retention for the agency. I think it's because of the love of the work, and because we are so specialized, we do have a higher retention than other state agencies, and our vacancy rate is lower
Thank you, Chief. That concludes agenda item number 5.
No, I have more to say unless you want to kick me out, which is fine too.
We just got to take a quick break.
That's up to you,
Okay.
whatever you'd like to do.
Can we take a quick, go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead and ask your question.
Going back, for the director, going back a little bit into, I was waiting till the presentations were over. We'll go back into what is the wildlife management division. You mentioned the legacy fund. It was mentioned $2.7 million. That is accruing in year 2026, correct?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner, we will receive that money on July 1st of 2024.
2024, so is this coming
This
fiscal
coming
year?
fiscal year will be the first year of receiving the funding. And
The-
then we'll receive it each year thereafter. Ultimately, in the next 10 years or so, it should, assuming investments go well, be about $5 million.
Okay, that was my question. Does it require any matching funds to it?
It will serve as matching funds, but it doesn't require any matching funds. It'll
From-
just come straight out of the fund to us automatically without any legislative action.
Okay. And my other question, it was the ecological and environmental planning department. As Chief Lively mentioned, it's quite a bit of a intensive department that he oversees a lot of the work that the department does. Why is the reasoning of trying to put that department, dissolve it and put it into being absorbed by the other departments?
So
programs.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner, we have been traditionally over the years a very siloed agency. At one point, each field office had their own fish biologist, their own habitat biologist, their own big game biologist, and they were a kind of a mini game and fish department. Fisheries division, which may or may not interact with that fisheries biologist in the area. And in 2012, that all got changed. There was a massive reorganization. All of the fisheries folks were in the fisheries division, the wildlife folks were in the wildlife division. But we had this group of folks. We had, an aquatic biologist. We had a terrestrial biologist, a mining specialist that got put into the environmental planning and ecological and environmental planning division. There was still a lack of coordination happening even since that consolidation in 2012. And from the perspective of me and having talked to the respective division chiefs, it makes more sense to take those individuals, those are important functions, clearly very important, and put them next to the folks that they're actually need to communicate with. A terrestrial biologist that's commenting on a forest plan really needs to talk to our non-game mammologist, our carnivore biologist, all those kinds of folks. And that wasn't happening as well as it should have. There were 2 different division chiefs. They're reporting to 2 different people. It was just a communications challenge and a management challenge that I think will be best addressed by consolidating that into a more structured way of communicating and making sure that coordination happens.
The reason of my question, and correct me if I'm wrong, I might be very wrong. That part of the department, it does a lot of the check and balances of the actions of certain research. Am I correct?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking, but if you're asking, do they evaluate the work of other divisions and provide commentary on that work? No, that was not happening. It doesn't happen. They provide comment related to a BLM project or a Forest Service project or a development project, or oil and gas project, those kinds of things. But we have qualified staff in all of our divisions that are more than capable of developing a quality project and doing that work. So they were commenting on projects, proponents outside of the agency, not within.
Okay, my comment was more of it's a department that identifies any type of risks or any type of let's say, like, for example, environmental impacts, NEPA. Those environmental impacts oversees what it could be the results or what is the risk of certain actions. My understanding was that department provide that type of information.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner, yes, that's correct. They will comment on an EIS from the BLM, for example. We just did one on the solar proposal that the BLM has. And none of the functions of that division have gone away. There's still an assistant chief that oversees the folks that are doing the technical guidance. Those letters are still produced. We still have the environmental review tool. We still have Bison M, all of those functions, all of that budget. None of that has changed. All that's changed is sort of who reports to who and how that coordination happens. It just wasn't happening at the level it needed to happen. We weren't getting effective communication. We weren't always on the same page relative to who was commenting on what project. And so this consolidation will make it clearer and Mr. Vice Chair, before you leave, if I could just make one other comment related to vacancy rates. The other important factor to understand is that the legislature, when they budget in a vacancy rate. So I think it's generally around 10%. So we've been struggling a little bit, in particular in our Conservation Services Division. We had it full at one point and it looked like our budget was, we weren't going to have enough cash. Unfortunately, we've had some folks move on, so we have some vacancy savings. But it is important to recognize that it is difficult to get below that 10% vacancy rate just from a pure budgetary standpoint, because the legislature doesn't fully fund the agency for all of the FTEs that it has.
And we haven't lost it. They haven't taken any positions, right, from us?
They have not.
And do we still have the deputy directors and positions?
Mr. Vice Chair, we do.
Okay, so those are still, but they
We
have
have,
not.
well, excuse me, we have the deputy director, the exempt position, the assistant director positions have been reclassed to a vet and another position to a aquatic habitat coordinator.
So those have not been removed from the org structure.
The FTEs exist, but their functions are different.
Okay.
Correct.
That's all I have. Any other commissioners, any questions for the chief and the director? Okay. Thank you, Chief Archuleta.
Thank you.
Did you want me to continue or do you want to take a break? Ten minutes? Maybe. Okay.
We're going to take a quick break and we will return in about 10 minutes to finish the director's presentation. We are in recess. Okay, we are back in session. One of our commissioners joined us shortly, but we do have a quorum. He had to take a quick errand. Just a quick reminder, go check out the events in the back, the educational activities. There's some people back there now shooting archery. The Falcon is out there as well. And they have the simulator to hunt ducks or prairie dogs or whatever, it's hunter safety. So go check that out. It looks really fun. Tristana Breckers after managing, Storm Ustries back there as well. And our Falcon PIO girl is out there as well. So go check that out. During lunch, during the meeting, they are open now. Thank you, Chief Pittman and Director for bringing the educational activities to us. Officer Ortiz is out there with the ATV unit. Go check that out too. If y'all have an ATV or planning to get one, I suggest riding on that. It's pretty fun. So we'll go on and continue, Mr. Director, with, we are back in session at 10:29 with the last of your presentation.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, I'll try and wrap this up relatively quickly. I just want to talk a little bit about the budget. Here you can see kind of a timeline. We prepare the budget based on direction from the Office of the Governor. As you know, we are a state agency, so while we might want to do something different, we follow in line with whatever the recommendations are from the governor's office in terms of how much budget increase they're going to allow and that sort of stuff, since she ultimately signs off on the budget. We do bring it before you in August for approval. We'll be developing that in June, July, and then having individual meetings with commissioners to walk through the budget and make sure you're comfortable with where we're headed and the sums we're asking for. That budget is statutorily required to be delivered to DFA and LFC on September 1st. They spend some time, and then in early January, both the LFC and the DFA/governor's budget is released, at which point it goes through legislative process, where all sorts of interesting things can happen, from additions to subtractions to everything in between. Ultimately, the legislature passes a budget. The governor has line item authority over that budget, which she may or may not use. Generally speaking, over the past several years, our budget has been passed without much trouble. We did receive a one-time infusion of $7 million of general fund money when our license fee didn't go through, not last session, but the session before. So that's helped extend the life of our fund. But we did not get any general fund money this past session. And then right now we're just receiving the operating budget that will start in July and allocating those funds pursuant to our original request that the commission approved last August. And so that's kind of the timeline of the way things go. As a kind of a general overall view, the annual operating budget for the agency is $52.8 million. That includes the $2.7 million of legacy fund money. 2/3 of our annual budget comes from our license sales. 1/3 comes from federal grants. And as I mentioned before, we're up to 57% of our annual budget is in personnel services and benefits. And that keeps rising, which with a flat budget means something else has to give. With fuel prices increasing, cost of a vehicle when I first started was at $21,000, $22,000. Now we're paying $36,000 to $42,000. So it's been a challenge. We haven't had a fee increase since 2006. So clearly do, but as I think I've noted with some of you, we've had some legislative challenges to moving that forward. This is just a simple way that the state breaks money down. Personnel services, we really don't have a lot of control over how much money we can allocate to personal services. The contractual services is professional services when we want to get DNA analysis done or those kinds of things. That's fairly closely scrutinized by the legislature. Then the other category pays for everything from per diem to fuel to fish feed, kind of everything, every other thing. Other financing uses is money that the legislature sets aside for us, for example, to pay for the state engineer to operate Eagle Nest Dam in compliance with the water rights permit. So in terms of the funding sources, we have 9 department funds. The Game Protection Fund is the big fund. That's our operating fund. Probably covers somewhere on the order of 90% of the agency's activities. Habitat management, Stuart had mentioned that earlier, is a stamp, and that money is dedicated to work on wildlife management areas. Big game enhancement, that money is dedicated specifically to working on big game species. Big game depredation fund, again, goes to that nuisance abatement program. Trail safety comes from the permits that we sell for OHVs and is dedicated to trail safety work. Sykes Act, or the Habitat Stamp Fund, is again dedicated to work on BLM or Forest Service lands. We do that collaboratively with them. Share with Wildlife is dedicated to species of greatest conservation need. Comes from license plate sales and donations. The Bond Interest and Retirement Fund is $1 from every license that accumulates and can be appropriated by the legislature. We generally use that for larger capital items, so we'll let it build up for a period of time and then have a chunk of money to go renovate a fish hatchery or do irrigation ditches on a farm. That the Capital Outlay Fund is actually just a place where we move game protection money or money from one of these other funds to when a capital project is approved. So it's sort of double counting. So really, I guess the point of this is that of the 9 funds, only one isn't really our operating fund, and the one that we really need to focus on making sure we maintain a balance sufficient to make payroll and do our work. The others are dedicated to specific purposes. In terms of our federal funding, the Sport, Fish, and Wildlife Restoration Act, you sometimes hear that referred to as the Dingell-Johnson Act for fish, or the Pittman-Robertson Act for Wildlife, PR, DJ money. Those are kind of terms that we use interchangeably. Those are funds that are apportioned to the state based on a tax collected at the manufacturer on things like ammunition, fishing hooks, those kinds of things. And they're apportioned out to the states based on land mass, water area, number of licenses sold, those sorts of things. So that's sort of an automatic thing that comes to us. We write a grant, Fish and Wildlife Service reviews it to make sure it's substantial in character and design. And then we get the money and can go forward with the project. Stuart also mentioned the State Wildlife Action Plan, which you'll be hearing a lot about later in the year. That's a plan, every state has done one, to look at species that are either threatened, endangered, or in decline, and what are those species? So it creates a list of those species and then provides states, in our case, about $1 million to try and address the needs of those species. We do have to provide a match for that. It's a little bit higher. The Sport, Fish, and Wildlife Restoration Act requires a 25% match. The State Wildlife Action Plan money requires a 35% match. And we get some other limited federal funding, like from the Bureau of Reclamation to do some fish work, that kind of stuff. And lastly, Commissioner Clemente mentioned it earlier, the Land of Enchantment Legacy Fund is new this coming fiscal year. It's a little over $300 million in a fund that's supposed to grow. We get about 22.5% of the revenue from that fund, which for the first 4 years will be that $2.7 million. And then as the fund grows, the dollars will grow. And we have committed to dedicating that to species of greatest conservation need as well. So there's a great need for species like Pinon Jay. What's going on with Pinon Jay? What's going on with Pinon? How can we improve the habitat to make sure that they don't further decline and that we don't have another endangered species on the landscape? So in terms of annual license sales, you can see here it's broken down between hunting and fishing. The trend during COVID was a pretty significant increase. A lot of people wanted to get outside and were purchasing license. We saw a little bit of a dip and now we're seeing a little bit of a recovery, I think. Those license trends, I think we're also seeing those similar trends in our annual apportionment of sport, fish, and wildlife restoration funding. So the annual license revenue, you can see that fish makes up somewhere between 20 and 25% of the revenue. And in essence, the Fisheries Management Division pays for itself. That's the way that I like to think about it. When I was the fish chief, you sell a number of licenses and the budget for fisheries is about comparable to the number of licenses. So, and then we have a significant revenue generated by wildlife. Our federal apportionment, you can see again that you see that trend where it was going up during the COVID years. We have seen somewhat of a decline in the past year or two. Again, I think people are going back to some of their old ways, paying for other entertainment versus going out hunting and fishing. That we see that fluctuation over time. We also see that the fish money is relatively steady, but that is also dependent on whether there are forest fires in a given year, how much it rains, that kind of stuff. Federal reimbursement, you'll see that we jumped up for a couple of years there. Some of that has to do with the purchase of the LBAR and getting reimbursed for that expenditure. Game Protection Fund revenue is relatively speaking flat. Some of that I think is Land of Enchantment Legacy Fund. Some of it was the $7 million that we received in general fund a couple of years ago. So, but it's been relatively flat. And so this is kind of an important picture to look at, and you'll see that green line along the bottom is pretty flat. The reason that it's flat and not further declining are twofold. One is we are probably not going to propose any capital projects from the Game Protection Fund, only from those smaller funds that are dedicated to specific purposes. If we were to take capital money from the Game Protection Fund, you would see a much steeper decline in revenue. And our concern is that if we get below somewhere in that 10 to probably at this point $12 million base level of balance, cash balance, we won't be able to make payroll. And so again, we are keeping our budgets flat and trying to extend that out till we can work something through the legislature to get to the point where we have a fee increase. We've had those conversations. We'll continue to have those conversations about what's it going to take to get a compromise together that will get us to the point where we can have a fee increase. And the way our agency has traditionally worked is we get a fee increase and you'll see this balance shoot way up and then we spend it down over time. Potentially there's interest, as Colorado did, in adding a CPI clause to the fee increase to allow the commission to increase the fee pursuant to the CPI over time, so we don't have these big peaks and valleys in our funding, but have a more steady funding that matches inflation. We'll see how that plays out, but ultimately, I think the message here is, from a financial perspective, we're in pretty good shape, but we are headed in a direction that needs a little more support. And I think that's it.
Sure. Quick question. Now that I'm fee increase, the department has asked for 2, I guess, in the last couple of sessions, correct? And they were held up in committee for various reasons in the legislature. And I believe State Parks was going through a process of doing fee increases as well, correct? And that got halted for other reasons. If the department were to go for a fee increase this coming session or sessions after, would it be possible for the department of the commission to follow the same process to have town hall community meetings regarding the fee increase, the way all stakeholders, non-users, conventive users can issue their opinions, how they think they should go for public comment? I think we might do that in a sort of way, but maybe get everybody at the table to discuss an entire bracket of fee increases, including fees that, are in rule for, such as, outfitters and stuff, adjusting those a little bit to make the department more stable going forward. What do you think?
Mr. Vice Chair, had we not had this meeting, I think I would be sitting at another meeting with a group of stakeholders that we often see at the legislature, starting those conversations about what's it going to take to get to a fee increase? What is it going to look like? So yes, I think ultimately that's the direction we'll head in. I think we'll probably start with a smaller group to see what kind of consensus can be reached. By consensus, I mean general consensus, not necessarily unanimity, because I'm not convinced we'll get to unanimity, but a general, like, yeah, we can live with that kind of approach, and then expand that out as we develop it with a smaller, I think, group that's more focused and has been more engaged at the legislature.
I think the department and the commission has become more progressive with license, especially the last request we did through to get foster families, I believe. That was done recently. We did a rule change on that. And of course, the last request at the legislature was getting families who are recipients or working with HSD to get them a discount. So, getting all the stakeholders involved, families, engagement, I think it's working. Especially we're getting families involved. I know some states have a family fishing package. Maybe we should look at that because, fishing's fun. So is hunting, and if the department looks that way, I think we get more people involved with our mission and vision. By what year do you think we would need a fee increase before we hit close to rock bottom?
Mr. Vice Chair, that's, a little bit hard to answer because there are things we can do. We can not do projects. We can not propose capital outlay projects. We can do a variety of things like that to extend the life of the fund and keep us going. At this point, we would need to have additional funding in FY29 to keep the bare bones operation going.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Director. Commissioners, Dr. Pat?
one of the things, and I agree, I mean, wildlife management takes a lot of money to do so. And outside of increasing fees I mean, that's one option. I will challenge the commission and the department as well to come up with some other types of resources or funding resources. Look at who utilizes wildlife. Look at every single aspect and being able to come up with other ways of funding besides just the hunting and fishing license increase. I think that we need to start looking, because the department has to be sustainable for a longer period of time, and the way it is barely covering it. And so I think it's time for this commission and the department to look at on a long-term sustainability and how we can bring those revenues for a longer period of time, different revenues.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner, we have had those discussions with legislators about, there's been an interest in the legislature in expanding the role of the commission, jurisdiction over a variety of species. And we've made clear that we would be happy to do that, but we would need additional funding from a source other than license fees, because as you well know, conservation is a long-term undertaking, and you can't just have $7 million one year and then nothing the next year. To build programs to do meaningful conservation over the long term, we need funding, and license fee funding is going to be limited. And we know we have, and we did that analysis for the RAWA, which was, we showed that there's up to, if not more than, $36 million worth of work that needs to be done for species of greatest conservation need that just can't be fully supported with license fees. So yeah, I fully agree that we need to find additional funding, but it needs to be consistent over the long term.
And I've been in nonprofit organizations for a long, long time. And one thing that I have realized is no money, no mission. That's it. So
Absolutely.
Dr. Beck.
So you spoke to engaging stakeholders over the next few months, getting ready for this budget and a fee increase proposal. Can you talk more about who those stakeholders and how that strategy is going to lay out?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner, the way that I've begun to think about it and been thinking about it is, we know the players that have come to the legislature and been outspoken either in support or opposition. And I would like to get those folks in a room, because there are 4 or 5 elements that are at question related to a fee increase that some folks want, some folks don't want. And so I'd like to see if we can, with that smaller group, it's probably a group of 8 to 12 organizations that represent, quite a diversity of opinions, and see if we can get to a point where everybody can say, okay, we can go that route. That makes sense. Talk to them, begin the conversation with what's broken. What are we trying to fix? How do we, there's more than one way to fix whatever you think is broken. And so let's talk about what's broken and the ways that you can fix it versus, a lot of folks have dug in on what their answer to the problem is. Let's talk about the problem. And then once we can get to that point where I think those organizations that represent significant communities across the state have a good feel for, yeah, we can all live with that, then I think we can broaden that scope out and bring it up at commission meetings, and if it becomes appropriate, have additional just general meetings across the state to discuss that proposal. But I think to develop the proposal, we're really going to have to start with those folks that have been really engaged at the legislature and understand the nuances of the issues.
Director, just a quick follow-up to Commissioner Clemente. Our neighbors to the west in Arizona found a new funding source, and it's actually booming here in New Mexico, and it's working in Arizona. We learned about it in Wafa in Kansas several years ago, and we've spoken out in our commissioner meetings with Wafa. Arizona Fish and Game partnered up with a brewery, and they actually have a brewed beer that funding or purchases of that can or pack, some of that funding goes back to the department, and that's engaged a various amount of stakeholders who maybe not want to participate in hunting and fishing, but want to contribute to the conservation of wildlife, especially in metro areas. And I do know that New Mexico is pretty big into the brewing industry throughout the state. Maybe something we can have a conversation with Arizona about how they did it. I know NMSU does that. UNM has several partnerships that they're funding their athletic departments through purchases of brews, so to say. And maybe the department can look that way to get an additional funding source. Of course, through the approval process with partnering and doing all that stuff, but possible. It's worked in Arizona.
We could look at it.
Any questions or comments from the commission?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a question. Thank you, Director Sloan, for your presentation. That was very helpful. And lying with some of the questions about the budget, we also, the commission received some information or recommendations from an organization. And I think the essential gist of that might help here in this situation, which is what would it take, or would it be possible to have the department hire a professional organization with like a third party, if you will, to help examine some of these other options, whether it be stakeholders or whether it be Arizona, maybe a strategic comparison, baselining with others. Could you hire a third party? Is that even an option to think about? And then the second thing that I have is that I'm kind of watching the clock and I'm looking at the other topics that we have, and Vice Chair, I'm hoping that we can move on to those. Yeah. So that's it.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner, yes, we certainly could do that. Obviously, it's not the cheapest thing in the world to find a national consultant that's going to go ahead and make those comparisons. I do know that a variety of other states have done similar studies. I'm sure we can get those and look at those. And I know that we have, the state of Missouri gets a portion of the sales tax. I think Colorado and Arizona get some lottery funding. So yes, there are a variety of mechanisms out there. We've looked at some of them, perhaps not all of them. But we can dig a little deeper and see if there's somebody out there that's worth hiring and maybe already has the information and can just repackage it for us at a reasonable cost.
Thank you.
Does the Fish and Wildlife Service send these to offer that service to agencies in the past, I believe?
Mr. Vice Chair, the Fish and Wildlife Service does a survey every 5 years of anglers and hunters and wildlife watchers, and produces a report specific for each state as well as nationally that shows the value of hunting and fishing and wildlife watching, the expenditures and that kind of stuff. But I don't believe that they do a sort of summary of funding options in various states and how that works.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Director. Does that conclude your presentation?
It does.
Okay, come on up, back up, Mike.
Thanks.
Thank you, members of the public and commissioners, for going through agenda item number 5. We will go to agenda item number. Again, this is just an informational session. There's no decisions of rule, contracts, MOUs, anything being decided today. This is just informational for the public, the commission, and those listening at home. If there's any comments regarding any of this agenda item, please wait till agenda item number 9 to offer your comments. And Mr. Stewart, you have the floor, sir.
Good morning, commissioners. Yeah, as you said, this is going to be a pretty large general overview of the Mexican gray wolf, some historical to current, and kind of where we went from to where we are and where we maybe see we're going, and kind of how we go there. So a little bit of background on the Mexican gray wolf. Mexican gray wolf is the most genetically distinct subspecies of gray wolves in the world, and definitely in North America. It was confirmed by the Academy of Sciences. There were some questions about the genetics of gray wolves. It was their integration of coyotes, same with red wolves at some point in time. But the National Academy of Sciences took it upon themselves to really look at that, to see what is what is that subspecies? Is it a specific subspecies that evolved separately, and is it its own? And it really was. It was determined by the Academy of Sciences that this was really a unique subspecies. With the core population historically occurring in the montane woodlands of southeast Arizona and southwest New Mexico, carrying down through northern Mexico, maybe even into Zacatecas, that kind of area. So we'll get into a little bit more of historic distributions, habitat, et cetera, in a bit, but just kind of recognizing that that subspecies was really kind of more of the desert subspecies of wolves, quite a bit smaller than some of the other wolves that North America has. Males weighing between 50 to 90 pounds. So some of those males are smaller than some of the domestic dogs. You know, they're not a really large wolf, definitely evolved with smaller prey. It was extirpated from the US in the 1970s. By about the 1920s, sightings became a little bit more rare within the United States. By the 1950s, sightings were very rare within the United States. And really in the 1960s and 70s, maybe one sighting every 5 or 6 years occurred in the US, with the remaining wolves occurring in Mexico. And so in the 70s, 80s, 5 wolves were caught in Mexico, states of Chihuahua and Durango, and put into a captive breeding facility, captive breeding program to save the subspecies. They have been captive bred since that. There was 3 different lineages of Mexican gray wolves. There was a lineage that was already, 2 lineages already in captivity at the time of the last wild wolves caught. They kept the wild wolves separate and managed them as 3 different lineages at one point in time, but did combine the genetic lineages at one time. So what a founding population, more or less, of 7 animals. If you think about 7 animals founding the entirety of what we have left on the landscape, were the Mexican wolves. Again, getting into the SAFE program. SAFE is an acronym, Saving Animals from Extinction. It is the captive facilities. It's kind of our zoos in partnership with the zoological associations to hold these rare endangered species for conservation efforts to reestablish potentially back into the wild at one point or another. There's 60 facilities that have Mexican gray wolves across the United States and Mexico. In the United States, there are 3 specific pre-release facilities that were built to try to, prior to the reintroduction of the species back into the wild, try to condition the animals prior to release to hopefully be successful. Again, these animals were taken from the wild, none left in the wild, raised in captivity, carnivore that's going to go out in the wild. So there's a hunting aspect and a social aspect that those animals don't have in captivity. Those pre-release facilities would try to help with that prior to release. It was the only source for reestablishing in the wild. And really today, it's the only source for different genetic material that we have in the captive population that we could help out with a wild population that has a little bit different genetic inbreeding coefficients than the captive population. That's partly because they saved the most genetically valuable wolves in captivity prior to release of the other wolves. They wanted redundant wolves into the wild population so they can maintain that genetic integrity, again, from the 7 founders in the captive. We'll get into a lot of the genetics later, but just kind of understanding that it was a species that was pretty widespread through the Southwest, into Mexico, extirpated from the wild completely, founded a captive population. Captive population was then the founding restock for the wild reintroductions. I think going a little bit back to where were Mexican wolves? Where are Mexican wolves? Nelson and Goldman in 1929 kind of described where the Mexican wolf was, described the subspecies. And I think it's important, right? Southern and western Arizona, southern New Mexico, and the Sierra Madre as far, adjoining the tablelands of Mexico as far as Durango, even into maybe Zacatecas, some of those other places, maybe reports as far south as Oaxaca at certain points in time, but really the core of that range occurred in that Sierra Madre Occidental, western portion of Mexico, the western mountain ranges running all the way down. I think right here, this depicts the kind of ecoregion, different kind of ecoregions that we think of, montane meadows, grasslands. What you see there, and it's a little bit hard to see that, but that highlighted yellow is kind of that Sierra Madre Occidental extending into the United States of what we call the Sky Islands, kind of that modern forest. Very unique climatic conditions, very unique areas of ecological importance. And that's probably the core of the Mexican wolf historic range. It also overlaps with some species that are very unique to those ecotones or ecoregions as well, such as Gould's turkeys or Cow's white-tailed deer. Those are very specific to those regions, kind of isolated from the north most likely, and they evolved through time in those ecoregions. So the question came about, right? So they're no longer on the land. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, federal government, was looking at where are we going to reestablish Mexican wolves back on the landscape within the United States. What this depicts here is the gray, darker gray kind of polygon would have been Mexican wolf historic range. The core of that historic range is described. You'll see there, it's hard for the individuals in the back, I apologize, some of you have the screen there, is described by many scientists. That's where they felt the core of the Mexican gray wolf range occurred historically. In 1996, when the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service was preparing to re-release Mexican wolves into the United States onto the landscape, they had to figure out where they're going to release them. What you have there is that black hash mark. That black hash mark was, and I'll read a quote from the EIS that describes, it includes the core geographic range of Canis lupus bailey, plus an approximate 200-mile extension to the north and northwest for the purposes of reintroducing the subspecies. So what you'll see what happened in 1996, 1997, when we put them back on the ground, 98, it extended that range northward up into the Mogollon Mountains, kind of Mogollon Range. What you'll see, the Mogollon Range, Blue Range, it was originally called the Blue Range Wolf Recovery Area. That's that dark orange. And then through time, it became the Mexican Wolf Experimental Population Area. We have the Mexican Wolf Experimental Population Area. It's a bounded area set by rule by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service of where recovery efforts are going to occur in the United States. It's currently occurring south of I-40 in the states of New Mexico and Arizona. And in that core kind of blue range, dark orange, as we describe as zone 1. And so it's within the historical bounds of probably where wolves moved through time, definitely probably a transition range. And so what happened a long time ago is you had wolves from the north, larger animals moving to the smallest subspecies as you went down into the Central America, basically into Mexico. And you had this zone of integration, most likely. That zone of integration is probably the overlay of that black hashed and that orange where we're currently putting wolves. There was wolves described there at one time as Canis lupus mogollonensis, basically saying there was maybe a subspecies that occurred in the Mogollon Mountains, the Gila just to the north of us. But really through time and genetics, what it's probably shown is those type specimens type more towards the males towards Bailey, the southern small species, and the northern more towards Canis lupus nubilis, which would have been your plains wolf, that kind of area. So that's probably where you had wandering males coming out of the core of the Mexican wolf range in Mexico, coming up into the Mogollon Mountains, integrating there, and that's where you see that crossover. So really what the point of this is kind of the look of where recovery would occur in the U.S. is probably in that historic range, plus as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife stated, this zone of dispersal. And so that's where we've focused our recovery efforts through time, some adjustments to the experimental population rules. And experimental populations rules is a unique rule within the Endangered Species Act that lets the Fish and Wildlife Service establish some take provisions within the Endangered Species Act that allows some kind of measures of take. Take can be lethal, or it could be harassment or otherwise. If an animal is fully endangered, you can't do that unless there's some kind of provisions in there. And 10J was establishing these new populations that allow that. It's a tool that allows, especially probably carnivores on the landscape, to try to get at coexistence where we could get a little bit more acceptance across the landscape where they are going to be reintroduced. So the Fish and Wildlife Service, when they were contemplating releasing Mexican wolf back into the United States, really, and for endangered species, they were listed in 1973 at the first, when the act was first created. They were contemplating, what do we do? There was no wolves on the landscape at the time. They wrote a recovery plan in 1982 that really didn't have a delisting criteria. There was no, they couldn't contemplate what would occur, how it occur, how they're going to recover an animal that's based in captivity now. wasn't a population goal. The recovery plan said to conserve and ensure the survival of Canis lupus bailey by maintaining a captive breeding program and establishing a viable, self-sustaining population of at least 100 Mexican wolves in the middle to high elevations of a 500 square mile area within the Mexican wolf's historic range. That's it. It didn't have measurable criteria that we could look at and point to say, if we meet these criteria, is that species recovered? It just wanted to say, can we establish it in the wild and leave it at that? So the wolves were reintroduced back in 1998 onto the landscape, but not an updated recovery plan at the time. So there wasn't a new plan to guide how recovery efforts are going to happen, to guide what would happen when we reach those criteria potentially on how the states might take back management authority. So again, when a species is listed under the Endangered Species Act, the federal government assumes responsibility with cooperation from the states, but ultimate authority lives in the federal government. When you recover the species delisted, when it meets the criteria for delisting, 5-factor criteria, the states assume management responsibility back at that time. So there was concerns about a target that no one really knew what it was going to be. So there were attempts to update the recovery plan, 3 different attempts. 1995, kind of a plan describing 3 different populations of 100 wolves is what the recovery plan had said at the time. That effort was stopped in 1995 to produce the NEPA documents, the environmental planning documents, to actually release wolves on the ground. So at that time in 95, there was no Mexican wolves on the ground. They were all in captivity. They stopped the recovery planning efforts, went into an effort to just release on the ground before the recovery plan. 2003, a new planning effort came about. They were using a provision under the Endangered Species Act that calls distinct population segments, different subspecies or disjuncted species, et cetera, for planning of wolves across kind of North America. That whole effort was halted with litigation, and it was stopped at that point in time. So that planning effort failed through, didn't happen. And really what happened at that time, the service was at the point of just starting to establish wolves back into the United States and Arizona and New Mexico. Excuse me. 2010, a new effort was rejoined to try to start the recovery planning process again on Mexican wolves to say, what does this look like for recovery of the species? It was moving along, but it was put on hold to do a new 10J experimental population rule. So update the experimental population rule almost 20 years after wolves were on the landscape. What is the new goals on the new range where they could occur, the other provisions that take, et cetera. So that was put on hold then. In 2017, and really starting from 2015 to the final publication in 2017, a new Mexican wolf recovery plan was published. What you'll see there is 2 different graphics there, the first edition and the second edition. The first edition was published at the end of November in 2017, and we'll get into more of the plan details here in a second to discuss the biological criteria in there. It was revised based on a court mandate that the service didn't include site-specific management actions to address illegal human-caused mortality. It mentioned it in the plan, but it didn't address it as a site-specific management plan. The service went and revised that and put that in as a site-specific, how it will be addressed in the criteria. And that's the only difference between the first revision and the second revision. Really, that plan, it also touches a little bit on genetic, in the experimental rule, it talks more about how genetics will be managed and how those animals will be kind of more protected from the more genetic viable animals in that during that first and second revision. So going into the plan, right? So the species, and this comes back into kind of the historic range that I painted for you. This is a unique because the United States has the Endangered Species Act. In Mexico, they have an act called a PASE, more or less. They work on endangered species through an organization, their federal government through CONAP. It's their natural protected areas, and they work under the authority of SEMARNAT, their wildlife general. We worked with them, the states of New Mexico, Arizona, the federal government of the United States, and the federal entities in Mexico to just kind of come up with this binational plan, binational recovery effort, because it is two countries, different laws that govern the two different countries on how it's managed, how species are managed. But it was a plan that described how populations will be restored within the historic range of the Mexican wolf and recovery efforts occurring in both countries. It's signed by the US government. It's not signed by the Mexican government, but it was done in collaboration with Mexican government employees, Mexican government researchers, Mexican researchers, ecologists from Mexico, et cetera. We held 6 workshops, both in the US and the United States, to get towards the plan. And so going into some of the plan components, there's a lot of, in the background of the plan, there's a lot of biological analysis that went into the plan development to try to figure out what is the criteria at which we think extinction risk is small, and where are the areas where we think that recovery can occur. And so one of the biggest things that was done from the initiation was looking at suitability of habitat throughout historic range. And what you'll see there is the darker the green, the more suitable, the highest quality habitats occur, both within the United States and Mexico. You'll notice in the United States, that's the Gila, the Mogollon Mountains, that you'll see is stands out as the highest contiguous habitat within the US, where Mexican wolves currently exist today in the US. And then you move into Mexico into 2 different population areas within the Sierra Madre, the northern half in Sonora and Chihuahua, and then you have down south into Durango all the way into about Zacatecas is where you see that high quality patches of habitat that restoration efforts will come through. A paper was published on this that kind of described the methodologies and how it came about to get at where shall recovery occur and where are those places that are best suited for recovery of the Mexican gray wolf. A lot of discussion at the time talked about what about moving Mexican gray wolves to the north? There's habitat that's probably suitable outside of historic range, but suitable habitat for potential recovery areas. One of the things that was looked at, you'll notice there kind of a couple of papers that were published in the journals looking at what potential, as you will say, what are the pitfalls of potentially recovering the Mexican wolf north of their historic range? And some of it really came about is the subspecies again evolved in the desert Southwest into Mexico, and the concern was the restoration efforts of Canis lupus occidentalis, which occurred from Montana, Wyoming, moved from northern BC and British Columbia into Montana, Yellowstone, Wyoming, Montana, Idaho for those recovery efforts. That species has expanded through time, and the concern was a genetic swamping of the Mexican gray wolf subspecies to where the species won't exist anymore. Competitive advantage from a much larger wolf that probably never historically coexisted with the Mexican gray wolf was a concern of if we move the species to the north, then you maybe lose the subspecies through outbreeding through time. And so that was a big discussion that came into the recovery planning, big discussion that still occurs now. And so a lot of it was trying to recover the species within the historic range. Within that plan, it also looks at what can you do to minimize extinction risk, right? So the goal is to minimize the extinction risk of the species. We were looking at a lot of biological factors that could play into it. The Mexican gray wolf is very unique in that it was 7 animals that were your founding source. And so you had genetic concerns that we want to take into account as we're trying, as you're trying to deal with recovery efforts. And so one of the things that went into the plan was we updated it with current data. So in 2017, by 2017, you had Mexican gray wolves on the landscape for almost 20 years. We had empirical data from what survival rates were like, birth rates, et cetera, demographic data that we could use to help model what we think will happen to the future with this parameters. It also was able to look at kind of some of where on the landscape they like to go, et cetera. But again, we looked at the genetic concerns from the very get-go. Again, founding population of this. What that graphic shows is inbreeding coefficients. An inbreeding coefficient basically says how related you are to your family, or your 0.25 is you're as related as it's breeding of a brother-sister breeding kind of a thing. And so what it was showing in those initial analysis was that As your inbreeding coefficient increases, your inbreeding coefficient of a pup increases, you see a decrease in the litter size of those animals, is what we were showing. That was conducted off of 39 litters based from data from 1998 to 2006. During the recovery planning phase in the 2017, kind of 15 to 17, we used data from 1998 to 2014 to replicate that analysis. What you'll see there is that's the same analysis, but with 50 more litters and 8 more years of data. You still do see a negative association with inbreeding coefficient and litter size. So the more inbred you are, a little less litter size, but it's not as significant. It's not as steep as a slope as you saw in that first picture. So inbreeding impacts were not really having a showing or manifesting in the wild in terms of the number of pups that were being born through time. Since then, since the recovery plan was done, we're in the 5-year evaluation. I do want to point out this is preliminary analysis. This is a paper that's in review in the journals right now. It's in the review process, but it's a lot more data. This concerns 111 unique packs that ended up breeding 217 times. So one female might have had multiple litters, is why they were counted multiple times. But it's looking at the 3 different inbreeding coefficients on A, that's the inbreeding coefficients of the pup, and what it does to the number of pups that we count at the end of the year. Again, those previous graphs were looking at how many pups in a litter at the time of birth. This is more conducive to recovery. This is the number of pups we see when they're almost a year old. So they're born, they were conceived, born, survived, and now independent. So this is more of a, in terms of a management, a better analysis on what is actually happening with these animals to a year of survival. You'll see still a little bit of a negative association in A with inbreeding coefficient and the pups inbreeding coefficient and the number of pups recruited into the future. You see more or less no association with the dam, the female, and then the bottom, the sire. So really, again, none of these are significant, but it is something that we continue to monitor. What we look at inbreeding coefficients, we look at other gene diversity issues to deal with. We dealt with 7 animals. We want to make sure that we keep track of this, but right now we're not seeing a demographic impact of inbreeding on the performance of the population. So how do we manage inbreeding in the wild population? So again, remember at the beginning of the recovery efforts, we only had adult animals that were born and raised in captivity, the ability to release them into the wild, start their own packs, learn to hunt, those kind of things. We do know that those animals got into a lot of trouble initially. They weren't born in the wild. They didn't understand the wild. We had a lot of nuisance behaviors, whether it be not killing, coming up to not showing fear of humans, or a high depredation rate on livestock. So what we did and what the service and the state of Arizona and New Mexico in cooperation together on this program have done is what we call pup fostering. So what we do is we take captive born puppies, less than 14 days old, that are high genetic value, that have less of an inbreeding coefficient than the wild population, and insert those into wild females' dens that align at the same time. So some of these pups might be born in like Brookfield, New York. They might be born at the St. Louis Zoo. We fly them out to the wild, insert them in the den, and go away and hope that that female raises that to an adult where that animal is going to breed itself and spread its genes into the wild population. And so since we started more or less in 2016, we've fostered 99 captive born pups into the wild. We know of at least 18 that have attained breeding age. So a breeding age is reaching 2 years old. They will breed before 2, but we want to make sure they get to at least 2 before we count them. And we'll get to the recovery goals here in a second. But we want to get them to 2 to say, are they going to be spreading their genes into the population? Now, at least 10 of these puppies have produced at least, and now we know of one other one, 21 litters in the wild. So I say at least, and the reason why I say at least is when we put that puppy in the den, we walk away, there's not a necessarily way to monitor that puppy anymore. And so we have to recapture that animal at some point in its lifetime. And so we may not recapture that animal every year. We don't know the fate of every animal that once it's in the den into adulthood. For example, we've caught some animals that we fostered 3 years prior and caught it 3 years later in a helicopter capture as it is forming its new pack. We didn't know it was alive for those last 3 years, but so these are absolute minimums in terms of not the 99, we know how many we put in, but the rest of those are the minimum numbers known of surviving, breeding, and having litters themselves. So it's working, and I'll get to this in a second on what we show from an actual what's happening with the genetics in the wild compared to what we predicted. And what this is here, so that recovery planning came about, it came up with site-specific and population target goals to achieve where we think recovery of the species will occur. When we think we reach these targets, we believe that the species can be delisted, not downlisted, so completely delisted and turned over. And so what you'll see there in the United States, again, there's a binational recovery plan with an average population of greater than 320 over 8 consecutive years. So it's taken that average, and that has to be increasing in the last few years. And so we'll take the average. Some years it might be 200 and some years it might be 380, but as long as that average is greater than 320 over 8 years, it's met its numeric recovery goals in the United States. The genetic component, because again, we're very concerned about the genetics in the population, is 22 animals that represent the genes in the captive population that are released into the wild population that survive to breeding age. Again, we're at 18 right now. We're not stopping that insertion of genetics into the wild population right now. We're ahead of schedule of what it is right now. We're using puppies to help us reach that goal or that benchmark, but we're close to that benchmark as it is. We've found that fostering is a successful way that we can manage the genetics on the wild population, decrease some of the issues that we ran into with captive adults, especially with the nuisance behaviors and depredation issues. And this is a way to try to change the genetic patterns on the landscape. I'll get to a graphic in a second, but notice that's the US recovery goals. Mexican recovery goals are to have a population in the Sierra Madre Occidental, that western portion of Mexico, with an average population abundance of over 200 within over 8 consecutive years, and that 37 individuals released from the captive population into that population surviving to breeding age. In the US, we can reach downlisting goals. So that's a complete delisting goal is what the criteria would say. Downlisting from endangered to threatened would occur if we meet our numeric goal, 320 over 4 consecutive years, and we meet our genetic recovery goals as well. Regardless of where Mexico is at that time, we could go from a endangered species to threatened if the US population meets its recovery criteria, or vice versa if Mexico reaches its criteria first. So where are we in terms of the wild population in the United States? Where are we currently? What we're looking at here is a graphic of the population since we started in 1998. That green line is the minimum counts. And this is not an estimate of what the population is. This is the absolute minimum number of wolves that were counted in that calendar year. And so we know there's more wolves on the landscape. We don't have great estimates to say how many more wolves are on the landscape, but this is the absolute minimums. You'll see there, it's a little bit cut off on the right. I apologize, but our last count for the 2023 year was 257 wolves, minimum of 257 in the United States, a minimum of 60 packs across the US. What you'll see there too on that red line is the number of year-end adults. So that's the number of adults surviving to the end of the year. And then that blue line is the pup survival. What you'll notice here is pretty decent growth, especially starting in that 2011 or so period, a transition that really occurred in the wild population where it triggered and started to really increase. What also occurred during that time frame is when we shifted from a population made up of a lot of captive animals to a population made up of animals that were born in the wild that are now contributing to the wild. So you see that shift in the population growth about that same time when that population consisted of mainly wild-born animals versus captive-born animals. Yes, this most recent had a lot of puppies that were captive born, but they're less than 14 days old. They weren't adults when they were released. So you'll see that growth. That growth is about 14% per annum in recent history. And so in terms of a recovery of an endangered species, it's unlike, you just don't see these kind of growth rates for the most part. It's a success, what I would say, in the United States where we're at. And so here is, and this is preliminary data. During this recovery effort, again, the plan was finalized in 2017. We created a model to say, what do we need to have happen in the US and in Mexico for this species to be at a lower risk of extinction? And so what that plan did was created a predicted abundance through time. It was called a vortex model that incorporated genetic components, incorporated a lot of other things. That red line with the error bars is what the model predicted our abundance should be at time step, at year 2019, 22, et cetera. The blue line is the minimum count. Again, this is the absolute minimum count. It's higher than what the absolute population is higher than what that blue line is, but you'll see the minimum count is still above our projected model runs for low extinction risk. So in other words, the population is performing better than the model runs that we expected for a very low risk of extinction. So good things in terms of the recovery efforts, showing that we have a growing population, growing faster than predicted from the model, and we'll see where we go from here. 5 years in terms of the history of an animal is a very short time, but in terms of recovery efforts of an endangered species, it's great to see these. We don't see this a lot in a lot of endangered species management. Trying to get a species recovered is very difficult. So again, positive takeaway from this is we're above what our projected recovery abundance would be. It's above what it even shows there, because this is, again, the blue lines I really want to emphasize is the absolute minimum. We could be quite a bit higher, 10%, 15%, 20%. It's hard to say. We're looking at means and methods where we could get at more abundance estimations versus minimum counts. And I think we'll move into that into the future. But the other thing is the genetics, genetic criteria, right? So we discussed the importance coming from 7 individuals. What this graph is, and this is preliminary too, is looking at the gene diversity retained. So gene diversity, the only genetic diversity that this species has is available in the captive population that we could put in through its own species. So the recovery criteria wanted to maintain a minimum of 90% of the gene diversity that was available in the captive population. And so what you'll see here is what, in order to do that, the model predicted this is what gene diversity would have to happen through time. The red line again is model predicted that we would need to have, and the blue line is where we actually are. And so you'll see we have a bump up in the genetic diversity retained from the captive population as we go on. If you remember, 2016 was the first year that we really started fostering. Those pups started really breeding about 2018, 19, and you'll see that's where the divergence in the gene diversity starts to happen. So it looks like that our captive pups are starting to change the wild genetics in the population, maintaining more of the genetic diversity available from captive population, and so it's working. We don't see a need to stop that right now. It's a precautionary to make sure that we continue to maintain as much gene diversity as we can out of the captive population. This is all for the United States population. Moving on to the Mexican population in Mexico. So in Mexico, annual releases were occurring from 2011 to 2022. They were seeing successes where they had 17 litters born in the wild, one pack with 5 different consecutive litters in the wild. I will say, unfortunately, there have been setbacks in Mexico. The population is not doing as well as it was. We had some pretty severe mortality in the last year and a half. And there's kind of been a regrouping with the Mexican government on is the recovery area in the northern portion of the Sierra Madres in Chihuahua the best location or not. If you go back to that original kind of graphic that I showed of where the core best habitats in Mexico were, it was higher density of better habitat to the south. Southern Chihuahua into Durango is probably better. different kind of land use practices in that area, more of a timber land use than a livestock use in that area, and probably a spot that would be better discussed for recovery efforts. So we're working with the governments of Mexico right now to look at potentially a new recovery site in the state of Durango, southern Chihuahua, as a potential for that next population. Knowing that there's still wolves on the landscape within Chihuahua and within the dispersal rates of Chihuahua to the Durango population, but looking at maybe a different site to start that. I will mention that we have had wolves from Mexico that have come up through the Mexican border, gone back and forth through the Mexican border, and established a pack down in the Boot Hill at last year as well. And so we're starting to see some more movements. We were seeing some pretty good success, definitely had setbacks in the last 2 years, need to regroup in Mexico and kind of see where we go from there. One of the biggest things that I think in Mexican wolves, and anytime you try to restore a predator on the landscape, is trying to figure out coexistence or existence on the landscape. These areas where Mexican wolves are occurring are on working landscapes, both federal and private land that have livestock production as a big use of those lands. And so it does come with its conflicts, obviously, when you have a predator on the landscape trying to do that. The department, Arizona Game and Fish, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services works heavily with APHIS Wildlife Services, USDA Wildlife Services to try to figure out ways of coexistence. And that's a tough, I don't know if coexistence is the right word exactly, but trying to help manage wolves on the landscape to where we have as few livestock depredation instances as we can, trying to figure out techniques where we could do that. And I think some of the methodologies the department contributes, we pay for what we call a range rider. We pay USDA Wildlife Services to employ what we call a range rider, someone that's out with the cattle, that's trying to keep wolves out of cattle, et cetera, trying to work on hazing animals away from there, et cetera. I think you probably will hear from some of the individuals in the room today on some of the coexistence or some of the methodologies or what they've secured from funding. Hopefully we'll go more into this range riding practice. I think we're hoping this is a very good tool that could start to reduce some of that conflict within there, recognizing that depredations are going to occur. There's no doubt that depredations are going to occur on the landscape, but how do we try to minimize that? How do we work with producers on the ground to try to reduce, and how does that happen? And I think you'll also hear on some of the compensation programs, federal compensation programs that do occur for depredations, and how maybe some of it, and some of it that's a federal program, how can it be fixed? Because maybe rates are not right, et cetera, right now in terms of payments, but trying to work to get wolves established, recovered on the landscape while recognizing that you're working in a working landscape with cattle is a very difficult thing. It's no different in Mexico where that's a difficult thing, and that's probably a look at, is that the best place they chose in Mexico and Chihuahua? Big cattle country in there, further south not as much. And so I think moving on to the future, the key for Mexican wolf recovery is trying to figure this piece out and figure out how do we really get at to where those producers in the area where Mexican wolves occur aren't seeing the disproportionate impacts that others are seeing across the state, and where we can get to where we can have a functioning, ecologically stable population of Mexican wolves that is recovered on the landscape as well. We work with it. There's definitely other predators on the landscape that are recovered that we have different rules. The commission has rules on mountain lions, for example, and bears that do predate on livestock as well. But there's other mechanisms that we have in place, that the state has in place once that species is recovered. So I think during these recovery efforts, this is the key, one of the biggest keys. You'll see some of the biological stuff that I presented to you. We're seeing successes, we're monitoring that, we're ensuring that we can meet those biological, but this piece I think is going to be the piece that needs to happen the most, so we see the population be able to reach those recovery targets and get to where it is recovered across its historic range. And so with that, I think a lot of these are our main cooperators in this program. Again, Game and Fish, both Arizona and New Mexico, Fish and Wildlife Services, the lead agency, and then the two different entities in Mexico, CONAMP and Semarnat, are viable partners in this whole recovery effort as well. And with that, I would take any questions from the commission.
Thank you, Chief Lighty, for the presentation. Very informative once again. I do have a question. What do you think, what's the approximate population right now of gray wolves? Mexican gray wolves?
Mr. Vice Chair, so the minimum count that we had was 257 animals in the United States last year, end of the year 2023. Is it 20% more than that? It's hard to say for sure. Is it 10%? Is it 30? Probably not. I don't think it's more than 20, but we don't have that exact estimate. I would say you're probably in the range of 10 to 20. Again, we don't have that. I think we're looking at methodologies where we can get at that, trying to figure out how do we estimate populations, some of the spatial recaptures model. Some of you have heard some of the ways we estimate bear populations in the state or how we've been estimating mountain lion populations in the state. I think we're going to be looking at that for Mexican wolves. Right now, you know, originally the focus was to get numbers, just get numbers. Now that we're growing, we're seeing growth, we have fewer proportion of the population collared. We have about 40% of the population collared. It's harder to see as it expands. It's harder to estimate as the population grows. And we're going to have to develop new techniques to try to get at that estimation, whether that's spatial capture, recapture models like we use for cougars or what that is. We're investigating that with our partners to figure out how we get at that.
Well, I do have a question related to the program that Colorado Parks and Wildlife has in Colorado. When the Mexican gray wolves are released here, they are vaccinated, correct? With for Enococcus canadiensis. Is that are they vaccinated for that when they're released?
Mr. Vice Chair, yes, we vaccinate for a variety when we handle. It's not so. Again, we only release right now puppies less than 14 days old. So there's minimal vaccines that we actually do in those 14-day-old puppies. It's just biologically, you don't want to introduce a lot of vaccines. Anytime we do handle an adult or when we capture and put a radio collar on her, we give a whole suite panel of vaccines from parvo to excuse me, distemper to rabies, et cetera. And so they are, this population, because it's a heavily managed population, is also heavily vaccinated as well.
Has there been any cases with Enococcus canadiensis in this population?
Mr. Vice Chair, I'd have to look. I wouldn't be surprised because it's a canid, it's a common canid parasite, but I would have to look at some of the vet records.
And the reason I ask, you know, this parasite can be transferred to humans, and humans can get really sick on it. I do have some reports here from the WHO and stuff that was handed to me in the state of Colorado. Just concerns because many of our livestock owners in this area do have animals, dogs that could come in contact with scat and then get it into the household, and you know, someone gets sick eventually. There's been documented cases. Currently, we don't want the gray wolf to mix with Colorado's wolves, correct? That's not part of the 10J plan, I'd hope.
Mr. Vice Chair, so so the Mexican wolf is genetically distinct. The wolf to the north in Colorado was introduced from wolves that were introduced into the Northern Rockies from Canada. Separate subspecies, completely. Our goal is to, right now, as we see that inbreeding isn't impacting the demographic performance of the population, is to keep them separate. Make sure we still maintain the genetically distinct subspecies of Mexican wolf, Canis lupus bailey, and keep them separate from Canis lupus or occidentalis, which is to the north. So yes, our goal is to keep separate of those populations. There's nothing contemplated into any of the rules that the Colorado 10J rule, experimental population rule, discusses the concerns of integration of that population into the Mexican wolf during that EIS. We share those same concerns. We work with the state of Colorado on if we determine or see wolf movements coming down that maybe would threaten the genetics of the Mexican wolf population, we'll work with Colorado to try to relocate that animal. Until we would ever see something that would say we need to change the genetics because inbreeding's gotten so bad that demographic performance needs some new genetic material, we would maybe look at that. My recommendation at that time would not to let it happen through the wild, but to start having animals breed in captivity and maybe having those offspring or the second generation of those offspring come into the Mexican gray wolf population. Again, you're talking a significant size difference, significant evolutionary difference in the species. And so I think we want to keep separation as long as possible till we get to recovery of the Mexican gray wolves. Once we get to a recovered population, some integration maybe won't have as big of a genetic swamping, but at the time when the population's still small, I think you could see a big swamping of the genetic population if we had a lot of wolves from the north coming down into the south.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Lively. Any questions from the commission?
First, I want to congratulate the recovery team. I mean, it's amazing work, especially when you're dealing with biodiversity. Genetic diversity is huge. I mean, looking at the information that you're giving us, how you being above the expected genetic differences of diversity. That's amazing. I do see within Mexico ranges and United States ranges, we take pretty much of the suitable habitat. We take 25% of the habitat. But we do, the recovery plan does calls for 350 individuals within 8 years, so many packs. Mexico, which carries the 75% of the suitable habitat, only calls for 300 individuals within 8 years, less packs. Why is the reason of that?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Clemente, so part of the discussions came about on what did we think from the U.S. size of the population in the Mogollon Mountains? Where do we think that population could really be before we had a lot of impacts to other species, prey species potentials? And that's where that 300 came about, more or less. 320 we thought would not have significant impacts on elk populations, deer populations, those kind of things. And that was looked at that from a U.S. recovery perspective. And that was minimums, right? And so what it also looked at is what would be the minimum population size in Mexico that would consider ecologically they're not going to go extinct in the next 100 years. That is not a population cap by any means. So we said if they had a population of 200, we had a population of 320. They may not be that connected very often through migrants, but those populations would represent a completely safe population for the future to where it's not going to go extinct. Mexico has way more habitat, as you mentioned, than the United States in historic range. Mexico may be at 1,000 or 2,000, but that was just the minimum. It wasn't a function of saying, we think they should stop at 200. It was more of, this is what the minimum number needs to be in order to reach some recovery criteria.
To end, obviously you guys are getting to the goal, but really the success is measured within its own reproduction and its own sustainability of the species without human interaction. Am I correct?
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Clemente, absolutely. The goal would be when you get to those recovery efforts, we back down on a lot of these human-assisted kind of issues that we're dealing with, that it's serving as a functioning population with migrants back and forth from Mexico at some point in time. Maybe there's some facilitated migration where we're capturing animals out of Mexico and moving them to the U.S. genetic-wise or vice versa. But ultimately, when you get to recovery, it won't be as an intensive management situation once we're at those kind of recovery goals. A thing to point out too, recovery plan says what we think those goals should be and where we think we'll get to recovery. Delisting actually goes back through and we will reevaluate the population under a 5-factor analysis that the service requires. Like, is that population that you're currently at, that you met those criteria, is the risk of extinction very low? And so when that will happen, we'll start triggering those processes to start the big evaluation, another biologic evaluation of the population to say, yes, and therefore we should start the delisting process.
Once it gets into the listing process, once it gets delisted, it becomes a species only under the State Department?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Clemente, absolutely. It would come under the authority of the states. At that time, the federal government would have kind of a little bit of an oversight for 5 years post delisting, but absolutely management authority would happen at the state level and not at the federal level at that time.
Thank you. Dr. Pack.
So I'd like to reiterate, you're saying, I mean, we talked about it, the key point here is to get this delisted so that you all can, the Game and Fish Department can manage it, right?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Pack, absolutely. I think, you know, just like any other species, we want to get it to the point of recovery. We want to get to the point where it's not listed on the Endangered Species Act. We want to get it to the point where management comes back to the state and we have authority over it, and that we are managing this as a functioning population across. So that is, and you'll see with Arizona Game and Fish, we work hand in hand with Arizona Game and Fish, with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, with the Mexican government to try to get to those recovery goals. Everyone has the same goal in mind to get it to recovery. The legal authority happens at the time of recovery where it comes to the state. We have different, you all have created different rules and statutes, and you will have the authority at that time of what those rules should be for that population moving on to the future. A little bit more local control at that time than when you have it at the federal government level.
So clarification, the Mexico component, is that contingent? Does that have to be met too, or just the US component?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Pack, in order for full delisting, the Mexican component has to happen as well. For downlisting from endangered to threatened, just the US, just one of the population has to meet that criteria. Trajectory is the US population is going to meet it a lot sooner than the Mexican population. At that time, there's a provision in the Endangered Species Act that's called a 4D rule, or a rule that we could develop to where the states really will have management that's approved by the federal government. So we'll work at that time with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to say, here's what we would like to see for that rule. Gila trout is a prime example of a 4D rule where the state really assumes the majority of the management authority and creates the rules. There's some take that's allowed that's more flexible. You all toured the hatchery yesterday. Those are still technically listed under the Endangered Species Act, but a 4D rule allows more flexibility. At the time when the US population will reach those recovery, we will work with the state of Arizona to create a 4D rule to kind of work more on the taking as time comes on to take over full management.
Do you have any rough estimate of how long this might be?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Pack, we're closer. So I think this year's population numbers are going to count. So it's a minimum of 320 over 4 consecutive years. I think this year's population numbers and potentially last year's population numbers are going to count into those 4-year average. That 4-year average is going to come up fairly soon. So maybe before I retire, I say that with a maybe. I think the genetic criteria we're going to meet. We're pretty close on the genetic criteria. Again, we're not going to stop on the genetic criteria, but I do think we'll see a potential downlisting potential within the next 10 years.
Last question. You mentioned as we try to manage in the way that we can. You mentioned range riders. You're increasing that, or what's that agenda look like?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Pack, the department. New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, EPLUS Wildlife Services, and Arizona Game and Fish, and some of the Arizona counties have been putting in quite a bit of resources into range riders. Western Landowners Alliance secured a very large grant to help out across the country on range riding, and I think you're going to see that come about. I don't want to explain how it will happen exactly because that funding's through them, but we are very supportive of it. I think you're going to see millions of dollars that come into play into that maybe can help. I think the biggest challenge we have from a range rider standpoint in terms of a state agency or a federal agency, they're going through our hiring processes. There are employees, those kind of things, where this will afford the flexibility for maybe a landowner that's dealing with wolves on the landscape to take advantage of this money and maybe hire a new cowboy in their staff or a cowgirl in their staff to put on the ground. They're not hired by us, but they're able to work more closely with those operations versus how spread thin we are with ours. Our staff, our range riders are trying to go to a crisis. We're at trauma right now is basically, we go to those hotspots, try to deal with it, but we can't hit everywhere. The funding that came through this, I think we'll be able to spread that out more, allow more flexibility in terms of who's hired, how they're hired, and maybe local. Our issue comes in a little bit harder in hiring local individuals or part-time individuals because they are becoming a federal or a state employee. So hopefully through time, some of this funding or future funding that comes in on some of this coexisting funding will help with some of those issues.
Commissioner Stump.
Chief Lally, you mentioned earlier in your presentation that the American government signed the document, but the Mexican officials did not, or Mexican government did not. And I wasn't really clear on that and why they did not.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Stump. So the Mexican government maintained they want to keep their PASE. Their version of the Endangered Species Act, their version of a recovery plan is a PASE. And I apologize, I forget the acronym right off the top of my head, but they want to maintain their own recovery goals, if they so say. So just as kind of the conversation with Commissioner Clemente, they didn't think necessarily 200 was sufficient. They could have a much higher goal than what our goal could have said. We did sign a letter of intent with the Mexican government. So the state of New Mexico, state of Arizona, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and CONAP signed a letter of intent that said we will work to recover the Mexican wolf across both countries to meet at least the minimum of the recovery goals that's set forth in the U.S. recovery plan. So there's not necessarily a planned U.S. document that's a recovery plan signed by the Mexican government, but there is a letter of intent that says Mexico will try to reach those recovery criteria as well.
From the commission.
Mr.
Commissioner
Vice
Salazar
Chair.
Hickey.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, you all look at me like, are you going to ask a question? I actually do, and I don't know if this is a silly question, but when does the group, the range riders, get involved with law enforcement? Or when does anything get involved with law enforcement?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Salazar Hickey, there definitely is a law enforcement component to it. There is illegal killings that do occur of Mexican gray wolves. And so we have both there's a federal agent assigned to it, and there are our officers both in Arizona and New Mexico that tried to curb illegal killing. I think some of the illegal killing is, whether intentional or not, it's hard to say. There have been some cases made on that. But in terms of a range rider, it's not necessarily a law enforcement action. What we do is we use our staff, both in Arizona and New Mexico, and Fish and Wildlife Service staff to try to maybe determine where are known hotspots that we know depredations might occur, working with willing landowners and or permittees to try to figure out, can we put someone on this portion of the allotment or private land to try help dealing with that. That's kind of our role right now in that, and let that person be the expertise. Again, I really think, and at some point in time in the future, maybe we could get a presentation as we see range riding kick off more on the effectiveness of that. And that, but I do think kind of having that outside of the state and federal agencies, working more in the local hands and having more authority on some of that money going towards that, we're going to see higher successes on trying to get preventative measures to get fewer depredations, hopefully.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't know, should we go to the next agenda item? Do you want to do? Commissioners, would you want to take a small lunch break, or do you want to have a working lunch with the food that's being delivered for us? Dr. Pan, what do you think you're going to take on Fisheries? Because I know, how long is the Fisheries presentation?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Pack, that was a very good question. How long would Chief Stuart Lively's presentation on EPLUS take? Yeah.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Salazar Hickey, I think that's going to be a 45-minute presentation on EPLUS at least. Now that, again, that's not the next agenda item, but that would follow Kurt's presentation.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, and Director Department, we have a number of people who have come, they've traveled a long way, and they have wanted to speak. And I'm very hungry, and I think everybody else is too. Should we, how can do we give them the opportunity to speak, or do we eat during the presentations? Yeah, and they're hungry too.
So I want to ask members of the public and people that are here today, those online, what do you prefer? Would you prefer to take a small lunch break and come back in half an hour? And we continue with the agenda to hear everybody, or it's up to you, consensus, you're the stakeholders here, so you tell us.
Mr. Vice Chair, the commissioners, how about a show of hands?
Oh, what was that? Oh, those who would like to work through lunch and go with the presentation, please raise your hand. So majority rules, I guess we will go take a 30-minute break. Staff and commissioners will be around to answer questions. Please return by at least 12:30. Please enjoy the activities in the back as well. We are in recess. Okay, the time is 12:52. Thank you for all coming back after lunch. I hope you were able to go and see our educational activities in the back. It's a lot of fun back there, archery, simulated shooting, hunting, as well as the ATV activities. We are now back in session. So we were going to start off with Dr. Patton, Chief of Wildlife. The time is 12:52. I'm sorry, Chief of Fisheries Management, Dr. Patton. And you, sir, you have the floor.
Okay, well, good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and Commissioners. This is just an overview of the Fisheries Management Division. I've included some really high elevation type examples of projects that we're working on across the state for the aquatic side of the department. I also tried to include some projects that you might be hearing about, whether it's positive with some construction work at a hatchery or habitat restoration or native fish repatriation efforts to at least get you up to speed on some of those. We went over this earlier. This is just a very brief overview of our Fisheries Management Division structure. We have our Research and Management section, which is run by Mike Rule. He's my Assistant Chief of Fisheries for that side. He manages biologists that are engaged in native fish, sport fish work, aquatic invasive species work, habitat restoration, and overall compliance of what we do to make sure we follow all the rules that are out there for us. And then our hatchery section is run by Roddy Gallegos. There are 6 state fish hatcheries that he supervises. It's noteworthy that Roddy has been with us for 42 years now. So when you start talking about retention of employees, he's a pretty good example of that. So we have all sorts of management guidance type documents for the Fisheries Management Division. On the left there, that's the cover of the statewide fisheries management plan. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a couple of minutes. That was last approved by the commission in 2022. We also have species-specific conservation strategies, such as the one there pictured there for Rio Grande cutthroat trout. We have water-specific management plans for, say, the tailwater fishery of the San Juan River. We have different federal recovery plans that we rely upon with our partners. Some of them are quite new, like the Gila trout recovery plan, but Chihuahua chub recovery plan is in need of update, and we're working with them on that. We also have internal working documents that we just developed, which to help us kind of hold ourselves accountable related to reintroduction plans for roundtail chub in the San Juan Basin of New Mexico. So I mentioned the statewide fisheries management plan. Again, this is a comprehensive plan that kind of spells out what, for the public and for ourselves and for the commission, what we plan to do for an individual water. On the left there is a example of criteria we use for measuring status of wild trout populations in New Mexico. The map there is just an example for the local Gila area related to how we divvied up the state in areas that we thought we need to manage for native species in this area, or we need to manage for sport fish in this area. Again, it's just an example, and these maps and tables are throughout the document. So earlier, Mike gave some annual license trend data for angling licenses over the past several years. I did a quick average a couple days ago, and on average over the past 5 years, we've sold about 260,000 licenses on a statewide level. We use that information to draw survey participants from across the state just to keep our eye on what's going on from a statewide level. And we do that via an annual survey, an annual email survey where we ask a series of questions related to the fishing in the state of New Mexico. On the left, there is just a long-term trend that may be starting to increase related to anglers who want to catch fish or catch and keep versus catch and release. On the bottom right, there is just our long-term trend of angler satisfaction. Generally speaking, the public is satisfied with the opportunities, especially considering the arid state of New Mexico. We also use this information to come up with use estimates for waters across the state. You can see there that Elephant Butte and San Juan River quality waters have exorbitant number of angler days that are produced anywhere all the way down to Mineral Creek, which is here on the west side of the Gila. Very low number of angler days, but it's spent catching Gila trout. So I previously mentioned the research and management section. This is just an example of the things that when our biologists and other staff are in the field is the breadth of what they get to work on. They could be working on blue catfish and Elephant Butte Reservoir. They could be packing Gila trout or Rio Grande cutthroat trout into the wilderness, or they could be floating down the San Juan River looking for endangered razorback sucker or Colorado pike minnow. Right over here, if you can see my cursor, I don't know if it shows up. Those are isopods. They inhabit a spring, not much bigger than this table area up here, found nowhere else in the world, and we're working on studying them and better understanding their life history to ensure that they persist in the future. Next part of the research and management section, we are engaged in all sorts of aquatic species restoration efforts. Over the past 20 years, we've been working on restoring Rio Grande cutthroat trout, Rio Grande chub, and Rio Grande sucker into the upper Rio Costilla Basin. We just finished last year, or 2 years ago, excuse me, the last phase of the largest section of that river. And we had the public come out, I think it was the opening day of the Via Vidal last year, had about 200 participants, including the lieutenant governor, came out and helped us with putting all 3 species back into that reach. It was one of the better days of my career. We also just recently completed a Rio Grande cutthroat trout restoration project in Willow Creek in the Upper Pecos. Had again a good group of volunteers come out and help us distribute the fish up through that drainage. And I want to draw your attention to that table down at the bottom. That's from a report that we developed with various agencies, including the state of Colorado, summarizing the status of Rio Grande cutthroat trout. So from 2006 to 2022, we've increased the historic distribution of that species by about 16%. And just as importantly, we've increased the patch length. So it's the amount of habitat where a population is by about 15% or just under 15%. Other examples of aquatic species restoration that we're engaged in, we completed a project in Whitewater Creek over on the west side of the Gila, and we increased the distribution of Gila trout in that water by about 20 miles, and now you can drive up to the catwalk parking area and fish for Gila trout or walk farther up into the wilderness area. We also completed Rio Grande chub and sucker reintroductions onto Bandelier National Monument in collaboration with the National Park Service. So switching over to more of the traditional sport fish management type work. One of my first projects when I was with New Mexico, when I started with Game and Fish, was to figure out how to handle an overabundant white sucker population and goldfish population at Blue Water Lake and overabundant goldfish at Camado Lake. And our solution at that time was to introduce tiger muskie. It's a hybrid between northern pike and muskellunge. And they, as you can see, they get quite large and they can eat a lot of goldfish. And overall, they've been successful there. We've learned that we can overstock Blue Water Lake quite easily and negatively affect the ability for rainbow trout to persist. We've had some fish kills at Camado Lake recently. We're working on getting the aerators repaired with they belong to the Forest Service, but we're working on getting them repaired. But we will be putting more tiger muskie into that lake soon. Moving on to aquatic habitat, on the left there is an example of some habitat restoration we did in the Rio Chama downstream of Abiquiu Reservoir. That we completed this during the pandemic. It was about 3 miles of large-scale river restoration efforts. And you can see the kind of the difference in the aerial view. The 2020 is the pre-work or the pre-status, and then 2023 is the river this past winter. You may have heard some concerns about the Army Corps of Engineers drying up the river, taking it down to nearly zero flow for some dam maintenance work. And this picture was taken during one of those low flow events. So our habitat restoration made the area much more resilient to the low flow conditions. We also went out yesterday to Bill Evans, and you saw the new boat ramp that we put in to improve angler and boater access. You can see the one picture on the top right, that was those fishing jetties when the water was low. And so you can see the overall structure of them before the lake was filled. Several years ago, we started working on some lake habitat. We started off with Bill Evans Lake, putting in a variety of different structures, and I'm not going to even attempt to name them all. But these are just areas to kind of create or enhance the lake complexity for fish and the forage and what have you. And then we moved over to Carlsbad Municipal and been working there. And I think we have plans to start doing the same thing at Clayton Lake up in the northeast part of the state. Several years ago, the commission kind of made a concerted effort to ensure funds were spent from the Habitat Stamp program on fisheries work. And these are just a couple of the projects that have come out of that. We just completed, I just signed the paperwork on these to pay the final invoices. On the left is I think it was about a $1.1 million project of habitat improvement in Willow Creek up in the Gila. And it's for the benefit of Gila trout and the angling in that area. And then we also just completed a project of the habitat restoration part, which benefited Rio Grande cuts, Rio Grande chub, and Rio Grande sucker in the lower Costilla. If you're going to talk about fish in New Mexico, you need to at least mention the San Juan River tailwater fishery. It's a world-class fishery. About this time last year, we started to hear some concerns about the quality of angling in that tailwater fishery, and we had to hold off until the fall so we could complete our surveys. But you can see on that top graph, the abundance or the relative abundance of rainbow trout in the trout fishery is still quite good compared to previous years, and the brown trout fishery is doing quite well. One shift we have seen in that fishery is the abundance of brown trout increasing over time, that it's almost about a 50-50 mix with brown trout and rainbow trout. But still, I was just up there a couple weeks ago, and it's still an amazing fishery. So. We also do endangered species work in the lower San Juan. On the left there is an example of a project that our biologists have been working on. I think yesterday at the hatchery, we talked about being able to put a pit tag in a fish, and then you can read it kind of like a chip that you would put in a cat or a dog. We do the same thing for fish. We have a new boats in place where they can float down the river multiple times and detect those tags without even touching the fish now. And if you float over them enough times, you can start to get an understanding of their habitat associations and what's important to them over different seasons. And so you can come up with sort of a heat map of what is important for razorback sucker during their spawning period or during the fall or whenever it is. We've also been engaged with the San Juan River Recovery Implementation Program for the past 25 years, where we were responsible for small-bodied monitoring for endangered fish. This past fall, I had the opportunity to float down with the crew for about 5 days, and this year we had a record abundance of juvenile Colorado pike minnow that we collected, which was a good sign for the recovery efforts there. I've given you previous presentations on our responses to fires. New Mexico has certainly experienced large catastrophic wildfires over the past couple of decades. When these happen, we are in close coordination with the Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, or any other landowners to go and figure out what sort of risk it poses to native trout populations and whether we need to go do rescue efforts and where we end up taking those fish and holding them for some time. We have a fish health specialist who is responsible for going around to all our fish hatcheries. I think one of the commissioners yesterday asked about disease and what risk that posed. And it's there are some pathogens that we keep an eye out for. In particular, whirling disease is of particular interest. You may recall last year that we had to depopulate Rock Lake Hatchery because it was positive for whirling disease. And we did some decontamination efforts there and rebuilt some of the infrastructure. And we should get, if all goes well, we'll get a clean bill of health in July and be able to stock trout from that facility again. Our division is also responsible for aquatic invasive species intervention efforts and coordination efforts across the state. You can see from the map, I think that was a map from last year that our AIS coordinator put together. It demonstrates how many boats come to New Mexico from across the country in places that are positive for zebra or quagga mussel, or the two species that are most high on our radar. But then there are a variety of other aquatic invasive species that we're concerned with. Just last summer, with the help of our inspectors and contract inspectors that we coordinate with the Bureau of Reclamation, and the city of Farmington has their own inspection station. We did over 45 or just under 46,000 inspections and did not detect any more or any zebra quagga or quagga mussel in New Mexico. Just some examples of some technology we're using. When I was putting this presentation together, I started thinking about environmental DNA. And it's kind of a cutting edge technology. And I dated myself because we've been using this for 10, 15 years now. So anyways, environmental DNA is still quite useful. This involves going out and filtering a water sample, and you can send it off to a genetic lab. And if there's a particular marker, you can tell whether that fish is in the water, that aquatic species is in the water or not. So it's been quite useful for us in detecting non-native trout when we were trying to remove them from a native trout restoration stream. We use them for detecting low levels or low abundance of Texas hornshell in the Black River and other areas of interest when the species of interest is in quite low abundance. Here's just a few examples of some fisheries research that we're undertaking right now. We just completed a project with New Mexico State University in the Members Basin looking at Chihuahua chub population dynamics. What we learned there is that Chihuahua chub, even after a couple of fires, have persisted quite well, and they move a lot more than we ever anticipated. So it's some exciting research outcome there. 3 or 4 years ago, we introduced striped bass striped hybrids, excuse me. They're called wipers. Striped bass, white bass hybrids into Caballo Lake. These fish have a temperature tolerance of a white bass and a growth potential somewhat close to a striped bass. So they have a potential to be quite big, and they're quite popular in the Midwest. The research efforts by New Mexico State have indicated that they're making up about 10% of the overall white bass population, as well as they've grown over 12 inches in about a year and a half. So we're kind of excited about expanding the warm water fishing opportunities at Caballo Lake, and maybe we'll transfer that to other areas. We also undertook a largemouth bass stocking effectiveness study at 3 lakes: Bill Evans, Lake Roberts, and Clayton Lake. In the first 2, they're not doing all that well, but we are seeing positive recruitment from our stocked fish at Clayton as a means for enhancing our bass fisheries. Just a couple other examples of fisheries research that are going on. We continue to do genetic assignment tests for Rio Grande chub to try and get a better understanding of where they were originally and what basins, and whether it was the Canadian or the Pecos or the Rio Grande Basin. And it helps us better understand how we should go about doing repatriation efforts within their historic range. The YY Brook Trout project is a study that we've had going on for some time now. I could give an entire presentation on this technology, but essentially what it is there is a way in a hatchery setting you can create a male brook trout with 2 Y chromosomes. And this is a means by which we can enhance our native trout restoration efforts. So if there's happened to be a place where you didn't want brook trout, you could put those fish in, and with removal efforts over time, that YY brook trout would reproduce with a female, and you would get all male offspring. And the idea there is you're shifting the sex ratio over to all male, population crashes. So this is a good complement for mechanical removals or rotenone use for native trout restoration efforts. I was really hoping to have some most recent data, but that figure there shows that in a couple of our test streams, we're seeing that sex ratio shift, and the technology seems to be working. We are one of 4 states, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon, and New Mexico, who are using this or attempting to experiment with this technology in fisheries management in the West. So shifting over to the hatchery section, we have, like I said before, we have 6 state fish hatcheries. There's Los Ojos way up by Tierra Maria, Red River Hatchery by Cuesta. They're mostly rainbow trout hatcheries, though Los Ojos grows kokanee, as well as they're involved in our YY brook trout venture. Seven Springs is our Rio Grande cutthroat trout facility. Lisboa Springs is exclusively rainbow trout. It's located in near Pecos. Glenwood Hatchery, which you visited yesterday, is now converted over to Gila trout, and Rock Lake Hatchery is a mix of a rainbow trout facility as well as a warm water facility. They do some walleye and largemouth bass broodstock. So this slide here, I just wanted to kind of put in perspective the importance of the hatchery program or the hatchery section to the anglers in New Mexico. I did this a couple of years ago, but it's still right on. We have a total of, $1.5 million or so, or excuse me, 3.5 million angler days generated each year that we estimate. And as far as wild fisheries, like our Rio Grande cutthroat trout fisheries, Gila trout fisheries, other wild fisheries in wilderness areas or more remote areas, it's only 249,000 angler days, or 6% of the angler days. The rest of that orange is where it's partially dependent upon hatchery product. This would be your Elephant Butte or your Caballo or your Ute Lakes, Navajos, that we stock something in there like walleye or the wipers or catfish, those sorts of things. And then the other 22%, the fishery, the opportunity, the recreation would not exist without hatchery stocking, whether it's channel catfish, whether it's largemouth bass, whether it's trout, and those sorts of things. So, this is an important infrastructure and personnel need that we need to maintain into the future to make sure we meet expectations for the public. This is just a quick summary of what we produced and stocked last year at all of our hatcheries. The most notable is that we stocked from our facility our first Gila trout with the new renovations of Glenwood Hatchery. So we have several broodstock and spawning operations that we maintain in New Mexico. The Rio Grande cutthroat trout, like I said, is housed at Seven Springs Hatchery. For years, we would go out and we would do a field spawn, like we talked about, where you collect fish out of the creek and take the gametes back to the hatchery. Once we did that a couple of times, we had started to develop our Rio Grande cutthroat trout broodstock. We produce somewhere around 400,000 eggs annually. And part of this effort is for restoration purposes. And Commissioner Clemente, earlier, you talked about genetic diversity with wolves, and the same sort of principles apply with trout and other fish. We tested our broodstock a couple of years ago we sent them off to the University of Montana, and their analysis indicated that our broodstock we have captured about 95% of the available genetic diversity in our source populations for Rio Grande cutthroat trout. We also had 3 to 5 times the amount of genetic diversity than an individual source population. So we've been doing this thinking we're doing a good thing. This was kind of a confirmation of we're seeing a positive influence for the broodstock that we would put into a restoration area. We've continued to get better at largemouth bass broodstock, and we're now producing approximately 250,000 largemouth bass fry each year, and we're continuing to produce more and more fingerlings to supplement those populations across the state. This was the first year, and I can't remember how long that we met our target for walleye spawn eggs. It's amazing what a little bit of water will do for walleye. But anyways, we had a really good spawn this year. We typically try to get about 30 million eggs collected, and we had over 35 million. Kokanee, we still have a target of 3 million eggs. You may recall last year there was someone broke into our Kokanee pen up at Navajo Lake, and we lost a bunch of eggs there, though we were able to get supplemented from another state. But Kokanee is still a priority for us for our field spawns. And finally, we just completed our first Gila trout spawn at Glenwood Hatchery this year, and we'll continue that into the future. So, hatcheries are infrastructure heavy. And so these are just some examples of projects that are ongoing or just recently completed. You saw yesterday the Glenwood Phase 1, and we are getting ready to implement Phase 2, which is the broodstock building and some other covers for existing raceways. We put in a new mobile home at Rock Lake last year. We just got another mobile home installed at Red River Hatchery. So we continue to make some improvements and try to maintain quality housing for our employees at our state fish hatcheries. Like I mentioned previously, whirling disease hit at Rock Lake Hatchery last year, so we had to tear down an old aeration building. The wind was just about ready to take it anyways. Did a decon of all of our cold water unit, and then that picture in the middle is the new aeration tower with new aeration stands, as well as new aeration tables throughout the cold water series. And we've seen a good bump in our oxygen saturation and throughout the entire raceway series so far. Here's some examples of projects that are in the early phase or that we're going to be starting in the next year. We just cut a PO for two new septic systems and water lines to houses at Los Ojos Hatchery. We need to do that first before we can replace 2 mobile homes there. We have on order from Norway drum filters that'll be installed at Lisboa Springs sometime early or later this year. And then we have a contractor working on the updates that we've been talking about for a while for the drinking water system at Los Ojos Hatchery. That's step 1, and then we can start working on the visitor center to get that reopened so we can provide water to the public legally. And then finally, another one that's going to start this summer is replacing the bridge at Red River Hatchery. It is dilapidated and it's needed to be replaced for some time. All of this, the past 2 slides was possible by the capital appropriation of $5.5 million that we got to 2 legislatures ago. And so we've got 2 more years to spend that money. And it's really been a significant help for us. It doesn't mean we're not done. And the document that I took a snip from in the bottom of that slide is a summary of all the capital needs that we have for the hatchery. It's a little bit outdated, but I need to update it. And it can be done quickly. And just to summarize, when someone wants to know what sort of investment we need to make in the hatcheries, we can hand that over quickly. So thank you for your time. It's been a pleasure to be here, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Patton, for the presentation. Is there any questions from the commission? I'll just say, Dr. Patton, again, thank you yesterday for the tour you gave us at Glenwood Fish Hatchery along with Leonard Rice. And we got to get you guys a new office down there. It's a historical building, but you guys could use an updated one. So that's been noted, so to say. But I thank you for doing all the work you do with the hatcheries. The employees are doing a heck of a job. Kudos again to the hatchery manager in Santa Rosa for dealing with the whirling disease that was in that area. And I'm glad that the other states were able to help us and get more kokanee salmon eggs so we can continue to do what we do, or what you do, sir. With that said, I will say, those of you who did not draw again, remember there's always one thing you can do. You can always take a kid fishing. It won't be possible without this team. So buy your license and go fish. Any questions from the commission? Okay, we will go on to agenda item number 8, Stuart Liley, for the overview of the elk private land use system EPLUS. Again, this is not an action item. We are not changing EPLUS. We are not modifying it. We are not doing anything with the rule. This is just an informative session for the public and the commission. If you do want to comment on EPLUS, that's going to be coming up in agenda number 9. Please, if you haven't filled out a speaker's card, talk with our staff outside and fill out a speaker's card to comment. Again, organizations will have 10 minutes. Individuals will have 5. So please fill out a speaker's card if you would like to make public comment after this agenda item. With that, sir, Mr. Lively, you have the floor.
Hey, good afternoon, commissioners. As stated and kind of on that slide there, kind of an overview of the Elk Private Land Use System EPLUS. Also, it's going to kind of be an overview from the last time the rule was changed in 2018 with some data on showing what kind of happened since then. So really want to get in this is a quick overview real fast. We'll get into more details of the management zones, how it operates, those kind of things, but just a kind of introductory. We have about 3,800 ranches participating statewide in EPLUS. 1,300, just shy of 14,000 licenses sold last year through EPLUS. And there's 3 different management zones. Again, we'll get into details of these, so don't worry about it right now, but we're just showing their primary management zone, and we'll get into the details of what a base property is versus a small contributing ranch. But we have approximately 2,500 ranches enrolled in EPLUS in the primary management zone. We have 102 ranches enrolled in the special management zone and 1,100, just shy of 1,200 enrolled in the secondary management zone for a grand total around 3,800 ranches enrolled. So we'll get into the details, how that works, what the zones are, how we distribute, et cetera. So this is taken straight from Game Commission rule. EPLUS was developed in 2005 to recognize landowners who provide meaningful benefit to elk and accept elk on their properties, and all elk hunters who wish to recreate on deeded lands or public lands within New Mexico's exterior boundaries. That's straight from the rule. The commission in 2018 directed the department to kind of update the rule with some concerns that we had. We'll go through what those concerns were, what the updates were, but really the biggest kind of issues that we had and the commission kind of had us direct to go look at was a lot of more properties trying to enroll on an annual basis under the system. We were receiving about 350 new applications a year for enrollment into the EPLUS system. The increase was a lot of smaller properties within the application period process. Most of those larger ranches were already enrolled, but we saw a lot of increase in smaller properties. And smaller, I'm saying probably under 160 acres. Some in the 40, et cetera. Another thing, and we'll get to some of how the system works, but we had a lot of unconverted rate of the authorizations in the bonus pool, really just not going converted. Base properties, the kind of larger properties, just not using those authorizations, and kind of some of how we could discuss fixing that. The other issues we really saw was there was probably a lot, and we'll get to numbers here in a second, but a lot of properties probably not providing a meaningful benefit to elk. And I think that's the key. We were looking for properties that provide meaningful benefit to elk. There was no way to really describe how meaningful benefit was implemented in process by enrolling a property. It was subjective in terms of the person that was doing the enrollments. Everyone had a little different opinion, and we saw a lot of different properties be entered into EPLUS and a lot of properties not entered into EPLUS, but not on a systematic approach in how it was done. It was done differently across the state. It wasn't consolidated across the state into a single place where determination was made. It was made at a regional level, and we saw a lot of different properties coming in. The other big thing that we saw happening towards the end before the rule change is we saw properties being split, deeds being split, and a lot of it being split across the family. It might be a husband and wife that split a deed and then enroll it as separate properties, or a husband, wife, and children. And so we might have seen a 160-acre property being split 4 times, entered into EPLUS 4 different ways, competing as each individual properties for licenses and allocation at that time. We also, and again, don't worry about the definitions of the zones right yet, but the special and secondary management zone, which used to be called outside of the core management elk range, we saw a lot of unconverted rate on the authorizations and just not a lot of authorizations being used. Some of that was because there wasn't elk really present in those areas. They were really transitionary elk, or they might have been elk that were in depredation type situations where they showed up every once in a while. We were trying to get at those landowners were requesting a lot of authorizations, even though those elk weren't there, in case type of situation. So we made changes to kind of address that. And then in the secondary management, the special, just a high proportion of private property where we just weren't seeing the conversion rates. So previous to 2019, under the old rule, we had two different management areas, how we administered EPLUS. There was what was called inside the core or inside core occupied elk range and outside the core occupied elk range, just two different management scenarios. Inside the core is what we would now call our primary management zone. Our primary management zone is where we really strictly control license numbers. Licenses are set by State Game Commission rule and the elk rule, and licenses are strictly regulated, and there's a strict process of which it happens. We'll get into that process here in a second, but it's the primary management zone on this map is those areas outlined in pink. Those are our core elk herds across the state, where the biggest elk herds are, where we really have set management goals and objectives for those specific herds. We then had what we now call special management zone. That's that area in yellow. What that is areas where it is still have strict management goals for those elk herds, but it's high private property in those zones. Maybe 90% of the GMU is, 98% of the GMU is private property, and very large ranches. Some of those ranches are over 500,000 acres in those. So we work on a ranch by ranch basis on setting management goals with those. Those herds are transitory between the special and the primary, so we try to align those goals across those. The rest of the state that's not highlighted there is in the secondary elk management zone. Used to be what we considered outside the core. It's where license numbers are not set on private land by State Game Commission rule. It is over the counter for ranch only in those areas. So a lot of these areas are areas where we don't either want elk to establish, or elk haven't established, or elk aren't in that area, but we're not managing for specific targets within those areas. Again, licenses on private land there are over the counter, but they're restricted to the private deeded property. It also is the same case on special management zone where they're restricted to the private deeded property. We'll get into primary management zone and how that works where it's not necessarily that. So, excuse me. In the primary management zone, so all ranches, these ranches apply through our EPLUS system. We have a program manager that deals with that in Santa Fe. We evaluate every single property according to our participation guidelines and our ranking criteria. We'll get into that here in a second, but we go through and rank every single property for initial evaluation to say, yes, they one, meet meaningful contributions to elk, and what are those rankings in terms of that. Licenses in these primary management zones are divided between public and private property based on land ownership within the game management unit. So if the game management unit is 50% deeded property, private deeded property, 50% of the elk licenses by rule in that GMU go to through the EPLUS system, and 50% go through the draw. And so it's split strictly on the public-private split within that game management unit if you're in the primary management zone. The licenses for private landowners are really driven through this allocation, a formula-driven allocation process, which we'll get to here in a few. But in the primary management zone, and only in the primary management zone, landowners do have the option to enroll their property as either ranch only, meaning those licenses are only valid on their deeded private property, or as unit-wide, meaning those licenses that are, or authorizations they convert into licenses are valid on their deeded property, the public property within the GMU, or any other unit-wide properties within the GMU. So that is an option for landowners to select at the time of sign up and enrollment every year. They have to determine if they want to be unit-wide or ranch only. One of the things that we were trying to encourage at the last rule change is those ranches or properties that don't qualify or are not making as much of a meaningful contribution to elk is to sign up or join co-ops, if you will. Maybe let's say my property has water on it, your property has the forage on it. We encourage those properties to combine together if you're not going to be able to participate, if you don't meet the qualifications, to join up as a co-op. And so it does allow for co-ops to be in the primary management zones. And like I said, we licenses in the primary management zone are set strictly by commission rule. Every 4 years, we go through the elk rule. Some of you were here when we went through the last elk rule, but you set those license numbers in the elk rule, and it determines at that time the number of licenses going to the private through EPLUS in the primary management zone and those going through the draw. The biggest thing that we did at the 2018 change into 2009 system was we implemented a scoring process retroactively. We went through every single ranch that was enrolled in the primary management zone across the state and scored to ensure they made that meaningful contribution to elk, that they had the habitat qualities that we thought were essential to have for elk, and that elk need to survive on an annual basis. We'll go through some of the scoring criteria here in a second, and we'll go through the results of that. But it was a large undertaking to go through each one of those. The other thing that we had as an issue prior to the rule change is the unconverted authorizations. There's a lot of authorizations that go through there. Some of those the majority are sold, some of them aren't sold, and they go unconverted. Historically, prior to the rule change, unconverted authorizations went back out to these larger ranches first. And so, but the problem was the larger ranches were typically the ones that were not converting it as often. So our unconverted rate was high at the large ranch level, lower at the smaller property, mid-sized properties. So we reversed that to where the bonus allocation goes through small properties first and then back out through the larger properties. The other thing that was a concern at the last cycle is we used a small contributing ranch, and we'll talk a little bit more in detail about a small contributing ranch in a second, but a small contributing ranch is one of those properties that is we say, yes, you make a meaningful contribution to elk and you're in the system, but what it is they don't receive a full license, a full authorization. They receive a part based on the percentage of the property they own within that GMU. They might receive 0.9 of an elk authorization. We put all those SCRs into a drawing, or historically we'd put them into a drawing, and then we would, once you were issued a bull license, you had to sit out until every single SCR in that unit received a bull license. In some units, that might be 15 years. And so it didn't take into account the differences in what an SCR is. Some SCRs have higher quality elk habitat than other SCRs. And so we really went into a scoring-based weighted drawing for those small contributing ranches. Those properties that have higher elk habitat quality or higher attributes have a higher probability of drawing a tag than ones that don't. And they don't sit out once they receive it. So they're on a competitive basis every year based on the quality of their property. One of the other big changes that we did in 2018 is we mapped every single property in the primary management zone and put it in a geospatial database that showed unit-wide properties across the state. The web address is there for some of those, but you can, on our website, you can get to this on our website and see. So if you draw, for example, this unit, and you have a public tag, you can go in and look at our database to see what unit-wide properties are in that unit that are available for hunting for you as the draw tag holder, or those that also have a unit-wide authorization within the unit. So it describes every property. It goes into more detail. If you click on the properties, it'll tell the acres, general location, who the ranch sign up is, the ranch number, et cetera. So prior to 2018, we did not have every single deed mapped out. It was a large undertaking to map out every single deed, record the deeds, and ensure that we had accuracy for each property. You'll see here what this is just the number of hits we get to that website. In 2000, and that's August 1st to December 31st, 2019, the first hunting season where we had this on the website. You'll see we had 18,000 hits on the website during that hunting season. Looking at that, this last hunting season, we had 25,000 hits. So hunters are definitely utilizing it more to look at where those properties are, how I could take advantage of it. Overall, across the state, there's approximately just a little over 500,000 acres that are enrolled in unit-wide participation for hunters to gain access to those properties. So one of the biggest things that we did, as I mentioned, was the undertaking of evaluating all these properties and setting forth kind of measurable criteria that was replicable across the state for us to be able to make assessments of properties, and that we could eliminate the individual selectiveness of a property, and it was replicable, and that anyone could be able to do it to say, yes, this property should qualify, no, this property doesn't. What are the attributes that this property does or does not have? First and foremost, the property has to have regular elk use. If it doesn't have elk use, it's not going to qualify regardless of what your habitat attributes are. You have to show that there is some there. and that it makes meaningful benefit according to the commission approved guidelines. And the commission approved guidelines really got at our, and we're going to go through it right in just a second, got at what are those key components that an elk needs in its life cycle to succeed. And so again, every property has to show that there's regular use. It can't be sporadic or just associated with the one necessarily season, not rare or unpredictable. And then we went through these guidelines. The department created the guidelines in consultation with the commission. The commission does approve the guidelines. And what we go through is, again, it's 4 criteria we score each property on, and we scored on what we think is important in an elk's life cycle. So for example, forage, very important aspect. Of course, if there's no meaningful forage, it's more kind of rocky or just not there from an elk standpoint. You're not going to get a forage score, a decent forage score, all the way up to where if there's substantial forage available, riparian areas, bottomlands, uplands, those kind of things, you'll see they get a score of a higher up to a 3. The highest score a property could receive is a 12 overall. To qualify to be in EPLUS, you need to receive a score of a 7 or higher. And so it's a combination of the forage, water, you'll see obviously no water present all the way to where you have permanent year-round. Water is the highest, to a cover component, to no cover, to decent cover, probably not as important as forage of water. So that's why you see the score of only up to 2 versus 0 to 3 on water and forage. And then the surrounding area. Are you in a developed area or are you in kind of a rural area, more or less undeveloped, higher score for less undeveloped land, etc. We also have, and there was a score for agriculture. And part of this reason is, I didn't mention, but to acknowledge, in order to be a participant in EPLUS, you cannot claim depredation as well. Either you go down the depredation route or you're contributing to elk management and being in the system, you can't participate in both. And so where we see our most depredation complaints is on agricultural properties, especially kind of in the Aragon Valley, up in Chama, for example, along some of these big riparian corridors where we have production agriculture, where we get high concentrations of elk, and we've had to build a lot of fences, etc. We do give a score for people that allow elk to graze in agricultural properties, and we give a score up to 2 based upon what kind of agriculture it is. If it's in really high production agriculture, yearly harvested crop, you're going to get a higher score than just a routine kind of agriculture, maybe not irrigated dry land, those kind of things. We also had a category in there to recognize there are certain properties that have special considerations that we didn't say in those few criteria, to say, look, this property has something very special for elk. It might be in the middle of a migration corridor. It might be something where if that person was to enroll as a unit-wide property, it unlocks 20,000 of unaccessible, 20,000 acres of unaccessible public land. We might give a bonus for that if they do that. So it was a category for us to recognize that wasn't captured in the kind of habitat-based scoring. So again, score up to 12, 7 being a qualifying acre score to get in. Just a couple of property examples of showing what would just kind of qualify here. This is a production agriculture. You can't really see it from the photo, but there's a lot of high fences surrounding that property, a lot of elk use within this area, but this person is accepting of elk on that agricultural field in order to be able to participate in EPLUS. Again, if he went into, or he or she went into a depredation scenario, we would remove them from EPLUS and no longer participate. So by staying in, we do give them that agricultural score. Here's a property that just kind of barely makes it in. No permanent water on there, no ag. It's just kind of what we would consider that property that just barely makes it into that score. And we do have a fair amount of, we'll get into the breakdown of properties by kind of an acre basis so you can see what it looks like, but this would be our minimal kind of scoring property in the system. Here's a property, for example, that wouldn't make it in. It's close to highways. It's in kind of a developed area. This land doesn't necessarily have any of the forage components, a little bit of forage, but it's very different from, say, the property along the riparian area, etc. So when we undertook this, we went through 3,000 ranches that were currently enrolled in EPLUS in 2018 and went through and scored them. At the first cut, we disqualified 820 ranches across the state. 336 of those ranches filed an appeal to our first. So there's an appeal process spelled out in rule at how we work through an appeal. We first go through, the scores come through a combination of division staff within Wildlife Management Division and field operations within the region at which we're scoring those properties. We rejected, again, we disqualified 820, 336 filed a appeal, 116 of those came back on appeal. We then also have in that appeal process, if someone doesn't like the decision from the program manager at appeal, they can go and do a division. We do a division evaluation. At that time, I get involved and we bring some other of our habitat specialist staff on board to look at the property. We do site evaluations. We had 22 properties filing a division appeal at the time. 4 of those came back in. And then the ultimate appeal that a landowner can make is to the commission if they don't like the decision of the division appeal. We had 1 property appeal at the commission level in 2018, and that still did not qualify on appeal. So after all said and done, 700 different properties were removed from EPLUS in 2019 based upon the new guidelines at which we determine meaningful contribution per elk. And so we felt like the properties that were and are currently in the primary management zone are making meaningful benefits to elk and have the habitat attributes they need. So the way, again, I kind of mentioned in the primary management zone, licenses are split based upon the public-private split within the GMU. So this is GMU 15, for example. You'll notice there that there's about 235,000 acres of private property, 812,000 acres of public property, and that yields a split of 78% public, 22% private. That bottom chart down there shows how we break out the licenses in the elk rule based upon that public-private split in the GMU. Okay, and so what you'll also see there, so there's 235,282 acres of private in that GMU. In unenrolled acres, so some properties don't enroll into EPLUS. We don't make properties enroll. They can decide if they want to or not. Our unenrolled acreage within that GMU is 42,224. Some of that is acres that decide they never want to enroll, or some of that might be acres that are small that we did not qualify, that we would say go co-op with somebody else if you want to try to get in. And so that's what makes up the unenrolled acreage. We'll get to why that's important in a second in terms of how we deal with allocations, but kind of an example of a GMU of how we deal with it. That public-private split really varies depending on where you are in the state. From a unit, units like 5B up in the north where you're 6% private land, 94% public land, to 21B kind of on the Black Range, the east side of the Black Range, 61% private land versus 39% private. So varies quite a bit across the state, but overall in the primary management zone, private land makes up 26% of that property and public makes up 74%. So again, the way a determination of a base versus a small contributing ranch occurs in a unit, it's acreage driven. So if I own 10% of the private land within that GMU and I enroll my property, I receive 10% of the licenses that are allocated for that GMU. So once you get down, that's considered a base property. If I'm getting a whole number of a license or an authorization, I'm considered a base property in that GMU. I have enough acreage to get a base allocation. If I receive a portion or a part of an allocation, my percentage of the property only makes up not a whole number. They're considered a small contributing ranch. Those are the properties. We pool all of the authorizations that would go to the parts and pieces together into a pool, plus all that unenrolled, we allocate to the unenrolled deeded property in there, and that makes up a pool of authorizations that is not necessarily whole to one property or multiple properties, and we divide that back out through small contributing ranches first. And so what you'll see here, is it really depends on the GMU, but the small contributing ranch could be as small as 200 acres in some GMUs. That's where the cutoff is, to as high as 4,000 acres. In some GMUs, if you're less than 4,000 acres, you're considered a small contributing ranch in that property. So it really is dependent on where you are in the state, on what is that cutoff. Overall, across the state, the average small contributing ranch is an 800-acre property or less. And what you see here below you is, in that chart, is the percent of small contributing ranches versus base ranches that enroll either as unit-wide or ranch only. So again, unit-wide, your property is able to be hunted by anyone that draws a tag or anyone with a unit-wide authorization in that unit. And ranch only, you're restricted to your deeded property only. So again, that bonus allocation is made up of the unenrolled deeded property. So if the unenrolled deeded property makes up 15% of the property in that GMU, 15% of the licenses are set aside in that unenrolled deeded. And we then run that allocation plus the SCR's portion to allocation together first through those SCRs. Those small contributing ranches compete and will receive one authorization, up to one authorization based upon their ranch score. Again, so if my property is a 7, I just came in, I am entered into the drawing once. If I'm a 12 in an SCR, the highest you can be, I get 5 extra tries into the draw, basically. That ranch is entered in 5 times, and we run the draw allocation through those small contributing ranches. The other thing that we do is we take the average of the 2 years of the unconverted authorizations in every GMU. So we're trying to meet a harvest management goal. We take those 2-year unconverted authorizations. If the average is 50, for example, we'll take 50 authorizations and put those back out to try to get those authorizations used, running those through the small contributors first, going back out to base later. One of the other things we could do is hold back some of that bonus allocation, and we do in some of these GMUs, hold back instead of running through the allocation and do it as habitat incentives. We try to give out authorizations based on properties that are doing things above and beyond for elk management, elk habitat management. It is limited in the number of authorizations that we'll give to an individual property, but we want to recognize those properties that are going, again, above and beyond normal practices for elk management, to recognize those habitat contributes that they do in the form of a habitat incentive. Those incentives come from that bonus pool made up of the unconverted and the unenrolled deeded. So that's kind of, that is the way we do the allocations through the primary management zone. Again, those were all those zones that were in the pink that were shown on the graph, where we have really strict management goals for those properties. The other kind of big one that we do have is that secondary management zone. This is all, again, these are maybe areas where we don't necessarily want elk. It might be in the middle Rio Grande Valley, for example. It might be down in the desert. It might be on the Texas border, where we're not trying to encourage elk populations to establish and or grow. And in that zone, in these special management zone, landowners just need to verify ownership within the property to the department. We give them a ranch number, and they can purchase authorizations over the counter for that deeded property only. That authorization is valid on that deeded property or within another ranch in that GMU with written permission, but it is restricted to deeded land only. It is not allowed to be used on public land. There are consistent season dates in the primary management zone of September 1 through 24 for archery season, and then the rest is either sex authorizations from October 1st to December 31st for any 5 consecutive days. We do work with some property owners in these areas if we have high concentrations of elk in maybe late winter that come off that we're trying to manage those herds. We might work with them to give a late season, kind of January, elk licenses if it is in a situation where we're trying to work to reduce populations, etc. And then we had those 2 GMUs that I was describing, the special management zone that was heavily private land. You'll see one of that is 89% private. The other one is 87%. We do a ranch by ranch negotiation with every property in those GMUs to determine the appropriate number of authorizations and to meet our harvest management goals. Again, consistent dates within there, September 1 through 24 for archery, and then October 1 through December 31st for either 6 licenses. So to get to a few comparisons real quick. So again, what we were seeing coming up to the rule change in 2018, the rule went into effect in 2019. It was a lot more smaller properties enrolled in the program. You'll see there amount of properties, over 500 properties enrolled at the 1 to 20 acre level. That came down quite a bit in the reevaluation of those properties in 2019, to where we see more properties than the 161 plus acre range. We didn't see a lot of change in those mid-tier acres. We did see an increase in the 81 to 160, but the biggest was in the decrease in the small properties, not making a meaningful contribution to ELK. And that's where we saw where we removed the majority of those properties. Those 700 properties that were removed were mainly in that 1 to 20 acre range, definitely some in the 21 to 40, and even a few in the 160 plus acre, but very few in the 160 plus acre. In terms of authorizations in the primary management zone, a comparison of 2008 to 2023, it's not necessarily apples to apples. And the reason being, in 2018, some game management units were not in the primary management zone. For example, GMU 12 was outside of that. It would have been considered secondary management zone. We decided to put that in. The commission decided to put it in 2019. So more authorizations are being issued in the primary management zone because we've expanded the footprint of the primary management zone. I think what we were looking at here is the sold versus non-sold. We also broke down, you'll look in the sold, the percent of authorizations going to residents versus non-residents, and the distribution of licenses by bag limit, resident and non-resident in there. So we have seen some change in license sales between resident and non-resident in the last kind of 5 years, but you'll see overall, again, those authorization numbers can't be compared to apples because we increased the primary management zone, but it's kind of looking at the breakdown of sales in there. In terms of primary management zone licenses sold by the ranch size, you'll look and see still is the case. Smaller properties sell at a higher rate. Unconverted rate is higher at the large ranches, but you will see we did have a bigger drop in that 10,000 plus acre unconverted rate. Is 55% in 2018, 42% in 2023, and that number keeps decreasing on an annual basis. As we changed that, if you remember, we changed the distribution of how we gave those authorizations in the bonus pool. It used to go to the largest ranches first, now it goes to the smallest, and that's why I think you're seeing that decline in the largest unconverted rate going down. And I think in the next 5 years, if this stays, we'll continue to see these reduce in the unconverted rate on the lower, on those larger ranches. In the special management zone, what happened here, why it's such a difference in the really authorizations issued, is GMU 46 used to be in the special, what would have been the special management zone. Now it's in the secondary management zone. That was a big request from the landowners at the last rule cycle that we all went through. But you'll see there, we did, the unconverted rate has gone down about 7% in those GMUs. The sold in terms of residents versus non-residents has not changed as much in the special management zone as it has in the primary management zone. About 20%, 21% residents, 79% non-residents in the special. And then in the secondary management zone, again, we used to issue authorizations in there. You'll notice that over half of those were unused, unconverted. We don't issue authorizations anymore in there, so it's over-the-counter, point of sale. The number of actual licenses sold has not changed much in the last 5 years. You'll see 5,200 versus 5,500, even though it went over the counter. That was a big concern, that when that rule change happened, that we'd see a huge influx in the number of licenses sold. Really not statistically significant at all. No change in the number of licenses, and virtually not unchanged on how the distribution of those licenses happen between residents and non-residents. With that, I'll take questions.
Thank you, Chief Lively, for that presentation. I have a couple of questions. One, the licenses that aren't sold from the EPLUS program, are those put back into a public draw? They're just lost, not used?
Vice Chair Lopez, so the licenses that are, they're not licenses, and this is a difficult, the authorizations that are unconverted go back into the bonus pool on the 2-year average of unconverted rates. And so when those unconverted comes down, some GMUs, our unconverted rate is like 2%. So we only give it 2 more authorizations to account for that unconverted rate. Those authorizations stay within the private land system. They do not go to another draw system or something like that. It all stays within there by rule. The licenses are set by the rule in the Elk Rule public-private split. We only give out more authorizations based on what the average 2-year unconverted in the private land was. In terms of the public, the way we look at that, we also, so when everyone submits their harvest report, we ask, did you go hunting? That's the very first question that we ask. And we have a percent on that public draw that don't hunt on every unit. It's about 10% of people do not hunt their draw licenses on average. Differs by unit. But when we go to do the public draw licenses as well, we look at that every rule cycle to say, okay, what percent of these licenses aren't going to be used? Ensure that when we do the draw that we account for that and put more licenses into the public draw, knowing that that's going to be what our quote unquote unconverted or unused rate on the draw will be.
Another question, and I have one more after this one. How many FTEs and time does the department utilize to run the EPLUS program?
There is one FTE employee, that's the program manager that kind of does all the application intake. We have one contract employee that helps with all the paperwork and going through that. Then depending on the time of the year and what we're doing, we bring in as many as 6 to 8 employees to kind of help. Ranch scoring is probably the hardest. We still are receiving about 200 applications a year, 250 applications a year. So we score every one of those. We map every one of those. So, you know, on an average year, I would say it's about 4 FTEs across the year.
Would you go back to the last one of your slides in units, was it 50 and 55 and 54? The high, there we go. So one of the properties out there, I believe, is Bermejo Park, correct?
That's correct.
But how much do they get on authorizations?
Mr. Vice Chair, I don't know off the top of my head right now. And Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, I think it's important to note we do publish this on our website every year, all of the authorizations that we issue. So if a person in the special management zone and in the primary management zone, you could look online post allocation so you could see what every property received across that year.
That's all I have, Mr. Lively. Is there any questions from the commission? Mr. Stump.
Thank you. Chief Lively, you mentioned depredation and ranches that don't involve themselves in EPLUS. So what happens on a ranch when there's a depredation situation? Do we call in hunters or explain that a little bit?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Stump, every ranch is a little bit unique. So there is a statute that allows, excuse me. There's a statute that's kind of 2 different parts to it. One is it says the department, if a landowner calls and has a depredation complaint to private property, elk eating hay, for example, they can ask us to intervene and we have to permanently fix that situation. One way we could fix that situation is by providing fence materials on production agriculture to build a fence around it. If they do that, we remove that. If it was in EPLUS, we advise them if they enter into that fencing contract, we will remove the property from EPLUS. The other option that the landowners do have within statutory authority is they can kill elk on their property that are depredating their hay. And so if they undertake that under that action by statute, we will remove or do remove properties for up to 3 years in EPLUS if they undertake that provision within statute. So if they do not want elk on their property, they're not willing to accept elk on their property, we will remove them from EPLUS and they can go down a different pathway, the depredation pathway, to try to prevent elk from completely being on their property, or they're killing elk on their own to deal with it. If we have a management situation, for example, where we determine that we need to harvest more elk, we didn't harvest enough elk through the regular hunting season, we can call what we consider a population management hunt. If we have that population management hunt, it is split 50%. If it's going to occur on private land, 50% of those hunters are private land hunters and 50% of those hunters are public land hunters. So that's one way that we deal with it if they were allowing hunters on there. But if they don't allow hunters, don't want elk on there, we remove them from EPLUS and start working through the depredation process.
Thank you, Chief.
I do have questions. Do you got time? My first question is, can you explain a little bit on the difference between ranch-only authorizations and unit-wide authorizations, and how does that benefit the public?
Yes, so it only occurs in the primary management zone. So only those pink areas is where that decision can be made by a landowner. That landowner makes that decision themselves. If they decide they want to be ranch only, that means that authorization that property receives can only be valid on the deeded property that was enrolled at the time of enrollment. So if they receive the authorization, they convert it into a license, that hunter must hunt on that deeded property associated with that authorization. If that property decides to sign up as unit-wide, they can hunt on that property as well that qualified, any other unit-wide property, and any other public land within the GMU that's open to hunting. The benefit to the public hunter is when they do that, public hunters have access, the same kind of access that private landowner uses to hunt that property. And so, for example, when I was showing the pictures of kind of our geospatial, showing the maps and where they are and what it is, all those are enrolled unit-wide properties. Hunters that draw a tag in that unit can hunt that during their season. They could cross across it if let's say there's not elk on there, but it gains access to Forest Service behind them. They could cross across that property to get the Forest Service. It opens up about 500,000 acres statewide to public draw hunters on private land.
What happens if one of those landowners does not provide the access?
If a landowner does not provide an access, we can revoke them or basically take them out of the EPLUS system for up to 3 years.
The question is, a little bit, I don't know if there is confusion, because I keep hearing this from the public, is a little bit of confusion between depredation and the EPLUS program. A lot of people think they're the same thing, and that is the same program, one for the other. Can you explain, without taking a lot of time, how do you qualify for depredation versus EPLUS program, or EPLUS versus depredation?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Clemente, so anyone can claim depredation, whether it's a house in the middle of a suburban area where an elk is eating flowers in their backyard, they could claim depredation, and we come out and try to deal with it. And so that house is not going to qualify for EPLUS because it's not making a meaningful contribution to elk. If a large farm is claiming depredation because elk are eating in the haystack, they can claim that, and we could work with them to build a fence, but we will not let them participate in EPLUS. The only way you can participate in EPLUS is you have to accept elk on your property. You have to make meaningful contribution to elk. So the second you get into depredation, we split it. 2 different pathways. One is through, and it's even 2 different programs budgetary within the department as we kind of went through that structure today. We have a depredation and nuisance abatement program that strictly deals with depredation, and we have EPLUS recognizing landowners that make a meaningful contribution to elk.
Does the Habitat Incentive Program that you guys, the EPLUS and the Habitat Incentive, does it have tiers that it benefits landowners or private landowners in a different way, obviously giving contributions to the benefit of wildlife?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Clemente, absolutely. So any landowner that's in the primary management, and that only occurs in the primary management zone too. These habitat incentives, this allocation driven only happens there. Landowners in those primary management zones can submit applications to the department showing what they've done above and beyond just normal practices to say, I was doing these management practices to to have a greater benefit for elk. We evaluate those on an annual basis to say, yes, this qualifies or this doesn't. The more that a person does, the higher the tiers they get into that. And so we don't go really high in that. We don't really give out more than 2 or 3 incentive authorizations per property, regardless of size, but we do reward the higher the habitat incentive that they do, the more work they do is rewarded over the others.
Thank you. And my last question is going to be, on Unit 17, I was looking at on Unit 17, and my question is why landowners can hunt earlier, which is the second zone, secondary zone, can hunt early with rifles and scopes. Okay, whenever in the primary, the public hunts only with muzzleloader and bows. Without muzzleloaders, we remove the scopes because it was the success rate being too high and it was impacting the population. So with that being said, why it's not equal?
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Clemente, it's a little difficult to see on this graphic, but I'll show it kind of right here. Here's GMU 17. It is split, like you said, in the primary management zone between primary and secondary management zone. Where this is along the middle Rio Grande right here and in the kind of desert habitats where we're trying to not have elk established. We have elk in the middle Rio Grande. We have chili fields. We have a lot of hay fields where we have high depredation. So we're trying to prevent elk from getting in there. The core of this population sits up in the San Mateos and Magdalena Mountains, and we do want populations in there. Anything, secondary management zone across the state, the commission at the time when they determined this rule said that secondary, regardless of where it is in the state, will be October 1 to December 31st with rifles. And that's kind of how that was set, anywhere in the secondary. So it wasn't GMU specific on, if this GMU also has muzzle loading only units, you're gonna be at that. It was a set date for secondary across the state. That's kind of how that was determined by the commission at that time. We did expand the secondary at the last rule cycle. GMU 17 used to have secondary management at the south end of it. We expanded that primary management zone further to the south and also further to the north. So we made that primary management zone larger in that area. Most of the elk that we're dealing with now in the secondary in GMU 17 are like in Santa Acacia, those kind of, or south of Santa Acacia in the river or near the river along I-20. Thank you.
Charge. Do you have any other questions, commissioners? Thank you for another excellent report.
Thanks for the report, Chief Lively. Okay, folks, we are now almost done with our agenda. We are on comments from members of the public. As you see, we start off with organizations for 10 minutes, then individuals will be given 5 minutes to speak. Those online, please raise your hand and coordinate with our staff member, Ryan Dar. He will be in communication with us. Please, staff will be maintaining time. Just so you know, I shuffled these while we were doing a presentation. Dr. Pack cut one deck, the director cut the other deck. They're randomized. Okay, just to be fair. So that way there is in the best interest of transparency. I didn't look to see if there was duplicates, but if there are duplicates, you can only speak once, correct? And I'll check that through we're presenting. You'll be seated up here at this table. Oh, the podium, I'm sorry, so the podium. And those of you who brought in media to be attached, I think staff, you got that handled, correct? Okay, so they're preloaded, ready to rock. Again, we will not be having conversations with the public. We will just hear what you have to say, take it into our consideration for this, future meetings, what have you. This is your time to speak. Those online, you can speak as well. Just remember, mind the time. We want to make sure everybody gets their words heard. And we do have a couple of letters that were emailed to the commissioners as well that we will reference and put into the public record as well. So we're going to go ahead and start with the organizations first.
Excuse me,
Oh.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have a question. For purposes of time management, it's already a little after 2:00. And I thought we were going to end at 5:00. And I love seeing the number of people that are here, and I know there are a number of people that are online. So for purposes of time management, approximately how many cards do you have in your hand right now? Because we have on our agenda 10 minutes for organizations and 5 minutes for individuals. And I'm just trying to add in my mind, what would we all, the commission, members of the public, and then the department, what are we looking at here?
Currently for organizations in my hand now, I have 14 cards.
14 cards? So that means those 14 could technically speak up to 10 minutes each.
Correct.
Okay, and then the others?
$24 individuals. John and Brandon, you put in twice. So John Diamond and Brandon Wayne, you put in twice. So.
And
Oh, okay. You have to be the same. We can do the same. So
and Mr. Vice Chair, and then how many do we have online? 1, okay. 11. Okay.
So that is what we have. If we do go over, we do go over. This is your meeting. This is the time for the public to participate. We planned for this for almost 40 days. So to get to this point, a lot of work was taken into it. Staff has traveled from across New Mexico. Residents have traveled from out of state, from all parts of the state. So everybody will get time. If we go over, we might have to delay an executive session for another day. But in my opinion, it's just myself, and I'm not speaking for the commission. Everybody should be heard, especially we've taken so far. They're very different topics. You can speak whatever you want. It doesn't have to relate to the agenda. Sometimes, just we do request them in here. Most of them are related to the agenda, but you can make your comments today. What is the will of the commission? Proceed. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Vice Chair, commissioners, members of the public and department, Commissioner Fulford just ran a few numbers here, and we're looking at 4 hours. 4 to 5, maybe. That's assuming everybody wants to take the entire amount of time.
What was that?
And I don't, and raising the question, I'm not asking to shortchange anybody here, okay? That's not why I'm asking.
Mr. Vice Chair, if the commission does decide to forego any other of the items on the commission agenda, it might be helpful to know that now so I can have staff pack up. It is a Friday afternoon. If we're not going to do the executive or the activities, that would be helpful.
Does the commission want to finish the agenda after? Keep the agenda as is or amend it or whoever to our next meeting?
My recommendation is these people make the trip, okay? We made the commitment. And I don't see why we're gonna stop public comment or make it shorter. That we're here representing the community. We're here to hear the community. So I'm not moving this chair until everybody has spoken up.
I'd like to further that, and I don't want to change the agenda.
Okay, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, I don't necessarily want to change the agenda either, but I want to be realistic and plan my evening or day. I think another related question is, if we were to forego the executive session, if we were to forego it, would that be at our May 17th meeting? Or 16th, excuse me,
It would be rolled over to the May
16th.
16th meeting in
And we
Hobbs.
are going to meet on May 16th, not May 17th. That's a Thursday.
That's correct.
May 16th. So we would forego the executive session today and then just conclude after the last public comment.
If it is the will of the commission, based on time, but we can see what we go and
So that's revising the agenda. Does that mean we should take a vote?
you would have to take a vote. But we already did the approval at the beginning, so.
Right, but we can revise it, right, at any time?
I'm gonna say what I always say to my wife. I take a shower and I'm free, so.
I think we should
Mr.
just
Vice,
move ahead. I think we should move ahead of what we approved.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner Stump and Commissioner Pack, are you both saying we keep the executive session?
I say we keep the executive session, even if we're here till midnight.
May we take a 5-minute recess?
In lieu of time, if you do need to restroom break, now's the time. We're in recess for 5 minutes. Don't go far. 5 minutes, so make it quick. We're in recess.
Thank you.
Stations. I do have Mr. David Old. Come on up, sir.
From Santa Fe, and I could stay late, but I got to give the airport their car back. They're wanting their car, so I got to get out of here. I have 2,400 acres in Pecos, New Mexico. It's at unit 45, and I don't mean this to be negative, confrontational in any way, shape, or form. I respect the New Mexico Game and Fish Department tremendously. Dick Brown and Tom Sansom were your pilots and commissioners, directors many years ago. And I really literally grew up with those guys to respect them a lot. The ranching business has gotten harder and harder. Commissioner Richard Stump will tell you that I'm not a poor rancher, but I'm not a gentleman farmer either. And we came to rely on the money from the EPLUS permits to pay bills. And my son and my daughter and I worked together. We fixed fences in the summer. We've had 2 forest fires, 2 big fires, the Vivash and the Tres Lagunas fires. So we relied on those permits, and it's become, sort of like if you feed the kid, he gets used to having two or three meals a day. And we have gotten used to having that money available from selling the hunts to take care of the ranch. And it's not an elegant place. It's a cabin that was built in 1918, a couple other cabins, one at 10,000 feet that desperately needs the Ralph Lauren rebuild. But we've gone from 16 permits 3 years ago, which coincided with me selling 80 cows to favor the elk, because the hunting was a good thing, and we employ local people. We build some fences. But long story very short, I'll leave you guys alone. But we went from 16 permits down to 10, which is a 40% reduction. The next year, we went from 10 down to 5. And Director Lily and, is it Lily or Lily? I've been saying it wrong all this time. I apologize. And Aaron Roberts have been really helpful. And I don't have a bad word to say about them. They've been systematic. They've taken time with me. They've been reasonable. But the reality is that I've lost that income. So we were selling for average of about $3,000 a permit, so $45,000 a year. And we'd spent at least 8 fixing fences that the elk do tear down every year. And so we find ourselves in a very diminished income situation. And I'm looking around and trying to figure out, what am I going to do? The options are sell ranchettes, right? Everybody loves that idea, right? Break it up, sell it to the very people that the local hunters don't want to be there. The folks from Texas, I've had offers. The other option is to hunt the hell out of the property, which is kind of where I'm going. I'm looking at a hunting outfit out of Texas has offered me $55,000, and I'm sharing real numbers with you guys, 55,000, but now we're going to hunt the elk that are available. We're going to hunt deer. We're going to hunt turkeys. We're going to hunt grouse. We're going to hunt the bears, and we're going to hunt the lions. I've never shot a lion on that property in my life. Had a few bears that have torn things up, and we've had to take care of those. But what I wanted to say today was just that this is the situation I find myself in, is trying to consider how to replace that income so I can take care of the ranch. And I think you would see the ranch, all of you, and say, it's a pretty nice place. We're between 2 big blocks of Forest Service land. We have a lot of water. We have 10,000 foot peaks on the property, and we have a lot of high alpine glens and meadows. And what's happening now is as the snow recedes, the elk are all in my backyard, probably about 120 of them right now. And that's pretty much what I wanted to say today, was just to let you all know that this situation is impacting me. And my kids are looking at me like, well, what are you going to do? And the option is let the place go to hell. But I'm not good at that either, because I was raised on a ranch, and we all know how to work a ranch, don't we? And I'm not good at letting things fall apart. I don't want to watch it turn into the Dust Bowl up there. So I would just ask you all to take that into consideration in the future. And I appreciate the work you all do. I really do. This was a terrific meeting. I learned a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Old. Next, we'll go with Leslie Allison. Leslie Allison. And you are with Western Landowners, correct, Leslie? Correct.
Oh, even better, right there.
Can you all hear me all right? All right. Commissioners, Vice Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity to present today. And I would echo Mr. Old's compliments in the meeting today. Learned a lot. Really a privilege to be here and listen to that. Thank you for your opportunity to introduce the Western Landowners Alliance and hear our perspectives on a couple of these key issues in the state. Before I jump in, I want to call out Sisto Hernandez, Sisto right over here. Recently joined our team to help with wildlife, livestock conflict prevention work here in the state. So delighted to have Sisto on board. My name is Leslie Allison. I'm the Chief Executive Officer. I grew up in New Mexico. I currently live in Santa Fe. And Western Landowners Alliance is a landowner-led organization with a mission to sustain working lands, connected landscapes, and native species. We have a highly diverse membership representing small and large acreages and a wide spectrum of land interests and political perspectives. Collectively, our members manage millions of acres of deeded and leased public lands around the West, including here in New Mexico. And we're united in our dedication to keeping the working lands of the West whole and healthy for the benefit of both people and wildlife. Let's work. All right. So I brought along today just some of our literature. It's out on the table in the front to share. We produce magazines. We have a podcast I'd encourage you all to listen into. It's called the Working Wild U podcast. We have some films and things, and you can find a bunch of resources on our website that you might find of interest, and membership is free if anybody'd like to participate. So what I wanted to talk with you all today about is the one resource that should be of #1 concern to every single person and organization in this room. And without it, there is no future for wildlife. There's no future for hunting. There's no future for agriculture. and that resource is land. Productive, private and working lands in particular, our family farms, ranches, and forested lands are crucial to all of us and to the survival of almost all wildlife species. There's not one thing on our bodies, our clothes, the building around us, in our bellies that did not come from working lands and from people on working lands somewhere in the world. And yet remarkably, these are the lands that we're losing. The ag census just came out, and New Mexico has 4,000 fewer farms today than we did 5 years ago, 4,000 fewer farms. And we've lost 1.5 million acres out of agricultural production. And as goes the land, so goes the habitat, so goes the wildlife. The number one threat to agriculture, wildlife, and hunting is the loss of productive land to development. And this should be our common ground. And why are we losing these lands? One simple reason, economics. And you just heard it right there. It's a great case. I get calls almost every week from landowners around the state saying, if EPLUS goes away, I can't hold on. It's the only thing that's keeping this ranch together anymore. Land is ever more expensive to own. You can just ask the federal government, which currently has a backlog of 35 billion acres in managing its federal lands. And here in New Mexico, private lands are approximately half the land base, and landowners carry that financial burden on the private side of the fence. There are very few ways that landowners can generate the income needed to keep these lands and habitats intact. Agriculture and recreation, particularly hunting, is critically important for many family farms and ranches, as well as to rural communities. And this is why EPLUS is so important to New Mexico. Those who wish to see EPLUS eliminated like to talk about wealthy out-of-state landowners because frankly, this is an easy group to vilify. But the thing is that most EPLUS New Mexico landowners are not wealthy or from out of state. Somehow in the rhetoric, we forget that landowners are the backbones of communities all over New Mexico. They sustain livelihoods and local businesses. They pay taxes. They serve on local school boards. There are volunteer firefighters. They serve on our planning commissions. And many of them have been on these lands for generations. And those that are wealthy and are from out of state, many of these contribute enormously to New Mexico in a variety of ways, from business and job creation to conservation investments to philanthropy and charitable causes. Some people have the misguided impression that landowners are getting wealthy for charging from hunting and fishing on their land. But when you actually look at the financials, you'll see that whatever income they generate seldom, if ever, is sufficient to cover the costs of ownership, management, or in some cases, even just to sustain the wildlife. EPLUS isn't making anyone wealthy, but it is crucial to keeping some of our very best lands and habitats intact. It's time to stop the attacks, the rhetoric on New Mexico's landowners. If we want a future for wildlife and hunting, we've got to work with and not against the people who are keeping these essential lands intact. And on a personal note, I'm an avid hunter. It's really important to me and my family. I share concerns about the future of hunting. Jesse and I have talked many times about this. We both have kids that hunt. I want to maintain equitable opportunities for the next generation as well. However, I also know that without EPLUS, my own hunting experience and opportunity would be greatly diminished. We would have more hunters crowded onto public lands, more elk crowded onto private lands. Landowners would demand more reductions in elk. Hunters would begin to demand reductions in number of licenses issued because of overcrowding and poor quality hunting experiences. And more land would end up in development, further reducing and fracturing the habitat base. The reality is that ever more people exist and are interested in these things, and there's ever less land. And it's a worry and a grief that many of us, landowners, sportsmen, and wildlife advocates all share. But eliminating EPLUS, hurting landowners in their ability to keep land open, will not fix this, and in fact, will only accelerate the loss. So Western Landowners Alliance has been collaborating with regional and national sportsmen's groups and landowners. We're working on these issues. We hope to have a white paper out soon with some preliminary findings and recommendations, but collaboration is the way that we're going to solve these challenges. And finally, I did want to talk briefly also about wolves. Okay. For the past 4 years, Western Landowners Alliance has led a West-wide initiative to reduce conflicts between predators and livestock, wolves and grizzlies in particular. We host something called the Conflict Reduction Consortium, which brings together producers, sportsmen, wildlife advocates, wildlife agencies, researchers to find common ground and solutions. And through this effort, we've just completed a 3-year, 7-state collaborative study of non-lethal conflict prevention practices. We are in the process, as was mentioned earlier, of securing $22 million in USDA funding to provide cost share support to producers for these practices. And we anticipate that a portion of that money will begin to be available in New Mexico here by the end of the year. And Sisto will be leading our work on that front. So if you have questions about that, you can talk with Sisto. He'll be working with the NRCS on that project. But what I really wanted to tell you about here at the end is a concept that the consortium has developed. A lot of good people working on this from many places, and it's proving very useful in states around the West. And it's called the 4 Cs framework. And basically what this says, it's just a good guidance structure. It says if you have these 4 essential tools in place, you can greatly reduce conflicts and losses. And these 4 Cs include conflict prevention, compensation, control, and collaboration. So the non-lethal conflict prevention practices, such as range riding, can work in some cases. Now, none of the conflict reduction tools work everywhere all the time. We know that for a fact, but some can work, but they can be expensive. And so providing the technical and financial support to producers for conflict prevention is important. But we can't prevent all depredations, again, as we heard earlier, so that when those depredations do occur, if we can make our payments to producers fair and timely, that's very important so that they can stay on the landscape. The third is control, and by control, we mean lethal control. When you have chronic depredation, selectively removing the individual or individual animals that are responsible for that depredation can minimize the conflict and reduce the need for more widespread lethal control or wholesale population reductions. So in the end, the wolves do better, the people do better. And finally, collaboration. We cannot make this work without working together. So as a recap, the 4 Cs are conflict reduction, compensation, control, and collaboration. And you need all 4 in a place. And when you do that, you can kind of get along. It's not going to be perfect for anybody, but you'll do better than the other alternatives. So as a closing, I would also like to say WLA is working on endangered species, fisheries here in New Mexico, wildlife migration issues around the West. And we're here to help. We want to partner with you all, with all the stakeholders in the landscape, and look forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leslie. Next, we have Jesse Dubell, New Mexico Wildlife Federation.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair and Commission. Also, earlier in the day, it was mentioned the Land of Enchantment Legacy Fund. I'd like to thank Leslie Allison, Western Landowners Alliance, for their leadership and work in that coalition. It was really fantastic, and the benefits to this agency are going to be immense. Next one up. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. I'm gonna do something that I hope is helpful to the group here. Again, my name is Jesse Dubell. I'm the Executive Director of the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. Again, Vice Chair and Commission, thank you so much for this opportunity and for creating space for this dialogue. I'm going to provide a slideshow that compares New Mexico's system to other systems that exist across the West. And I really want to thank Brandon Wynn for working on the data analysis, compiling all the data. I think it's going to be super helpful and create a context, kind of a framework as to how New Mexico is similar and how New Mexico differs from other Western states. You know, New Mexico has the same issues as other Western states. We have private land, we have public land, we have cattle grazing, we have agriculture. That's the case all across the Intermountain West. All across the Intermountain West, private landowners provide habitat for public wildlife. We're not unique in that sense. Where we are unique, though, is in how we issue both the share and the number of public elk authorizations, transferable public elk authorizations to private interests. There's only 4 states in all of the West that issue these type of transferable elk tags. We're the only state that has no mandatory direct benefit from those. So I'm going to run through this slideshow fairly quickly in the interest of time here. If you'll notice on slide number 1, right here on the top, this quote, that was New Mexico's very first game warden, and that was published in the very first document ever issued by the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish to the state legislature, okay? The second quote down below was our second game warden. And if you compare these quotes to the 2020 Legislative Finance Committee evaluation of the department, the committee made a recommendation. It says the State Game Commission should consider amending its system for licensing elk hunting on private land, the elk private land use system, to be more in line with neighboring states. So now we're going to look at the neighboring states. This is a quote from Dr. Thomas Baumeister. I thought it was a pretty good quote because Dr. Baumeister is a first-generation immigrant to the United States. He lives in Montana, and the United States is unique in the fact that our wildlife belongs equally to all the people. Our wildlife exists in a public trust. So look at this slide here. This shows us the public land that's available to hunt in each of the Western states. Now, we don't have Idaho and Wyoming on here simply because we couldn't get the data. This data is very difficult to track down, but you'll notice the public-private land breakup, how New Mexico ranks with some of the other states. Look at Arizona, 44% public land open to hunt. New Mexico's 40%. But look all the way to that far right column. The total transferable private elk permits, 38% of all the authorizations, all the licenses essentially in New Mexico issued for elk are done through privatization. The next closest state is Nevada at just 3%. If you look at these figures, I mean, that right there, that illustration tells a story, and I think it's a very important story. So here again, we're looking at the total number, and this was in Chief Lively's presentation, 13,803 transferable private elk licenses in New Mexico. The next closest state is Colorado. But look at Colorado issues 4,166 transferable private licenses, but they also issue nearly 200,000 licenses compared to our 36,000. That's where that 38% number comes in. Now, if you look to the bottom of the chart, out of all the elk licenses issued in the West, okay, 7% of those licenses come out of the state of New Mexico, but 72% of the private licenses that exist, the private elk authorizations that exist in this country, 72% of them come from our state, taken from our New Mexico residents. This is a map kind of showing what we've already seen on the previous charts, but this puts a little bit into perspective so you can see geographically where these states are located. Again, if you look at the map on the right, 38% in New Mexico compared to 2% in Colorado, 2% in Utah, 3% in Nevada, 0% in Arizona. So what is the consequence of all of this privatization? That's the question. You know, how is it that states like Arizona that also have private and public land can have 0 private transferable licenses, yet still have elk and still have landowners and still have agriculture and still have hunting opportunity? What is the consequence of this? We have the lowest share of public resident elk licenses in all of the Western states. So Arizona, 92% of every elk permit that state issues ends up in the hand of an Arizona resident. 92%. We're at 55%. Utah, 92% of every single elk license in the state of Utah ends up in the hands of a Utah resident. We're at 55%. Nevada, 89%. Again, LFC in 2020 said that New Mexico should create an EPLUS program more similar to our neighboring states. This is what our other Western states are doing and how they're managing their elk herds with similar dynamics that we're dealing with in New Mexico, again, with land ownership status, agriculture, ranching, all of the different competing interests. Montana, 87% of every elk license in the state of Montana is given to a Montana resident. We're at 55%. So Colorado, this one's a little tricky. It looks, when you look at it, you say, wait, there's someone kind of like us, Colorado. But the truth is in Colorado, almost all of those tags are over the counter. Colorado has a lot of unlimited over the counter units. So when you see 59% of the tags going to Colorado residents, obviously, then that means that the remainder are going to non-residents. Those are not issued through the public draw generally. Those are over the counter tags, and they're not taking opportunity away from Colorado residents. Every single Colorado resident can hunt elk every single year. In fact, in Colorado, you can hunt up to 3 elk per year as a Colorado resident. In New Mexico, I don't hunt elk unless I draw a tag. So every non-resident that takes an elk tag is taking an opportunity from a resident. So the Colorado example here is a little unique. You'll notice the note in the middle, 93,500 over-the-counter elk licenses in the state of Colorado. So there's all the states stacked up right next to each other. So when people are wondering why New Mexicans are frustrated, I think this here tells the story. You can see what we're dealing with as New Mexicans, and this is getting national attention. Now, this chart here outlines what the public benefit is of our private land or our private authorizations. Now, New Mexico has no mandatory public benefit. We heard in Chief Lively's presentation that on unit-wide tags or authorizations, the landowner is required to open up their property to the public. And that's true, but when I talk to most landowners who are utilizing the unit-wide system and say, boy, that's so great that you're doing it unit-wide, the response is, well, we have to because the elk aren't on my property during hunting season. They come in during calving season, they come in during the summertime, they're here at different times of year, but in the hunting season, they're out on the public land. So if the elk are out on the public land and I have access during hunting season to that private land, what's the benefit to me as a public land hunter? There really is no benefit. And it's not mandatory that a landowner chooses unit-wide. So on the ranch-only authorizations, there's zero public benefit. In the state of Colorado, RFW, that's ranching for wildlife, 10% of the bucks and the bulls and 100% of the antlerless tags on a given ranch are given to the public who have access to hunt on that private land. So for every 10 bulls or bucks that a landowner gets, 1 member of the public gets to hunt that property. You'll see a similar dynamic in Utah. Landowners get a choice. They can choose 10 to 25% of the bucks and bulls, and 50 to 100% of the antlerless tags go to residents who are hunting on the private property. In the state of Nevada, landowners must provide public hunting access to landlocked and adjacent public land. All of these states have a direct public benefit mandated in the system. We don't have that in New Mexico. So here's just some more quotes. I'm looking at the clock, so I'm gonna have to run through these fairly quickly. But again, we're seeing this example being used all across the West where people are pointing at New Mexico and saying, let's not be like them. Some of you are familiar with the Meat Eater Network, one of the largest hunting media content companies in existence today. Just last week on Cal's Week in Review on the Meat Eater Network, he said this quote talking about today's meeting. He was encouraging people to show up to today's meeting and saying, if you're a resident in New Mexico, you're getting hosed.
Thank you, Mr. Dubell. Next, we have Tom Patterson with New Mexico Cattle Growers Association. And right after him, we have Greta Anderson, a Deputy Director with Western Watersheds Projects.
Thank you very much. Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, Director Sloan, my name is Tom Patterson. I ranch in Unit 15 primarily at Luna and also down at Elma. I am the President-elect of the New Mexico Cattle Growers. I've been Chair of the Wildlife Committee for a number of years, and I'm the industry representative to the County Livestock Loss Authority, which is charged with compensating livestock producers for depredations and other damages from wolves. Let's see. There are three species that cattle growers focuses on: wolves, elk, and prairie chickens. We focus on these because these are the ones that have the greatest impact on our members across the state. I appreciate the presentations that were made here today. Our sense is that Fish and Wildlife Service has more responsibility for wolves and prairie chickens. You have the responsibility for elk. I testified at your last meeting in March about new evidentiary standards to prove depredations. It's still a huge issue. It's been kicked down the road to the end of October. We still would respectfully request that the New Mexico Game and Fish Department vote no on what's really a set of political evidentiary standards for proving a depredation so that there can be money paid from the federal government. But I want to focus my comments here today on elk. For a number of years now, the New Mexico Cattle Growers Association has worked pretty diligently to survey our members on the work that they've done on elk. We did surveys in 2020. We did other surveys in 2022, trying to find out what is it you've done to create habitat on private and public lands for elk. What are the benefits that have been realized, and what are the damages that you've incurred from elk? We've shared those results with Mr. Liley. Other work that we've done on elk includes a monthly meeting we have with the regional office for the Forest Service, where we discuss, can you coordinate your work with the Department of Game and Fish? Frankly, there's not been much progress made there, but we continue to ask. I can't speak for all of our members, but I think that my experience has been fairly representative about the problems we have with elk, and there are benefits too, but the problems we've had with elk over the years. Elk are a relatively recent problem in our rural areas. Wasn't an issue for a long time, but by the mid-late 70s, we started hearing about elk up at Luna in the high country. Elk have a negative impact on citizens generally. Highway safety. You ask the county commissioners in Catron County, how many elk-related accidents do you have during the year? And they throw their hands up. Lots. I've had my own collision with elk. My ranch foreman totaled the tractor as he was taking the equipment up to haul a load of cattle. Fortunately, he survived, but he was seriously injured. There are negative impacts on livestock producers in the management of our private lands. Elk are drawn to water on private lands. That's where people homesteaded. So of course, that's where the water is. There's infrastructure we've had to add to deal with elk, and that costs money. Hay, for example. The forage, we have to limit our own use and numbers. The 30 to 40 head of elk that are on my irrigated pasture that every day, every night, every day, that means I'm going to have less feed to wean calves on here in a couple of weeks. We can't protect a pasture for later use on a rotation, especially in riparian pastures. And there's overgrazing from elk, particularly in riparian areas. On our conservation, elk limit my ability to do conservation work. I've done $1 million worth of conservation work on Centerfire Creek up in Catron County. I can fence the cattle out of a riparian area I'm trying to preserve. I can't fence the elk out. They use it as a nursery. To do a burn, I have to remove my cattle after monsoons, so there's enough fine fuels to move the burn along. I can't keep the elk out, which limits the ability of the effectiveness of that burn. Issues are even more extreme on public lands just because of the size. Forage management, cattle are the scapegoat. They routinely get blamed for impaired resource conditions. Forest Service doesn't control elk, but it does control cattle numbers on allotments. Forest Service requires livestock producers to cut back numbers during a drought. Game and Fish doesn't. As critical habitat for species is impacted, such as on the checker spot butterfly in the Sacramento Mountains, the Fish and Wildlife Service will list the species as threatened or endangered and then designate the area as critical habitat. Forest Service will respond by limiting grazing. We don't go in, the elk continue to go in there. Water infrastructure and use. Who do you think it is that puts in the stock tanks, who maintains them, who cleans them out after fires, who puts in the pipelines, the storage tanks, and the drinkers? It ain't the Forest Service. It's the private rancher. Elk get in those drinkers, they break the float, water comes out of the storage tank, cattle are left with no water, and we've wasted the water. There is disease, especially during drought. Elk are notorious for carrying leptospirosis. During a drought, they go to a stock tank, they urinate, the urine goes into the water, the cows come behind them, they drink the water, and we have mid to late term abortions from the leptospirosis. Range management, fence breaks, repairs, times. That blister on my finger, on my thumb, came from last Sunday when I was repairing a stretch of fence that the elk had busted up. There wasn't anyone else out there to help me. Matter of fact, I've never had an offer for help from any hunter organization to come out and help us repair our fences. There's no one up at Luna today helping my crew fix elk breaks on our fences so we can move cattle into those pastures. During hunting season and also during shed, when folks are out hunting sheds, hunters run us off the roads. They throw down our gates. They cut our fences to get their elk out rather than go find a gate. They drive off roads. While we're hunting, while we're gathering, they're hunting. And that's a safety concern, a big one. I guess, my thought is, as we incur all those costs on a daily basis, because we have elk on our ranches, the real issue here is not EPLUS. That's not the starting point, folks. When we go out during hunting season and we see these hunters from New Mexico who want to hunt a trophy bull, who are claiming they want cheaper tags, and they're driving $80,000 trucks and pulling $150,000 fifth wheels and driving $30,000 side-by-sides down the road, I don't have much sympathy for them because of all the costs that we have to incur from elk. But I don't want to talk about this just from the perspective of the rancher, because what I want to implore you to do is think about elk policy in New Mexico. New Mexico Cattle Growers has a policy objective on elk. Recognize that they're a natural resource in New Mexico. They have to be managed properly to protect our forage and water resources and to protect them. I'll come back to this, and we have advocated that. We've advocated it at Livestock Elk Symposium. We've written to you or copied you, the commission, a number of times about concerns with elk management, and a lot of it is population management. But our primary focus that we've raised with the commission is, what is our elk policy in New Mexico? And our recommendation to you is to revise the purpose statement in the 4-year elk rule as follows. I redlined it here for you. Establish elk populations. The red line is the changes we would propose to make, consistent with safety on our highways and multiple use management of our rangelands and forests that's based upon range conditions, carrying capacity. So, but this policy objective we have, and we think that what we've proposed is consistent with that. We can put it more simply. I think New Mexico is called to wise stewardship of our lands, of our animals, and of our families and neighbors, defined broadly. But there's some realities. Ranchers provide the water and forage resources and minerals that elk consume. Cattle numbers on grazing allotments depend on authorized animal unit months. Elk cause damage. The more elk, the more damage inflicted on ranchers. There are some other realities that you can have an impact on. Game and Fish Department does not recognize multiple use management. I've sat with Mr. Liley, who I have profound respect for. He makes it clear. New Mexico Game and Fish Department manages elk for elk. The Forest Service, the BLM, for example, however, manage private and public lands for multiple uses, which would include highway. listed some of these other realities, and I've identified what the consequences are to New Mexico. And at the very end of this, I've identified for you some policy, some proposals that we would strongly urge you to consider. New Mexico Cattle Growers stands ready and willing to work with you on any of these. Thank you.
Councilors, thank you so much for the presentation. We do have your hard copy here so we can reference. Thank you so much, Tom. Up next, we have Greta Anderson from Western Watersheds Projects.
And we have to come down. Good afternoon, Commission. Thank you. My name is Greta Anderson. I'm the Deputy Director of Western Watersheds Project, which is a nonprofit conservation organization, which with over 14,000 members and supporters across the West, including many here in New Mexico. I traveled today from Tucson, Arizona to be here because we want to talk about the conservation opportunities for the Mexican gray wolf. Your positions as members of the New Mexico State Game Commission mean that you have great responsibilities for the state's wildlife and, as it happens, great power to persuade the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service how to recover the iconic lobo. I'm asking you to use that power for good by advocating for improvements in the Mexican wolf recovery program. I had prepared remarks, but I feel the need to respond to some of the, put a finer point on some of the points that Chief Liley made. One thing that in Chief Liley's presentation, he showed you the genetic criteria for Mexican wolf recovery. And I would like to point out to you that the recovery plan specifies 22 wolves surviving to breeding age. That doesn't actually require them to have bred. And so the effect of that influx of cross-fostered pups on the population is not actually being measured in genetics. And we're very concerned that if we look strictly at the population numbers, we're missing the point, because on average, the wild population of Mexican wolves are about as related to each other as brother and sister. It's a genetic crisis. We have no time to lose. We need more wild wolf families on the ground, and we needed it 20 years ago. I wanted to make sure you understood that. Another point was that Chief Liley's optimism about additional recovery opportunities in Mexico is really just speculation. And what we've seen with the Mexico program that's occurred so far is unfortunately fits and starts. And right now there's probably fewer than a dozen wolves on the ground in Mexico, despite dozens of wolf releases, captive releases from the United States, removed to Mexico and put on the ground there. One of the problems is Mexico has a widespread use of poisons, and that has been seriously detrimental to the population there. So the population, as he acknowledged in Sonora and Chihuahua, is really tanking, but they've got their eyes now on Durango. The models that he showed you of habitat suitability in Durango are just that, models of habitat suitability. They don't account for a prey base, they don't account for social tolerance, and they don't account for the amount of time it would take to get a second recovering population on the ground in a country that's already demonstrated significant challenges. We support the recovery program in Mexico. We just don't believe that you can rely on it for the recovery of the species. And we don't have time to wait. Unfortunately, Mr. Liley and Arizona Game and Fish Department would prefer to rely on Mexico rather than look at the suitable habitat in northern Arizona and northern New Mexico. And as he showed you, there's the Interstate 40 boundary that the agencies rely on for the historic distribution of Mexican gray wolves. That be that as it may, the historic distribution that they cite to is not an accurate predictor of future recovery. What we're seeing is the wolves themselves are going north of I-40. If you followed the news, you saw that one wolf just this year went twice up to northern New Mexico. There's suitable habitat, it's appropriate, it's available, and we need to use that resource in the United States, where the Endangered Species Act has primacy as federal rule to recover wolves where they can recover. by opposing wolf recovery north of Interstate 40, the department is actually hamstringing the ability of the federal agencies to get to those two delisting criteria, and continuing to rely on Mexico is not feasible. I wanted to mention one other thing, a couple other things. One of interest here today was the EPLUS program. It isn't just that landowners or private ranchers are getting extra elk tags. It's that the actual livestock on the public lands are displacing the wildlife that would otherwise be there. So every cow-calf pair, and this is according to the Natural Resource Conservation Service, every cow-calf pair you see on public lands is consuming the same amount of forage as 2 elk, 7 deer, or 11 pronghorn. So every time you see cows out there, you can think, well, those could be wildlife. If those were wildlife, maybe the landowners or more people would have hunting opportunities, if that's your thing. That would be a great boon to our wildlife populations. It would also help with the ecological health of our public lands, not to mention reducing livestock-caused wolf conflict. An additional point I wanted to make today is that recently we've just announced that the reward dollars for information leading to the conviction of somebody who has illegally killed a Mexican wolf are now $105,000. $105,000, $50,000 from Fish and Wildlife Service, $55,000 from environmental groups, and a few $1,000s from each of the game and fish departments. So if you or anyone you know has information about who is killing the Mexican wolves out there, there's a lot of money at stake, and you should turn them in because they are violating the law. There have been more than 10 Mexican wolves that have disappeared or been shot in the Beaverhead-Winston area in the last 2 years, and somebody knows something. Your information could be worth $105,000. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much, and I will also submit some written comments for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Next, we have Michael Robinson for Center for Biological Diversity. After him, there's Michael Berman with GRIP.
Good afternoon, commissioners and members of the public. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm Michael Robinson. I'm a senior conservation advocate with Center for Biological Diversity, and I live here in unincorporated Grant County. I want to start with something that Chief Liley just very briefly mentioned, which he may have passed by some people. There's separate criteria in the Endangered Species Act for goals for delisting or downlisting a species in a recovery plan, separate from the actual criteria that are used by law to effectuate delisting or downlisting when it is actually lawful. And that's important to realize. And in fact, there's a nexus to the Department of Game and Fish, New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, and that is that the department was an intervener defendant in a lawsuit that our organization, as a nonprofit and other nonprofit organizations seeking to save the Mexican wolf, filed against the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about criteria in the recovery plan, the goals, that have no connection to science. And the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish wrote a motion to the court arguing that, in fact, the best available science does not have to be used in recovery criteria. And in a controversial decision, they managed to persuade one court of that. What that means is you can cite 22 pups that live to breeding age as a criteria for taking or a goal for taking them off the endangered species list, but that doesn't mean that the Mexican wolf will get taken off the endangered species list. And let me assure all of the wolf lovers in this room, the Mexican wolf is not going off the endangered species list in the next few decades. And that is largely because the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, under a lot of pressure from the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, has actually managed to reduce the genetic diversity of the Mexican wolves in the last 20 years. Now, something that Chief Liley mentioned is that all the Mexican gray wolves in the world that we know of today stem from 7 animals that had, he didn't mention this in particular, but were the survivors of a previous U.S. government extermination program that actually got exported to Mexico with government personnel and poison sent there. Of those 7 founding animals, the genetic diversity in the wild population of Mexican wolves in the US today is the equivalent as if there were only 2.09 of those animals. Now, obviously, there's no 0.9 wolf running around out there, but it's one of the 4 metrics that geneticists use to measure the genetic diversity in imperiled populations, including the Mexican wolf. It's called, the geneticists call it founder genome equivalence. It's gone from 7 to 2.09 in the wild population. And that is a result of mismanagement. That's squandered genetic diversity. First, the New Mexico Game Department and Commission decades ago, none of y'all were on the commission then, opposed the reintroduction of wolves. And so they stayed for long periods of time, for decades, in a captive breeding program where there wasn't enough room to maximize breeding and thereby maximize the remaining genetic diversity from those 7 animals. But even after reintroduction began in 1998, the Fish and Wildlife Service, under pressure from the livestock industry and with support from the Game Department and Commission, shot a lot of wolves, as it's euphemistically, we just heard it euphemistically called a few minutes ago, control, lethal control, including they even shot, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service ordered USDA APHIS Wildlife Services to shoot a wolf that they knew in advance was genetically irreplaceable. That was in 2004. That also contributed to the loss of genetic diversity. The bottom line is that genetic diversity was going up when the reintroduction program began in 1998 and shortly thereafter. It was going up because the wolves were being released as family groups. Now, you don't have to be a PhD biologist to realize that wolves are social mammals. They, just like human beings, they connect with each other. They have close family ties, or pack ties, as we refer to it also. And the releasing them as family groups maximizes the chances that they're successful. Chief Liley also mentioned supposed nuisance behavior from wolves that had been released. It's striking that even though there's been about 6 or 7 different rationales, false rationales, for stopping the releases of family groups of wolves into the wild, and the last one for the last 4 or 5 years, it's been cited as nuisance behavior, but the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Arizona Department of Game and Fish have been unable to actually come up with any numbers suggesting that nuisance behavior is more prevalent from adult released wolves. It's a good story. They just don't have numbers behind it, or if they do, they haven't shared it with anybody in the public. Those family pack releases, that is, releases of well-bonded adult male-female pairs and their pups, the last one took place in 2006, went on from 1998 sporadically until 2006. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in various documents has reported that 6 out of 9 of the packs, the family packs that were released in areas of adequate native prey were successful. And they have a very high standard, and I don't have time to go into all the details, but they have a higher standard for defining success in the release of adult wolves than they do for the pups, who, in fact, the adult wolves have to successfully breed to be considered successful. The pups just have to make it to breeding age. Big difference there. But there was 6 out of 9 were successful. And then when you start looking at the individual circumstances, such as a wolf pack that was released in the territory of another wolf pack, again, because of mismanagement that was really unnecessary, and they came to no good end. And you actually see that the introduced pack, you actually see that the proportion of success is even higher than that. In contrast, and Chief Liley mentioned this, there were 99 pups released, captive-born pups, since 2016 through 2023, taken from their parents and put into the dens of other wolves in the wild. And it's something that, you know, anyone who cares about animals, hearts go out when you see these beautiful animals of an imperiled species that hopefully can be the future. But the tragedy of it is that 76 of those 99 animals were not seen again alive. Most of them simply disappeared. There was a handful that were confirmed to be dead. 23 of those animals were confirmed to have survived their puphood, and puphoods, and several of them survived longer as well. The bottom line from this failure of taking pups from their parents and releasing them in the den, the very high disappearance rate, is that in fact the genetic status of the Mexican wolf today is significantly worse than it was 20 years ago before family pack releases ended. And that's according to all 4 of the genetic metrics. I mentioned founder genome equivalence. I'm not going to bore you with the other 3 metrics by which the Mexican wolf population is measured. So big celebration that the pups are being put in, but essentially what you have is a decline in genetic diversity after the cessation of family pack releases. It went up slightly, as Chief Liley indicated, 2 or 3 years after the pup releases began in 2016, but it really hasn't made a significant enough difference. And for all intents and purposes, the genetic diversity of the Mexican wolf is now stagnant. It is not continuing to increase to the relatively high level that we had while family packs were being released. So again, Mexican wolf is not coming off of the endangered species list. Maybe not in the lifetimes of anybody in this room because of the mismanagement. And in fact, if this continues, it's eventually the Mexican wolf will go extinct because you just can't have a population that's based on 2.09 founders from a genetic point of view and expect not to have severe infirmities, physiological infirmities, and reproductive lack of success as well. And a study that Chief Liley briefly put on the screen, but I don't think he had a chance to talk about it, from 2007, correlated that the more inbred a pair of wolves are, the less likely they were to have surviving pups in the following year. And yet Chief Liley showed a chart that showed a steady increase in the number, a slight increase in the number of surviving pups. So you're saying, okay, well, Michael Robinson, that doesn't seem to actually comport with the data. Well, it turns out that starting in 2009, there was a program of extensive supplemental feeding of the wolves. I think probably most people in this room are aware of that, of the wolves in the wild. And if you give extra calories to a wild animal, a wild female mammal, she's more likely to have successful reproduction and to successfully keep her pups or whatever the animal is alive. And so what you have here is you have mitigation of this loss of reproductive capacity. The mitigation just treats the symptoms. It's in the meantime, the genetics are still stagnant. And we're starting to see signs, not yet corroborated by the scientific community and peer-reviewed recent research, of perhaps eventually terminal genetic infirmities that are manifesting in live wolves. The program is on the wrong track. It will eventually result in Mexican wolf extinction. I respectfully ask that the Commission and the Department support family pack releases into the Gila National Forest.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. Next, we have, oh, Mr. Robinson, sorry, you're the next one. Mr. Berman, you're next. You'll have 10 minutes as well. And you're with Gila Resource Info Project? Correct. All right, so 10 minutes. Sir.
And just to give you a little bit of perspective is that when I first got here, a meeting like this would be almost all local people who are trying to figure out what's going on. And one of the things I would say when I got here in the 90s, the idea, I was raised on this little island called Manhattan. It's over in the East Coast and nobody really hunts there. So the idea of going hunting was the most foreign thing in the world to me. And the thing that did interest me was finding habitat that was healthy. I actually have a degree in biology and worked as a wildlife biologist out of college. And I met these old guys who were interested in, some people call them coos deer, others call them cows deer. I prefer coos. And I realized these people were fascinated and spent a huge amount of time in these landscapes, in these places that I was also looking at because they were still healthy environments. And it made me think, like, what do they know that I don't know? And I got with this idea, maybe I might try this hunting thing. And over time, it's really become something quite important to me because I think it's one of the few things that you can go into the wild place, do something that has great consequences. I think killing an animal is one of the most sort of wonderful and horrible things you can do. It's amazing. And what I'd like to say to you all is I've begun to mentor young people because I find where I hunt, it's about, like to hunt is like miles in. I like to walk. And so I found this thing, if I can find like a 20, 30-year-old who's really strong, I can sort of say, no, this is normal. You walk all the way in and then you have to carry the animal out. So I've begun to mentor people. And the one thing I really focus on with them is just the simple idea of good habitat. And the other thing I say is where you'll find it is you'll find wolves and you'll find the game. So the last year or two, I spent a lot of time in the fires. That's beyond the trails. There's not a lot of trails to them. There's amazing things going on with the herds of these animals. Finding good habitat in New Mexico is a very hard thing. One of the things you always need to think about is that we have huge populations of game in Silver City. I mean, we export deer to wilderness areas out of the city. That's backwards. The reasons for the complexity of our habitat, you'll hear in all the speakers today. You know, one will blame something else, one will blame something else. But in the end, the biggest problem, and I'll say this, is when in the 90s I did this stuff, is I would look around the room and many and most of the people were doing this because they were interested in it, but very few people made money from the programs. And once you monetize something, you make it difficult, because that's really what you're dealing with here, is that friends of mine who have ranches, they need this to stay open. Friends of mine who do outfitting, where do they get their tags from? I wish I could pay to do one of these EPLUS things because I'd hunt every year. But I also have had the thing of I have friends because of what I do who have given me the EPLUS tags on ranches where they don't use them. So I've benefited from it. But in the end, when you monetize something, which is what you're doing with the EPLUS, you are creating problems that will not go away. You know, and as hunters, it's like, you know, most of us spend more money than a license cost at the range, in quotes, sighting things in, than a license cost. I think you could, we'll complain like hell, but I think if I knew I could get a tag every year and had to pay $200 instead of, I don't even know what it is, $70. I don't even look. It's like, it's so amazing to be able to do it. Now it's the same thing, I think, with wolves. And I did say this, is when I hunt, I look for places that have good habitat and wolves. They go together. I've often seen wolves when I hunt. And also what I did before I hunted is that if you want to know the places in Mexico that have the wolves, the last wolves, I spent time in the Sierra San Luis, in the Sierra Madres, the most remote places. And, is these animals seek out good habitat? And again, defining that, it's basically when we start monetizing things and putting money into it, we lose it. So, and the other sort of thing I'm thinking about is that often at these meetings, you end up with core people who have built their lives around something like hunting or ranching or spending time in the environment. And they're passionate about this thing that's disappearing. But when I look at the laws and the things you do, I often see that you bend towards money. So, you know, the gentleman from Catherine County showed pictures of four-wheelers. You know, right now I'd look at most of the changes and it feels like outfitters, four-wheeling. It's these things that generate income, whereas the people who hunt, you know, we don't get to do it. And until people are able to draw, they're going to be frustrated, because the EPLUS thing's for elk, but for deer, you know, it used to be you could get a deer tag, and now it's unlimited for private land, and it's not for public land hunting. So I could go into a thing of I do have land in this county, and again, monetizing things is my taxes. My joke on my taxes is I pay for the privilege of not grazing it, but for 80 acres, I could run one cow and it would be appraised at $5 an acre. That's appraised. That's not my taxes. My taxes would be a % of that. Because I don't do that, I usually run the numbers, but it would be the equivalent of 20,000 acres of ranch land for those taxes. So again, there's a lot of money that goes into supporting all these programs and stuff. But in the end, once you tie something to money, you create problems. Thanks a lot. I really wanted to beat the buzzer. I hated that thing.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Haida Forward, Catron County Commission. Commissioner Forward, District 3, Catron County. 1. Commissioner Forward, 2. Commissioner Forward, 3. Next, we have Katie Adams, New Mexico Farm Livestock Bureau Central Regional Manager. Ms. Adams, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Katie Adams from New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau. I will be very brief, probably not even use a minute. I'm just here to read a statement from New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau in support of the EPLUS system. Our state's producers provide many benefits to local wildlife, including providing habitat, forage, and water. As noted by the department, the EPLUS program provides hunters and landowners a way to work together to effectively manage and hunt elk on private lands. The EPLUS program is a vital tool for our state's private landowners in assisting with the active management of the elk population and healthy landscapes. With that being said, New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau strongly encourages the continuation and support of this program. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Katie. Next, we have Carol Ann Ugali. Okay, come on up, miss. You're with the Upper Gila Watershed Alliance Director. You have 10 minutes, ma'am.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No, you're okay.
Honorable Commissioners and friends, thank you for the opportunity to comment on behalf of the Upper Gila Watershed Alliance, where I'm the Executive Director. UGWA, as we call ourselves, is now 28 years old and is thriving still as a locally based 501c3 nonprofit conservation organization focused on the health and well-being of the entire land community comprising the Upper Gila watershed, including its soils, air, water, people, plants, and animals. On behalf of UGWA's membership, I wish to welcome the New Mexico Game Commission to Silver City, the Greater Gila bioregion, the headwaters of the Gila River, and the ancestral home of the Chiricahua Warm Springs Apache. That the Game Commission is meeting here today is appropriate. We are in the birthplace of wilderness, and we are celebrating it this year. It was 100 years ago that the father of conservation biology and modern game management, Aldo Leopold, managed to bring the Gila wilderness into existence as the first legally designated wilderness both in the country and in the world. Yet here in Grant County, as we prepare to celebrate that very significant ecological and cultural milestone, we are uneasy. This year's centennial celebration is bittersweet. 100 years is quite an achievement, yes, but the next 100 years is casting a mighty dark shadow over this year's festivities. Commissioners and friends, we are in the grip of a climate and ecological emergency. There is no way to sugarcoat that unpalatable fact. Globally, we are about to rocket past 1.5 degrees Celsius, rise in global average surface temperature, the point where the planet enters the high-risk zone for irreversible global scale change. At 2 degrees Celsius, a point we will likely reach in just a few decades, we will enter the very high-risk zone for irreversible planetary scale change, risking things like tipping point cascades, the loss of human agency, and an uncontrollable slide into a much less habitable hothouse Earth. Sadly, 2 degrees Celsius temperature rise is not just a global threshold either. It is also the physiological limit for the American Southwest's needle leaf evergreen ecosystems. Spruce fir, mixed conifer, ponderosa pine, even pinyon juniper suffer mass mortality at a 2-degree temperature rise. At 2 degrees, if they haven't already perished from fire, pests, and disease, our coniferous forests and woodlands will succumb to hydraulic failure. At a 2-degree rise, the atmosphere will demand so much moisture from our forests, moisture our trees will not have to give, that they will just close their stomata and shut down. Our current trajectory puts us at a 2.7 degrees Celsius rise by the end of the century. Policymakers don't even discuss 2.7 anymore because 2.7 is catastrophic. For farmers, ranchers, trees, wolves, cows, children, environmentalists, and for all future generations. Commissioners, we are living in an extraordinary moment. We are living in a moment of rapid and accelerating ecological change. We are living at a moment when agency goals for ecological and economic sustainability are losing their meaning. A moment without an ecological baseline. A moment fraught with peril, a moment of extinction, a moment of tragic loss. For many people, this year's celebration of wilderness carries with it both the sorrow and absurdity characteristic of this uniquely difficult moment. But as we continue to accelerate full steam ahead into a global scale mass extinction event, it will remain Aldo Leopold's land ethic that so many people will hold onto as a touchstone. The land ethic, Leopold's philosophical foundation for wilderness, will be the focus of our celebration this year. Recognizing ourselves as plain members and citizens of the larger land community, we will continue to celebrate Leopold's great teaching of restraint and responsibility. His message of meaning and hope given to him not far from here from the eyes of a dying wolf. When Aldo Leopold watched that green fire fade, something remarkable happened. Something so rare as to be almost miraculous these days. Aldo Leopold changed his mind. He came to understand that the mountain was a system. When systems theory was just emerging, he came to understand land as a complex symbiosis. He finally gave into the truth that wildness was a form of intelligence and that a keystone species, such like as a wolf, was so complex and so critical to the correct functioning of the ecosystem that any serious prescription for land health demanded its continued presence. Our climate and ecological emergencies demand your attention. We understand with compassion that you don't know what to do. Nobody does. The Anthropocene is unknown territory, but what we need now, especially from leaders like you, is courage. Leopoldian courage, mind-changing courage. We need leaders that understand that we are in an uphill battle, that sustainability now lies on the uphill side of restoration. That indeed, this has to be the age of restoration, resilience, and recovery. When Henry David Thoreau wrote "In Wildness is the Preservation of the World," even he would never have been astonished by how rapidly his cryptic phrase has become a sobering literal truth. Wildness, as it turns out, is essential in our soils, in the grasslands, deserts, and forests that define New Mexico. And although we know scientifically that it is the wild diversity of life which provides our land communities with the productivity and stability that we so cherish, almost everywhere, wildness continues to be lost tragically, horrifically, and at a great cost to our children and future generations. Honorable Commissioners, agencies like New Mexico Game and Fish Department pride themselves on adaptive management, the ability to change course when new information presents itself. Well, new information is presenting itself now like a fire hose. The sirens are screeching and the red lights are blinking. The controversy here today isn't just whether you should support the release of family groups into the wild. Of course you should, because more pups will survive and the overall chance of species recovery will increase. Rather, the larger controversy here is whether you understand this moment in time, whether you have the Leopold-like courage to set aside past views and allow the power and intelligence of wild nature to heal this troubled and fragile earth. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Next, we have Commissioner Forward, Patrick County. Thank you for coming back, sir. Commissioner, you're with District 3, correct, in Ketchum County?
I represent District 3 in
I
Ketchum
just
County.
passed through your county yesterday. Beautiful country, sir.
Yes, thank you.
You have the floor for 10 minutes.
In fact, District 3 is my district, which the fish hatchery is within.
Glenwood.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, I appreciate you being there. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you very much to allow me to address you today. And as mentioned, I am Commissioner District 3 from Ketchum County, slightly larger county, just north of where we are right now. Very, very friendly county, and we're going to review a few things. I would like to talk about EPLUS, but before I do, I'm just going to touch base on a couple of things. This is information that I received 4 months ago from the Game and Fish. It's the economic contributions of fishing, hunting, and trapping in New Mexico. And it's a statewide county level analysis. I know you've already reviewed the financial analysis for the county this morning, or for the state, but I'm going to focus specifically on Ketchum County. Before I do have some data here. It's hunter economic contributions in tax revenues. And by far, elk is the leading category by species, by far. Second is small game, and then deer is third. So I'm going to focus on elk and Ketchum County in this particular presentation. I also have a table here, hunter spending statewide by county, hunter spending statewide. Now, Ketchum County lists number 5 out of 33 counties, but we need to be careful with this because this is spending by hunters. And when you look at the higher populated counties, Bernalillo obviously is number 1. When you look at those higher populated counties that have the large box stores, they have distributors, they have dealers, that's where the big ticket items are purchased. So that manipulated these figures a little bit more. I am very proud to say, even with these figures being manipulated, Ketchum County, that is 7,000 square miles without a stoplight, is ranked number 5. We don't have the big box stores. We don't have the dealers or the distributors. What we have is hunters in Ketchum County. Now, before you say, well, maybe Hayden, you're playing with the numbers a little bit, I've got backup data here. When you look at hunter participation days, and again, this is New Mexico Game and Fish data, it's not mine. Hunter participation days, Ketchum County ranks number 2. We are literally your number 2 customer in the state. I'm very proud of that. And I'm very proud to present this and let you know the importance of Ketchum County, even though we are small in population. When it comes to 2/3 of your budget revenue coming from tags sold, Ketchum County becomes very important to the overall numbers. I wanted to take a look at the elk herd population. With the number of hunters that we draw, the elk herd population, I think, is an important piece of the puzzle here. In 2013, the high level of the estimation was 18,610 elk. Now, this is for the greater and the lesser Gila only, right? And that is within Ketchum County. 18,610 elk in 2013. In 2022, the high number is now 27,000. That's a 45% increase in elk numbers in Ketchum County. Now that's good and that's bad, right? So we're going to look at the positive side of that right now. Regarding EPLUS, I asked a few of our stakeholders to give me some comments, and I have written comments here. Their words, not mine. Should we lose EPLUS, it will create an untenable situation for all the producers. There is a concern the destruction elk cause on fences, grass, and private property with no reimbursement will cause ranchers to use the Jennings Law to protect their private lands, right? That's definitely a juggle of what's right or wrong. And I believe we're all familiar with the Jennings Law. In Catron County, much of the riparian areas where elk feed is on private land. So this is me speaking now, not the producers. I'm very proud to say that the Jennings Law has been used very, very seldom within Catron County, very seldom. Our producers, our ranchers, they are conservation minded. They don't want to improperly manage the herd through destruction. It doesn't work for game and fish, and frankly, it doesn't work for Catron County. So I'm very proud that even though that law, they have the ability, they have not taken advantage of it. And it's also our understanding, going back to EPLUS, that if EPLUS was changed in some way or reduced in some way, that those tags would not be ramped over to public lands. And again, I think that's a very interesting scenario, something that deserves more discussion. Going back to some of the producers' comments, I don't see how producers implementing the Jennings Law will reduce numbers will help the game and fish management. Again, producer speaking, stakeholders and private landowners are already burdened in many cases with wolf depredations, losing up to 60% of their calf crop every year. And I know that that's a fact. Up to 60% of their calf crop, 10% of their mama cows, and of course, having to manage disease. I believe it is BVD. We've heard some comments on that about early term abortion for mama cows. So taking EPLUS away will not be in favor of the elk herds, which we consider a natural resource, nor taking the money away that EPLUS offers the producers to manage their properties and recover costs that the damage for elk herds cause. So the bottom line here, in my mind, is there is much to discuss, and 10 minutes isn't near enough time. I'm going to get back to where Catron County is your number 2 customer. And I know in the private sector, if you're running a business, if you have a number 2 customer, he is visited and listened to often. I would like to extend an invitation to our commissioners and the senior managers from Game and Fish to please come and visit with Catron County government. We're important to you. We have a very strong potential for collaboration, and the discussions can be a huge benefit for not just the state, but for your revenue income and for economic development within Catron County. So I would like to leave you my contact information. Please visit us. You'll find we're very friendly and very good listeners. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I was driving by yesterday in your county, stopped at Eagle's Nest gas station near Quemado, and that those girls make one heck of a good pie.
Good pie and very friendly, wonderful representative.
And ethanol-free gas. So.
Can
Thank
I
you so
leave
much,
you my
Commissioner.
contact
You can please,
information?
yes, please drop them off, sir. Next, we have Harry Brown, Commissioner with Grant County. Harry Brown, Commissioner, Grant County. Commissioner Harry Brown, Grant County. Okay. Next, we have Luke Koenig. And you're with New Mexico Wild? All right, sir, you come up to the podium, you have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, commissioners and members of the public. My name is Luke Koenig, and I am the Gila grassroots organizer for New Mexico Wild, and I live here in Silver City. New Mexico Wild is a nonprofit 501c3 grassroots organization founded in 1997, dedicated to the protection, restoration, and continued enjoyment of New Mexico's wildlands and wilderness areas. New Mexico Wild currently has 4,085 active members across the state. New Mexico Wild has been advocating for Mexican gray wolves for over 25 years. The continued recovery of the Mexican wolf population in the Gila remains a huge priority for New Mexico Wild and for many of the community members that I work with and talk to, and the threats are a frequent and common concern. This spring, we are excited to learn that there are at least 257 Mexican wolves in New Mexico and Arizona, and that the wild population has had a modest increase from 241 to 257. But as you've heard today, just looking at the numbers does not give you the full picture of the health of this endangered species and whether or not it is sustainable. Inbreeding or a lack of genetic diversity remains a huge concern for biologists and wildlife advocates. Members of the current Mexican wolf population are about as related as siblings, as you've already heard today, which leaves the population less healthy and less able to respond to threats, including climate change. Now, some of these points you may have already heard today, but they are worth repeating. Although the population size is larger, the genetic diversity in the wild population is actually lower than it was 20 years ago. And improvements in genetic health happen very slowly because only a few wolves have the chance to breed and have puppies that contribute to the future genetic diversity of the species. New Mexico Wild and community members want to see policies that will support improved genetic diversity and long-term recovery of Mexican wolves. We strongly recommend that the Fish and Wildlife Service release captive-born, well-bonded family packs into the wild. Mexican wolves in our captive population have more genetic diversity than wolves in the wild population, and bonded family packs have a much better chance of succeeding and contributing to the recovery than captive-born pups that are taken from their parents and cross-fostered into wild dens. As you may know, the Gila Wilderness, the first wilderness area in the entire world, is celebrating its centennial anniversary this year, as you've already heard today. There are some areas in the Gila Wilderness with fantastic wolf habitat, but no packs. We would love to see wolf families released into these wild and remote areas. We also think it is critical to change the rules that limit where Mexican wolves can roam and to adopt policies that will allow and support the establishment of at least 3 separate but connected subpopulations in the wild to make sure that the wild population is resilient into the future. This year, as we celebrate so vigorously the monumental conservation work done 100 years ago, we have an opportunity in 2024 to do work that will give us something to celebrate 100 years from now. Wolves are essential to healthy ecosystems. They belong in our wild landscapes. We must see through their successful recovery. Thank you all very much for your service on the commission and for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Luke. Next, we have Autumn Robertson. And you're with New Mexico Farm and Livestock Western Regional Manager.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the commission. Thank you for allowing us to speak. As stated, my name is Autumn Robertson with New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau, and I am the Western Regional Manager in this area. New Mexico Farm and Livestock Bureau has asked me to speak on their behalf in opposition of the Mexican gray wolf reintroduction. The reintroduction of this predator onto the landscape directly impacts our local economies and the many livestock ranchers that directly support those economies. Livestock depredation places a huge strain on producers, not only to the monetary loss incurred by the death or injury of the animal, but also places mental pressure on the producers who are concerned about protecting their animals from gruesome attacks. Increased wolf presence also places additional stress on livestock, which can lead to an overall decline in herd health and vibrancy. Increased stress in cattle is also known to lead to weight loss, reducing gain capacity, reduced pregnancy, and even reduced birthing rates. If the department continues to support this effort, we respectfully request that the department seek out additional state and federal funding to support compensation programs for impacted producers, not only for depredations, but for the deployment of additional management practices and overall wolf presence. The current indemnity programs fall short and additional resources are needed. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Autumn. Next, we have Jim Paxson with the County Livestock Loss Authority, correct? Mr. Paxson, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Vice Chair, the Commission, Director Sloan, and the public. I really appreciate this opportunity to talk to you. I'm a Sierra County Commissioner. To me, all government is at a local level. And these meetings that y'all come to and allow us to speak, give us a voice and let y'all receive what our concerns are. I'm also the chair of the County Livestock Loss Authority. By introduction, the County Livestock Loss Authority is a government body in the state of New Mexico under the Joint Powers Act. We formed in November of 2022. 3 counties, Catron, Socorro, and Sierra commissions endorsed being part of that program. When we formed, we also appointed a livestock representative, Mr. Patterson, and a non-governmental organization representative, Nelson Shirley with Western Landowners Alliance. That rounds us out. The mission of the County Livestock Loss Authority is twofold. Keep ranching and rural communities viable. The rural communities in New Mexico are so important to our state. The second part is to fairly and timely compensate ranchers for damages from the Mexican wolf. Wasn't too long ago, about the time the wolf was released back into the Blue Range area in 1998, that ranchers were of the opinion that no wolves, no time, nowhere. Slowly that has evolved to, we understand that the American public wants Mexican wolves, and under the auspices of the Endangered Species Program, that's working to happen. But along with that, it's a federal program where damages are direct related to Mexican wolves. Those damages should be compensated. The federal government, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, has failed miserably in that aspect. We received livestock demonstration grants of about $125,000 a year. We also receive conflict avoidance money from Defenders of Wildlife that is 60-something thousand a year. The damages from the Mexican wolves run in the millions. The federal government has tried to get some things going through a bipartisan 2-state initiative called the Wolf Act. The Wolf Act would pay 100% of depredations instead of 75%, and would also pay for probable depredations that can't be confirmed or designated as most likely wolf caused. That hasn't gone anywhere. In fact, they're not even going to get a vote on the farm bill this year, so things are pretty stagnant there. Now, as it is right now, we use those livestock demonstration grant federal monies for confirmed kills. In New Mexico last year in 2023, we had 101 depredations investigated. 89 of those were confirmed. The others were probable. Those probable funds come out of county money. Catron, Sierra, and Socorro contributed $100,000 each out of their very small, very strapped budgets to this effort because we believe in ranchers being compensated. Now, we did receive some state funding this year that will go into effect for indirect damages. So depredations are called direct damages. Indirect damages are when wolves are in the area where cows are, especially if there's a depredation, there's a lot of stress and anxiety in the cattle. So there's lower conception rates, more sloughed calves, so lower birth weights. The cows are most efficient when they take a bite of grass and walk one step. With wolves in the area, they're always walking and sometimes trotting. Calves have a hard time keeping up, lower milk production. So there are lower weaning and shipping weights. With depredations, we only see a few of those. Fish and Wildlife Service environmental impact statement in 2015 determined that for every depredation that's confirmed or assessed probable, there are 5 that those animals are never recovered. That's a major impact on the producers. And then there's the cost of doing business that are increased. What we want to do in coexistence is fairly compensate ranchers for direct and indirect damages from Mexican wolves. We need the support of New Mexico Game and Fish in that effort. We need the support of the environmental groups that we understand that people want wolves in the wild, but we also want the ranchers in these small communities to continue so that my great-grandbabies who are being raised in rural areas have a place to work and live and raise their families in the future. This is so important that we come in a unified effort and understand all the sides. I ask the commission to support us, the County Livestock Loss Authority, and support us in fair compensation to ranchers so that coexistence can occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner and Director, for those comments. Next, we have Steve Morgan with the Aldo Leopold Living History. He is the director. Mr. Morgan, you'll have 10 minutes. This is our last in-person speaker card. Mr. Dar will then go to organizations online. Organizations.
It should be. Thank you.
So, no, in-person organization member present. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Commission. My name's Steve Morgan. I'm with Aldo Leopold Living History, and we are fortunate to have the Gila Wilderness celebration coming up here, the centennial. In 1909, Aldo Leopold came to the Arizona and New Mexico area for the first time as a young forester. I've studied Leopold now for almost 20 years, and I've been performing as him for over 10. One of the things that has impressed me the most in all the research I've done on him was, as Carol Ann had mentioned earlier, Leopold had an ability to look at things and realize that he was wrong in his thinking and change his mind. And in my years of a lot of public work, I've dealt with many people, and I have found that to be a rarity. Most people believe in something and they stick with it, whether they're shown to be wrong or not. Leopold was born in 1887, and he was raised a sportsman, and he was a sportsman all of his life. But the key thing that Leopold learned, mainly from his father, was to be an ethical hunter. He thought about the wildlife. It wasn't just about meeting your bag limit. They thought about the life, and they had respect. And that's the way he was raised. When he came out to the West in 1909, only 3 weeks into his first job, he had an experience that, if you're familiar at all with the Sand County Almanac, there's a portion in here called Thinking Like a Mountain. And he references an experience that he had on the Black River in eastern Arizona. And in it, he shot a wolf, a she-wolf. And they went down to the river, and when they found her, he witnessed her dying, and when she did, he wrote about a fierce green fire that blazed in her eyes and then faded away. Now, the thing that Leopold thought about afterwards was, and I'm talking like 30 years after this, when it first happened, he wrote a letter to his mother the Sunday after that it happened. And his whole reference was, we shot 2 wolves. That was the impact. Leopold kept a journal almost the entire life. And he went back 30 years later and realized what that impact had actually done to him. He wrote later, if the biota over the course of eons has created something that works well, but we do not understand, then who but a fool would discard seemingly useless parts? Why, to keep every cog and wheel is the first precaution to intelligent tinkering. Leopold realized in killing the wolf, because at that time he was young. He said he was young and full of trigger itch. And they felt that fewer wolves meant more deer, and that no wolves was a hunter's paradise. He became one of the leading advocates of the predator eradication program. And what he saw over the years was the impact that that had when you pulled out something as key as the whole predators. The deer populations that were exploding. I mean, he saw so many effects. And so eventually that's when he wrote that portion where he realized that the deer, or that the wolves and all the predators were one of the major cogs. And so when we act and do things without knowledge, a lot of it's through passion and myths, but we need to know why we're acting in a certain way. And that's one of the things that he really tried to change. He wrote, we abuse land because we see land as something that belongs to us. It's a commodity. The last word in ignorance is that of a man who says of a plant or an animal, what good is it? How does it benefit me? One of the key things that Leopold is known for is the land ethic. And in the land ethic, what he really meant was that we need to look at the land, and the land being the soils, the waters, the plants, the animals, which we are just part of. We need to look at that as a community. It's a living organism. If we look at it as a commodity, then it's a very one-sided view. When we look at it as a community, it's a mutual understanding and respect for all parts. One of the things that I've heard today, or not heard today, really, we've heard a lot of details on things, but it's the explanation of why. Why are we concerned with animals going extinct? Why are we concerned with, the impact of wolves on cattle? I mean, these are narrow issues. If you look at it overall, these things have evolved over millions of years. Nature is not stagnant. It's always in flux. It's always fluid. We can't look at things individually. We can, but we have to keep them in the context of the entire picture. So I stress the fact that the predators, and it's not just wolves, coyotes are a big thing here too. We've lost so many of our mountain lions, our bears, any predators. They're a very important part of our ecosystem. And if we ignore that, we see the problems that we're having already. Do the predators cause problems to, like, ranchers? Of course. But we can solve that. But we need to look at the whole thing in its entirety. Consider this: what you do in the outdoors reflects your own set of ethics. It's your sense of responsibility to this world you exist in. One of the last things that Leopold said to his wife before he passed away in 1948 was, of all the things that people could do that would make him feel like his life was successful, was for them to become more observant. That was it. Pause and look at what is around you and why things are happening the way they are, and think about it. Become involved. Too many of us just blast through our lives without really paying much attention to the effects that our actions have. So I ask you today, in all the words that you've heard today, is to think holistically, think as a whole. Because that's how we make good decisions. When Leopold pushed for wilderness to be set aside, one of the key things that he wanted wilderness set aside for was as a land laboratory, was as a place where we could actually study the land, the plants, the animals, the waters, the land, the soil, where we could actually study them in their natural state so we could understand them and become better managers. If you're sitting in an office someplace and you never get outside and you never get exposed to these things, you cannot make good decisions.
Thank you, sir. Aldo Leopold was also one of our conservationists in Rio Riva County of Carson National Forest. So it's actually a home for him in Tres Piedras that people go through their sabbaticals every year. Okay, next we have organizations online. Mr. Dar.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lopez. Good afternoon to our online attendees using Zoom. We ask that if you are officially representing an organization, please use the Q&A function at the bottom of your screen to message us and let us know. This will give you 10 minutes to speak. If you do not message us, you will only get 5 minutes to speak later in the session. So for our organization representatives, we will be starting with Christopher Smith. Christopher, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Lopez, members of the commission.
Christopher, will you please unmute?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Make sure to please state which organization you are representing.
Can you hear me? Vice Chair Lopez, can you hear me?
Christopher, give us one moment. We're having a difficult time getting you on the audio. Okay, Christopher, can you speak to us again?
Yeah, can you hear me now? How about now? Can you hear me now?
Vice Chair Lopez, if you'd like to circle to some of our individuals here, we will work on getting this problem solved.
Okay, so online is, we're having an issue with online?
Yes, we're having an issue with online.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, due to time standards, we will go in person. Once online gets ongoing, we will, Mr. Dar, just let me know when that occurs. So we're kind of going to hybrid right now. In person, I have Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones, sir, you will have 5 minutes.
Nurse, thank you for being patient and sticking with us today. It means a lot to us to be here. I traveled 7.5 hours from Colorado to be here today and just really appreciate your time. My name is Aaron Jones. I'm from northern New Mexico, born and raised in New Mexico. My grandfather moved here many years ago. We still have a ranch today. It's a small property. But my passion is in wildlife, and I have a passion for New Mexico as well. My passion has driven me to get a degree in wildlife and fisheries management just down the road here at New Mexico State University, which I applied today in my position as a ranch manager. I currently manage about 26,000 acres in northern New Mexico and some of the prime elk habitat in the state. We sit in Game Management Unit 4, and it hosts the North Central elk herd, which is one of the largest elk herds in the state. And as a private land manager and with my background in biology, I get to see firsthand how EPLUS benefits the conservation in New Mexico and our communities, and I'm a strong supporter of EPLUS. One of the things that I feel like was missed today is how EPLUS really promotes stewardship on private lands, and landowners who would otherwise be opposed to elk on our property are supporting and increasing elk in those landscapes. I think we heard from Catron County over here how there is an increase in the elk population in Catron County. That spills over all of our private lands, border public lands, and those elk we all know are migratory and they move back and forth. And there's a lot of public benefit to what happens on private lands. So once again, you know, I feel like EPLUS is superior to any other program in the West promoting conservation and stewardship for elk on those private lands. I wish other states had programs like this. There's very few states that do. I did hear some mention of Colorado and how they're kind of close to us, but they have over-the-counter hunts. I have to say, I also I wear another hat in Colorado, and I'm a representative to the Southwest corner of the state for the sportsman's community and the sports persons roundtable. And I meet with Colorado Parks and Wildlife regularly. We just got through our 5-game season structure. They're going before the commission with that right now. And they're actually moving towards programs like New Mexico with the LPP program. Once those areas become limited, landowners are currently receiving licenses that are valid not only on private lands but public lands, but only in those limited units. Again, I think, you know, I think the conservation is the main point. We need to conserve our lands in New Mexico. We need to promote healthy landscapes. And I feel like EPLUS does this. It's not about who's moving elk in private lands, about who's raising elk in private lands and who's helping our state. And this really helps our economy as well. I heard something recently from the game department reports about license sales and how critical those are to the budget. And I know our non-residents are contributing a lot to our state, not only to the state's economy, but to the department as well. I would also like to say that EPLUS allows managers and land managers to get issues on their property. It also encourages us to work with our communities. We donate a lot of lands to the community. We fill a lot of freezers at no cost to the communities that surround us. And, you know, I personally, I give away a lot of tax every year for our 4-H programs, to those who need fundraisers. And I think, you know, one of my favorite stories here is, you know, we had a kid, he was a non-resident, he came in, and he was a hunter for lifetime. He harvested an elk just moments before he died. And he was one of those that probably would have stopped traveling to New Mexico with an out-of-state license plate. He's not to be, those people aren't to be deemed innocent. I think it's a good program. We got 3 seconds left. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for driving to the farm. I would just advise that online organizations are ready to go.
One quick test and we will see. We're good. Okay. We will circle back to Christopher.
Can you hear me now? Vice Chair Lopez, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Chris. Please proceed.
Okay, apologies for that if it was on my end. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Lopez, members of the commission. Thank you for taking public comment today. I'm tired and I have to imagine you're all tired, so I will try to get through this quickly. Again, I'm Chris Smith. I'm representing Wild Earth Guardians. I was born and raised in New Mexico and doubt I will ever leave, and that's because of the incredible public lands and wildlife that we have. They're unmatched in my experience. Wild Earth Guardians was founded in New Mexico over 30 years ago and has a long history of working on wildlife and habitat in the state, but I'm also speaking for our nearly 180,000 supporters nationwide who are invested in the recovery of Mexican wolves. These wolves are critical from an ecological and cultural perspective. And while it's disappointing to hear that groups like the Farm and Livestock Bureau still oppose the recovery of native keystone endangered species and icons of the Southwest rather than advocating for coexistence, these wolves do belong. But their survival is not secured and their recovery trajectory is uncertain. Genetic diversity in the wild population has worsened over the years, as you heard. And even though there's more genetic diversity among captive held wolves that could and should be used to remedy this bottleneck, it's not being used effectively. Unfortunately, and mostly because of the department's opposition, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has almost entirely stopped doing the most effective change to that problem, which is releasing well-bonded family packs of wolves. And instead, as you heard, the department only allows for cross-fostering pups, which is really cute and makes for incredible media content, but so far has proved less than adequate to actually improve genetics and get us closer to recovery. The benchmarks that Mr. Lively alluded to earlier are not genetic ones. I urge you to change this. Allow for the release of functional family packs from captivity into the wild. Additionally, I would ask this commission to re-examine the state of New Mexico's opposition to allowing lobos to roam into suitable habitat north of Interstate 40. Northern New Mexico was historically home to wolves and is now kept void of these animals by way of expensive helicopter captures and relocations every time a lobo follows his or her instinct into the Jemez or the Sangre de Cristos. Peer-reviewed independent scientists have indicated that this area is critical for lobo recovery. And along those lines, I advocate for the release of Asha, the young female wolf who is currently held in captivity after twice doing only what wild animals do naturally. Asha and the wolves she's held with should be released as a unit back into New Mexico. New Mexico is home of the lobo, but we are hindering the future of the species, and this body has the ability to meaningfully change that. So I hope you can take those into consideration and act for the lobo. Finally, as one of those people who's been engaged at the legislature around the department's revenue and mission, it's heartening to hear Director Sloan is interested in having conversations to unlock that deadlock. And I think everyone welcomes those to happen. So I hope that he reaches out. Thank you all for your work. And I know it's been a long day. We all appreciate your time.
Thank you, Christopher. Mr. Dar, next in line.
Next, we have Tiger Espinoza. Tiger, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Okay. My name is Tiger Espinoza. I'm here representing the Dallas Safari Club, New Mexico. First off, I'd like to thank the Vice Chair Lopez and the rest of the commissioners for allowing everyone to speak here today. Then I'd like to thank the Director Sloan and all the division chiefs for the in-depth overview of the game and fish department and all the programs and everything that they talked about today. I think that that is important for the public to know some of that stuff. I'd like to thank Chief Patton for the in-depth overview of the fisheries management department as well. And most important, I would like to thank Chief Lively for the in-depth overview of the EPLUS system. We believe that the EPLUS system is a vital tool to work together with landowners for the elk management in the state of New Mexico. I believe that all hunters in New Mexico, resident and non-resident, should take a look at this video if they did not attend in person or virtually today. That way they can understand what the EPLUS system is about. I believe that a lot of hunters out there that are complaining about the EPLUS do not even know how the program works. So thank you for all your time and your in-depth overview of all the information that you presented here today. Yeah, thank you very much. That's all I have today.
Thank you, Tiger. Next, we'll go to next in line. Online.
Next, we have Aaron Hunt. Aaron, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, commissioners and members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to celebrate conservation in New Mexico with all of you. Thank you to the staff at New Mexico Department of Game and Fish for your dedication and your professionalism in carrying out your mission of conserving wildlife for future generations. It's important for you to know you've got fans watching all over the world. My name is Erin Hunt with Lobos of the Southwest, a collaborative effort of concerned community members and conservation, scientific, and sportsmen's organizations working to save the endangered Mexican gray wolf. I'm a visitor to New Mexico and to Silver City who appreciates the beauty, native wildlife, and wild places and vibrant and diverse culture of New Mexico, and frequently chooses to spend my time and tourist dollars in the state. I'm speaking not only as someone who loves New Mexico, but also as someone who's worked for over 16 years to recover Mexican gray wolves. I've been lucky to work in the SAFE program, managing a coexistence fund for New Mexico and Arizona ranchers, and as an advocate for Mexican wolf conservation. I participated in cross-fostering operations twice and supported countless collaborative efforts between the SAFE program and the Mexican Wolf Recovery Program to bring the vision of meaningful Mexican wolf recovery to life. I work with people all over the world who are deeply invested in the state of New Mexico and want to celebrate your successes in restoring and protecting native species, including the essential and iconic Mexican gray wolf. We have 80 members, 300 volunteers, 6,000 supporters, and over 1 million digital community members who care about Mexican wolf conservation. Agencies working to recover Mexican wolves must develop more ways to assess and improve the genetics of the wild population. Releasing well-bonded wolf packs with their pups is one of the best ways to achieve this. Wolves are highly intelligent and social animals that form deep bonds with each other, with the whole pack working together to raise pups. Releasing wolves in their family groups is not only successful, as demonstrated by the early years of the reintroduction program, it also respects the family bonds that are so integral to wolf biology and behavior. Family packs are family values, and moms, dads, and pups should all gain freedom together. Cross-fostering is one tool for introducing gene diversity, but unless cross-fostered wolves survive to breeding age and reproduce, they're not contributing their genes to the wild population. Through 2020, were placed into wild dens, only 18 are documented as surviving to breeding age, and only 10 documented as having pups of their own. Most of these fostered pups have not contributed to the gene diversity of the wild population. The release of well-bonded wolf packs with their dependent pups from the Mexican Wolf Safe program should also be included as a strategy for achieving meaningful improvements in gene diversity. We must take this action in the short term to address the growing genetic crisis and the ongoing impacts of human-caused mortality. Waiting years for cross-fostering to have enough of an effect may be too late for these rare wolves. Cross-fostering takes place in areas where packs are already concentrated and established. Bonded wolf family group releases could allow wolves to recover in more places. Having worked in the SAFE program for over 14 years, I can attest to the diligence and care that goes into preventing habituation and retaining the wild nature of the wolves in managed care. We were hands-off and used remote monitoring to ensure wolf safety and welfare. The wolves were incredibly shy, avoidant of people, and demonstrated appropriate wild instincts, including care of their pups and working cooperatively in packs. The narrative that adult captive-born wolves will inherently exhibit habituation and nuisance behaviors is contrary to my years of experience. If U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and cooperating agencies released well-bonded wolf families in more places, including northern New Mexico, this would allow for both expansion of the wolf population into additional suitable habitat, as well as reduction of livestock conflict, allowing wolves to live in places with less livestock grazing. We can predict that wildlife species will shift their ranges in response to climate change, and Mexican wolves will likely move further northward if allowed to do so. Agencies working to recover Mexican wolves must adequately address the potential changes in wolf habitat, prey species, water and vegetation distribution, and wolf movements due to the impacts of climate change, ensuring that dispersing wolves are protected wherever they travel. There is highly suitable wolf habitat north of Interstate 40, including in northern New Mexico, such as the Valles Caldera National Preserve, where Asha F2754 had part of her peaceful journey in 2023. Other suitable habitat can be found in the vast areas of the Gila National Forest, Gila Wilderness, and Aldo Leopold Wilderness that do not currently support already established wolf packs. we urge the New Mexico State Game Commission and New Mexico Department of Game and Fish to work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to pursue Mexican wolf recovery in an expanded area. This flexibility exists in light of the 2023 Department of the Interior decision to revise 10J regulations to allow for the introduction of threatened and endangered species to suitable habitats outside historic range. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has signaled that this decision could potentially be applied to existing 10J populations on a case-by-case basis. We urge New Mexico Game and Fish to discuss this possibility with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and pursue regulatory changes that would allow for expanding the population area for Mexican gray wolves. Capture efforts to move Mexican wolves that travel north of Interstate 40 put wolves at risk of potential harm. Wolves should be allowed to continue on their journeys, and the agency should focus on keeping endangered wolves safe wherever they roam. We need several populations of Mexican gray wolves, including one in the Grand Canyon ecoregion, one in northern New Mexico and the Southern Rockies, in addition to the existing populations in the Mexican wolf experimental population area and in Mexico, to safeguard against the impacts of human-caused mortality. Some of the world's best wolf scientists have recommended a population of 750 to 1,000 Mexican gray wolves. A smaller population will always remain vulnerable to the impacts of human-caused mortality and a changing environment. Our current minimum of 257 Mexican wolves in the wild is far below what best available science recommends for resilience and long-term genetic viability. We should not be managing for a small, isolated population of Mexican wolves. We should be envisioning and creating several interconnected, resilient, thriving populations at levels that would allow wolves to be ecologically effective and play their critical role as ecosystem engineers and drivers of biodiversity. We fully support a robust effort to recover Mexican wolves in both the U.S. and Mexico, and encourage continued cooperation with counterpart agencies in Mexico and continued support for a binational recovery effort. However, due to the challenges and setbacks that are occurring in Mexico, we urge New Mexico Game and Fish to pursue expanding recovery efforts in the U.S., including in northern New Mexico. Recovering wolves in northern New Mexico could establish connectivity with the historic zone of intergradation that was a natural process critical to the evolution of the gray wolf. The farther north this zone of intergradation occurs, the better protected Mexican wolves will be from any risk of genetic swamping. Instead, this should be seen as genetic rescue, with the natural mingling of subspecies allowing for improvements in gene diversity for Mexican gray wolves. The larger the population of Mexican wolves gets, the risk of genetic swamping is further reduced. More wolves in more places ensures conservation for future generations. We cannot afford to wait to establish redundant and resilient populations of Mexican wolves. Each year we delay, we lose irreplaceable genetics from the population, exposing Mexican wolves to a greater risk of extinction over the long term. Mexican wolves are essential and play a critical role in our environment. Their lives should be valued and protected accordingly. Proactive non-lethal strategies are the most effective ways to reduce conflict, support working landscapes, and allow wolves to use the habitat they need to recover. Following nationwide trends supporting protections for plants and animals under the Endangered Species Act, the majority of people in New Mexico, 74%, support conserving endangered Mexican wolves. People want to see these rare native wolves protected and thriving for generations to come. That's 3 in 4 voters in the state who want to see the success of Mexican wolf recovery and want to see more wolves introduced, supporting an increase in wolves in the recovery area greater than the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has proposed. Mexican wolves belong on southwestern landscapes and should be welcomed back home. Success for wolves is success for conservation. New Mexico is lucky to host amazing biodiversity, including Mexican gray wolves. Residents and visitors alike value wildlife viewing opportunities and look forward to the day when the howl of the Mexican wolf can be heard in more places in the state. Thank you again for all you do to conserve New Mexico's wild places and wild lives.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Dar, we have 2 organizations left online, correct?
We actually just had a third respond, so we have 3 organizations left. Next, we have Joel Gay. Joel, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, and thanks for this opportunity. My name is Joel Gay, and I'm here on behalf of the New Mexico chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. BHA is a North American organization that represents public lands, hunters, and anglers, and works to protect the lands and waters our members have relied on for generations. Since our state chapter formed nearly a decade ago, the New Mexico chapter has consistently called on the State Game Commission to take a long, hard look at New Mexico's elk hunting regulations, both EPLUS and the elk rule itself, and amend them to provide more opportunity for New Mexico resident hunters and more transparency for the thousands of public land elk hunters who apply for draw tags every year. The bottom line is that between certain state statutes and the Game Commission's own regulations, New Mexico allocates a lower percentage of available elk tags to its residents than any other Western state. EPLUS is just one of the factors causing this imbalance, but it is a crucial part of the problem. Our organization and others have worked within the Game Commission framework for years and urged previous commissions to remedy this imbalance. Sadly, little has changed, which is why we come before you today and ask once again for meaningful reform. We do believe EPLUS improved dramatically in the 2018 revisions. At the same time, however, we argue that EPLUS is no longer working as it was originally intended. The program was created to recognize the benefits that private lands make to elk populations and to create hunting opportunities that, quote, give hunters and landowners a way to work together to effectively manage and hunt on elk on private lands. In truth, EPLUS has become a way for hunters to simply bypass the big game draw and buy an elk hunt. The landowner sets the price, and if the hunter is willing to pay, they can get a tag. We call that buying your way to the front of the line. One of the key tenets of the North American model of wildlife management is that hunting and fishing opportunities should be available to all, regardless of one's economic status. And according to the North American model, hunting opportunity is allocated through a lottery. But EPLUS, along with the law that sets aside 10% of most draw hunts for those who hire an outfitter, has created 2 classes of New Mexico hunters: those who can afford to buy their way to the head of the line and those who can't. In addition to allowing hunters to bypass the big game draw, EPLUS is disturbing on other fronts as well. EPLUS authorizations can be sold again and again, unlike a tag won through the big game draw. In many EPLUS hunts, the hunter, not Game and Fish, determines the date of the hunt. A substantial portion of so-called private land hunts are conducted on public land with unit-wide tags, which crowds hunters who got their tag through the big game draw. And EPLUS hunts in the secondary management zone are managed primarily by the landowners themselves with unlimited over-the-counter tags. We believe landowners who provide substantial benefit to elk should be compensated, but selling hunts is the wrong approach. New Mexico should look to other states to see examples of economically sustainable programs that recognize the benefit of private land to elk habitat, connectivity, and provide substantial public access and hunting opportunity on private lands. The Game Commission could, for example, require that a portion of EPLUS tags on large tracts of private land be allocated through the draw. It could change the formula for allocating elk in any given GMU between public and private land. It could establish minimum ranch sizes or eliminate unit-wide hunts and dedicate more tags to the public draw. We believe there are ways to actually allow hunters and landowners to work together to manage and hunt elk on private lands, as Game and Fish has said it wants. But the current system is not that way. Commercializing New Mexico's big game by siphoning off such a large portion of elk tags in addition to unlimited over-the-counter tags on private land for deer and pronghorn, has created an inflated market for big game tags in our state. The potentially unlimited financial upside of this private market incentivizes landowners to close public access and intimidate public land hunters, further exacerbating tensions between the public and private users. Elk hunting is a huge economic driver in New Mexico, yet the Department of Game and Fish continues to manage the species as it has for decades. We encourage the State Game Commission to take a new look at hunting opportunity in our state and figure out a way to give New Mexico resident hunters a larger share of our elk. We support a license fee increase to bring the Department of Game and Fish into the 21st century and ask the Game Commission to revise the fee structure to bring New Mexico non-resident fees into line with other Western states. We urge you as Game Commission members to talk to everyday New Mexico elk hunters and ask them how they like the current system. You will no doubt find those who love being able to buy a tag once they have struck out in the big game draw. But many more will tell you that they feel like second-class citizens when it comes to elk. It is past time for the Game Commission to step up and reform our elk hunting program on behalf of thousands of New Mexico hunters, our children, and our grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joel. Mr. Darn, next one, please.
Next, we have Caleb Stotts. And Caleb, I understand you have a presentation, so please follow the instructions on your screen and then share your screen.
Okay, can you hear me and see my screen?
So Caleb, we can hear you and
How about now?
we can see your screen.
Can you hear me and see my screen?
Yes, Caleb, we can both hear you and see your screen.
I'm not hearing anything from your end. Can you hear me?
Yes, Caleb, we can hear you. And we see
Can
your
you see-
screen.
Okay, great. So my name is Caleb Stotts. I'm the Executive Director of the Chama Peak Land Alliance, and I want to thank the Commission for allowing me to present today online and also for hosting this listening session. Chama Peak Land Alliance is a small nonprofit organization. Our mission is to practice and promote conservation in the Chama region. And we work primarily on private lands, though we also work with Forest Service and Hickory Apache Nation. One of the primary things that we do is doing actual on the ground conservation work, whether it's forest and watershed health or fisheries, wildlife habitat improvements, stream restoration kind of stuff. Rarely do we engage in too much policy stuff, but EPLUS is kind of special. And so we have been engaging more on this issue. Why is it special? Because to me, it represents something that's kind of hard to achieve in the Chama region. And that's kind of this triple bottom line thing. When I say triple bottom line, I'm talking about environmental benefits, I'm talking about social and cultural benefits, and I'm talking about economic benefits. And I was going to show you all this little video that we put together. It's a 5-minute video. It talks about benefits to small landowners and to the village of Chama in terms of gross receipts tax and stuff related to the EPLUS program. But I understand we have a lot of presenters still today. So I'm not going to show the video today, but I'm going to ask that you all, in your spare time, go onto YouTube and do a search that says EPLUS works for rural New Mexico. And we produced this video with a coalition of organizations who are interested in preserving the system. So we've been hearing, op-eds every few months in the Albuquerque Journal about the need to dismantle EPLUS. And for a lot of the folks that I work with in Chama, it's kind of like, hold the phone, like E plus is extremely important in the Chama region and in Rio Arriba County. I kind of look at it as a jobs program. So E plus supports a lot of guides and outfitters. It supports, ranch manager jobs. It supports the service industry, restaurants and motels, etc. Come September, October, busy hunting months, there's a lot of economic activity tied to hunting, and a lot of that is E plus related. In addition to that, we're talking to local governments and we're understanding that economic impact in terms of gross receipts tax, lodgers tax. Like this is economic activity that helps fuel the community. And then farmers and ranchers in the area, a lot of folks are fairly low income in the region and receive a lot of elk damage. And E plus is a really important factor for helping compensate some of that damage. When we look at the impacts of E plus in Chama, like we understand it's really important. Why? Because it's not super well off. I'm not sure if folks are aware of that, but it's like much of rural New Mexico, there's a high poverty rate. If you look at this map on the left, it shows poverty rate by game management unit. And these numbers are just really high. If it starts looking pink and red, those are numbers around 20-25% or more. New Mexico is, I hate to say it, but the second poorest state in the nation. A lot of that poverty is in rural areas, and E plus is it's a program that is actually functioning to help folks in these rural communities. We hear in the op-eds, a lot of concern about non-resident hunters, but when we look at the spending of non-resident hunters, they spend a lot of money in rural New Mexico. I circled here Rio Arriba County. This was the Southwick study from 2013. It shows about 70% of the hunter spending is from non-residents. And so it's hugely important. And you might look at that and you might say, okay, well, that's a lot of non-resident spending. So that must impact the amount of resident hunting that happens in Rio Arriba County. This chart here also from the Southwick study shows hunter participation. And what we're seeing in Rio Arriba County is it ranks highest in hunter participation from resident hunters out of all New Mexico counties. So just because there's a lot of non-resident hunter spending does not mean it's exclusive to resident hunter participation. So, I really like looking at data and graphs and maps. But for my job, what matters is when I'm talking to people and what are folks saying about one thing or another. So for E plus, with our coalition with Western Landowners Alliance and some other folks, we reached out and we wanted to hear from landowners about what is at stake and why does E plus matter to you? And so I just want to talk about a few themes that have shown up and just click through some of these testimonials here. E plus provides really important hunting opportunities in rural New Mexico. I'm just going to read some highlights here. The E plus program is one of the best options for locals to hunt their home districts, and we just hear that a lot. E plus lets children have a hunting experience through Make-A-Wish Foundation. That helps terminally ill children. In the past, I've donated tags to youth and disabled hunters. E plus tags enable a lot of my family to put meat on the table each year. The E plus tags allow me to harvest an elk to put food on my table and feed my family. Those are things we hear a lot. In the Chama region, the E plus tags, I'm sure with other regions, it's community resource. And, this is how folks, fill their freezers and learn how to hunt. E plus can be a lifeline in underserved rural areas. I'm going to read some quick quotes here. It gets us through tough times. If I didn't have permits to sell, I would have to sell my cattle. E plus tags allow us to harvest an elk to put meat in the freezer. My wife and I rely on elk for our meat. EPLUS tags are a godsend because they supplement our income greatly. We do not sell the tags. We use them for family use only and depend on meat each year. It helps me supplement my Social Security income, which helps a lot with my bills. You know, if EPLUS is dismantled, I mean, these are harsh realities that would face rural communities, that these opportunities would be taken away. EPLUS incentivizes conservation and habitat improvements. If I were, you know, you hear a lot of the buzzwords about migratory corridors and how, you know, we need to be thinking about migratory corridors. It's kind of, I hear that a lot of buzzwords. EPLUS is a program that exists that is actually doing that on the ground right now. Landowners are buying land to conserve for elk habitat. If you took EPLUS away, a lot of folks would high fence. If they get rid of EPLUS, we may be forced to high fence. The elk program allows me to dedicate my land to wildlife habitat. My EPLUS provides 2 water wells where elk forage, or where elk water and forage salt. EPLUS has allowed my husband and I to improve our property. This enables us to provide habitat for elk and all wildlife. So these are things, this program is in existence and it's making real things happen on the ground. Landowners are out there putting in new water sources to get more access to EPLUS tags. EPLUS helps compensate for elk damages. Landowners feed, water, salt, and maintain fences that house the state's elk. If they do away with the EPLUS system, what will the state do to compensate for damages? Landowners help feed and water our public's elk herd. These permits help pay for hay. Living with elk is very expensive. The sale of landowner permits to outfitters is the only way we can recoup some of the losses and damage caused by elk. The list goes on and on. We received so many and saw so many testimonials that talked about the extreme effects that elk are having on private lands. And these are the state's elk, and a lot of people are mad. A lot of people don't think EPLUS does enough because they're being impacted so greatly by elk. But if EPLUS were to be dismantled, that's a big question. Where is the state going to come up with the money to help compensate for some of these elk damages? In conclusion, EPLUS stimulates rural New Mexico economies. EPLUS can be a lifeline in underserved rural areas. EPLUS provides important hunting opportunities. EPLUS incentivizes habitat conservation, and EPLUS helps compensate landowners for elk damages. And as part of this coalition, we have been working with some folks to put a report together.
This is Craig. Are we ready? Are you ready for me?
Okay, Craig, we hear you. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'm Craig Miller. I am the Senior Southwest Representative for Defenders of Wildlife, a nationwide nonprofit focused on science-based conservation. Our main goal is to preserve and revive native species and habitats. And for more than 30 years, we've been supporting efforts to return Mexican gray wolves to the wild. I've been around for that entire ride, plus some. I'm fortunate in that my personal values as they relate to wildlife and nature conservation are shared by members of my organization and also the many hundreds of people I've been fortunate to work with over the years, including Game and Fish Department staff at both New Mexico and Arizona, including previous commissioners, directors, board members, and caretakers, and teams of volunteers from the over 50 captive breeding facilities who have invested significant time and resources over the years to help preserve Mexican wolves and the potential for recovery. I also believe I share values with many before my time who had the foresight to preserve the opportunity to prevent the loss of wolves. And I will point out that includes a former officer of New Mexico Department of Game and Fish, Norma Ames, back in the 70s and early 80s. Some of you may know that Norma served as the very first Mexican wolf recovery coordinator. And I mention that because during the many public meetings that have occurred on Mexican wolf recovery, I repeatedly hear from the state agencies how, this Fish and Wildlife Service program, this Mexican wolf program, and it's always characterized as being kind of foisted on the states by Fish and Wildlife Service, when in reality, the states have played a significant role from the very beginning, in fact, helping to preserve the opportunity to prevent loss of Mexican wolves. A couple of other individuals I wanted to identify you may not be aware of, but I know some of you may remember the name Marlon Perkins from Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. Just a fun fact, Marlon and his wife, when he retired, started the Wild Candid Survival and Research Center, which, along with the Arizona Sonora Desert Museum, was one of the very first captive facilities housing Mexican wolves. And on the Arizona side, the very first director, Bill Wooden, was present when Mexican wolves were first taken out of the wild and put into captivity. His wife, Beth, was a commissioner with Arizona Game and Fish who voted to direct the department to cooperate with Fish and Wildlife Service, in fact, to develop the very first reintroduction plans for Mexican wolves representing the state. At the time, New Mexico Commission decided they didn't want the department to cooperate in Mexican wolf recovery. And so the New Mexico portion of the reintroduction effort was largely extrapolated based on the plan that was developed in Arizona. In any case, I mentioned that just to provide a little historical perspective and to maybe hope inspire some ownership among you for the current program. For many of us, wolf recovery is about more than just a symbolic reinstatement of wildness, in this case, one intensively managed, isolated population. It's really about reestablishing viable, ecologically meaningful populations and the important interactions that occur between wolves, their native prey, and their habitats. That said, we recognize that not everyone shares these values, and also that people raising livestock in areas important for wolf recovery have valid reasons to be concerned about wolves and a growing wolf population. In fact, much of our work, the majority of our work in New Mexico and Arizona, is guided by that very recognition and seeks to find reasonable and practical ways to minimize conflicts in order to support meaningful recovery. Ever since Mexican wolves were first reintroduced to the wild, we have collaborated with ranchers and wildlife managers to try to minimize conflicts between wolves and livestock. And we've worked to find solutions to better address losses when they do occur through various approaches to compensation. Through these joint efforts, we've discovered valuable tools, wolf and livestock management strategies, and compensation methods that can make a real difference when they're adequately resourced and properly managed. Some of our collaborative partnerships are helping ranchers coexist with wolves and other wildlife by enhancing livestock and wolf monitoring, by providing tools, training, and support to minimize conflict through the use of things like range riders or sponsored wildlife technicians to help increase the frequency of wolf monitoring. And we also work to promote knowledge sharing. We've recognized for some time that our ability to support these types of collaborations is limited, and that greater resources are necessary to really support movement towards recovery as we see it. So we've managed our projects to broaden the circle, and when possible, to involve multiple parties in the planning, prioritization, and implementation of those activities. We encourage direct communication between range riders, host ranchers, and agency managers at all levels to share what works and what doesn't. And we work with agencies to acquire resources to better support conflict prevention, such as through federal appropriations that recently established a West-wide non-lethal program within EPLUS Wildlife Services. I know New Mexico Department of Game and Fish collaborates with Wildlife Services on their Range Rider program. Behind the scenes, we will continue to work to increase appropriations as long as those programs continue to provide conservation benefits. We also support the work of entities like the New Mexico County's Livestock Loss Authority by providing much of the non-federal match required by the states to receive support for coexistence programs focused on conflict prevention and compensation, like the Livestock Loss Demonstration program that Commissioner Paxton referred to earlier. The Wolf Act he mentioned is actually part of the LIP program, the Livestock Indemnity Program. We would like very much to see improvements to that program because it could significantly help address some of the shortcomings of current compensation programs. And we would be tickled to work with the department to find areas where we can agree and work together to secure that funding to take this to the next level. Similarly, the ACE Act, the America's Conservation Enhancement Act, has the potential to significantly boost support resources available for states to implement conflict prevention and other complementary programs. And we'd be delighted to work with the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish to help realize those benefits. Bottom line is, for me personally, getting wolf recovery is a mission that's close to my heart. I have a home in wolf country. It's important to me and my family because of our appreciation for nature and wildlife. My sons and I enjoy exploring, setting up motion sensor cameras to get a closer look at wildlife, looking for tracks and scat, investigating carcasses, howling back and forth and hear to each other and whatever else howls back, etc. Our friendships and professional relationships are largely centered around Mexican wolves, and that includes friendships with ranchers that have arisen in part from our conflict protection work. Bottom line is, getting all aspects of recovery is important to me personally and professionally. Unfortunately, there are problems that have arisen that are based more on an attempt to appease one particular group of constituents than science. Specifically, these problems are the genetic objective of the program. It's problematic because it only focuses on the number of cross-fostered pups that survive to breeding age without considering their actual contribution to the wild population. Factors like gene diversity, mean kinship, founder genome equivalents, they're more reliable indicators of the actual genetic health, and they're currently being monitored. There's no reason they shouldn't be used to determine the success of the program. It's worrying that the genetic objective could be achieved, downlisting initiated, without consideration of those factors. Evaluating the genetic health of the population solely on pup survival is inappropriate, and it's a lost opportunity. It could be misleading. Secondly, the goal of a minimum isolated population of 320 wolves is less than half of what's recommended by scientists, and it unnecessarily raises the risk of extinction. Removing the boundaries to facilitate gene flow between the establishment of subpopulations could be essential for ensuring the long-term success of Mexican wolves.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ryan, next in line.
Next, we have Claire Musser. Claire, you are open to speak.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. So I'll keep this brief as most of my points have already been covered. So I'm Claire Musser, the Executive Director of the nonprofit, the Grand Canyon Wolf Recovery Project, advocating for wolves on the landscape. I'm also a visitor to New Mexico and a postgraduate researcher in human-wildlife coexistence and interactions. So I'm here today to use my voice for the benefit of Mexican grey wolves, which of course is your mission, to conserve New Mexico's wildlife, including wolves, for future generations. So wolves have so much they can tell us about their needs. They are sentient, self-conscious individual beings with their own lived experiences. And we need to start listening to them. Let's take Asha, our wolf from New Mexico, our wandering wolf who wandered north of the arbitrary boundary of the recovery area for a second time. Like wolves before her, she was telling us what she needs. She is a wild, dispersing wolf, passively rewilding the landscape. She was looking for a territory to call her own. And she's using those very wildlife corridors that were mentioned today. These corridors don't stop when they reach a boundary determined by a line on a map. So in times of climate change, animals are shifting their range and heading north, and this shouldn't be punished, but it should be celebrated. We should celebrate Asha and her journey. She found the ideal habitat for her, and she, based on the best available science, tells us that this habitat exists north of the I-40 boundary, and it also includes the Grand Canyon ecoregion. But instead of listening to her, her life was risked by capturing her for a second time. And it is a risk. Wolves have died during capture. And just today, we sadly learned from the Arizona Game and Fish report that Mexican grey wolf M2880 died during capture. Asha is currently in captivity in Sevieta, where she now lives with two brothers. And we're calling for Asha and her brothers, the Caldera family pack, to be released together as soon as possible. And as an endangered species, it's your responsibility to keep her, her family, and all Mexican grey wolves safe on the landscape. Let Asha and her family lead the way and show us what she needs. We need dispersing wolves for successful wolf recovery. And if we're serious about Mexican grey wolf recovery and species restoration, we need to start working with the wolves and not against them. We are so lucky to have wolves on the landscape. And most importantly, wolves belong on the landscape. We need our predators. Wolves are essential, and restoring the balance in nature. They know best, and it's our duty to listen to what they're trying to tell us. I know that some people are worried about coexistence with wolves, but as we've seen by others, wolves and cattle can coexist. Non-lethal initiatives such as range riding have been successful, and there are strategies and funding in place for this and other conflict mitigation solutions. This is a shared landscape that belongs to all of us, people and wolves. We live in changing times, and neither science nor the landscape is static. Scientific discoveries are constantly moving us forward, and as new knowledge becomes available, we should also consider the ethics of wildlife management and look to the emerging scientific disciplines of cognitive ethology and animal consciousness to help us make better policy decisions. Just today, the New York Declaration of Animal Consciousness was launched. So I hope you will consider the science that includes the voice of wolves in future decisions. We all need to work together for successful wolf recovery, for the future of healthy landscapes and restored habitats that belong to all of us, including our future generations of both humans and wolves. So thank you very much for your time. I just wanted to keep this short for today.
Thank you very much, Claire. And finally, for our organizations, we have Mary Catherine Ray. Mary Catherine, you have the floor.
Hello, Commissioners. Can you all hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Mary Catherine Ray. I'm the Wildlife Chair for the Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club, representing our 35,000 members and supporters in New Mexico and West Texas. I'm a volunteer in this position. I also live in a remote part of Socorro County where we have actually had Mexican wolves in our yard. I actually saw a set of tracks just yesterday, along with the footprints of mule deer, elk, coyotes, and several species of birds that are our more regular visitors. Occasionally, I see an actual wolf picture on a trail cam camera card, and I've gotten really just one unforgettable glimpse in real time of a pair that ran away as soon as they saw me. Carnivores like wolves are not, quote, bad animals. They're part of creation, and humans really had no right to exterminate them, and we have every responsibility now to restore them. Of course, as carnivores, wolves eat meat, so they have to kill to survive. To do it, they have to grasp their elk and deer prey with their mouths. They risk getting kicked, getting ribs broken, a skull fracture, a broken jaw. They don't do this for fun. They do it to live, and a lot of the time, the prey gets away. So, wolves seek animals that are impaired, injured, or infirm, anything to make the chore a little easier. The North American model of conservation requires that science should inform wildlife policy. Study after scientific study has shown that wolves do not decimate elk. To the contrary, they can protect elk herds from disease, like chronic wasting disease, by limiting its spread. They can protect elk from starving during severe drought when there isn't enough forage to go around, by eliminating the weak who aren't getting enough nutrition and leaving more food for those that remain. But because game departments and others make money selling elk tags, there may be a temptation to elevate the value of elk and deer and other herbivores over that of their carnivores like wolves. Make no mistake, nature does not see it that way. Elk and wolves evolve together. They each need the other to be strong and to maintain nature's balance. Scientific observation also tells us that wolf population numbers will never outgrow what the environment can support. They limit their own numbers by defending territories, limiting who gets to breed, and keeping interlopers out. Commissioners, we're asking you and the department to manage wildlife, not just for hunter opportunity, but for ecosystem function. In our present age of intense drought, habitat degradation, watershed impairment, and megafires, please consider as your highest call to duty the protection of the interconnections of all wildlife, including wolves, and not just the sale of hunting tags. New Mexico Game and Fish should be doing all it can to facilitate wolf recovery. This means allowing the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to release adult family packs from captivity to address the dire genetic bottleneck that stems from having too many closely related wolves in the wild compared to the captive population. Too many cross-fostered pups have disappeared. They are not sufficiently contributing to genetic recovery. The larger the wild wolf population becomes, the more difficult improving its genetics becomes. Family packs need to be released now. This means also using agency influence to allow Mexican wolves to roam beyond the artificial and unnatural I-40 boundary, ideally to meet northern gray wolves in Colorado, and thus replicate the historic distribution of wolves. This also means not succumbing to non-factual information that demonizes wolves, something I'm happy to say I've not heard a lot of during this meeting, which is very heartening. This means promoting wolf's value as members of the wild community and acknowledging their importance to people among the public at large. For many years, I had a trade in wildlife art. I made and sold etchings of wild animals and birds scribed on polished shed antler. I could put a wolf image next to any other wild subject, and the wolf would sell first, every time. People love wolves. The department could also help to explore how rural communities where wolves are could use that love to benefit the local economy. I think it's an opportunity begging to be seized. We acknowledge that wolves, like other carnivores, sometimes prey on livestock. The department should also be promoting coexistence strategies that are proven to be effective, and it sounds like they are doing that. Adopting these strategies can improve animal husbandry overall, and that's beneficial to the business bottom line. Last winter, late one night, I was outside and I heard a pair of wolves howling in the distance. It was as mesmerizing a sound as an elk bugle or a red-tailed hawk scream. The Mexican gray wolf is a beautiful animal. They belong in the wild just as elk and hawks do. We call on you, the Game Commission, and the department to ensure their success. That we could lose this iconic species again would be an abject failure of the agency charged with conservation and a terrible and tragic loss. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. We will now go in-person public comment. Mr. Diamond, thank you for being patient for us, sir. You have 5 minutes. Next, we're going to have Commissioner Ray from, no, I'm sorry, Joe Ray Jr. Okay. Then after that will be Brandon Wynn. Then Daryl Toe. And we'll go from there. Mr. Diamond, you have the floor.
Yeah, Vice Chair, members of the Commission, Director. My name is John Diamond, landowner. Also, I'm in ranch real estate and a sportsman, and my dad's in the outfitting business as well. But got a few points here. First, on the wolves, you know, I have a note here. It says 320 is their target number. To delist, and my point was that we're close to that as it is. 257 is what's on the ground. And I can tell you there's a lot of uncalled wolves out there, and it's hard to count these wolves. It's not like sending game surveys out to see what the harvest reports are. There's a lot more than 257. I think we're over that 320 myself personally. And my point was we're at delist now, but it was clear by a gentleman before me, he commented they'll never be delisted. So I just wanted you guys to get that point. The second point is there's 257 documented wolves in 10% of the historic habitat. And that's scary. You know, you got all these wolves in the Blue Range recovery area, and I'm from there. I live at Beaverhead, but I did not kill any wolves, so don't try to get the money that they talked about. But it's scary because that's what put New Mexico on the map for elk. The Gila is the key to big bulls. There's big bulls nowhere else other than the Gila, whether it's Arizona or New Mexico. We pushed all these wolves into this recovery area where your biggest seller in licensed sales are big elk, and they're killing them. And it's happening now. Not 257. That's what we know of. That's the minimum. There's, in my mind, I would say it's close to double that number of wolves in the Gila. And I'm on the ground out there. Most of the wolves you see on the ground, you see while you're hunting, they're uncollared. And just keep that in mind too. Another thought too on the wolves is I think I covered it, but on EPLUS. So this is my thoughts on EPLUS. I'm in the ranch real estate business. I sell a lot of ranches. I go around a lot of ranches. I sell ranches to people that buy them for the hunting purpose, and they put so much money, millions of dollars, into the ranches for wildlife, waters, elk cross jumping so they don't tear up the fences, salt, mineral. It's amazing the amount of money that goes into wildlife on these ranches that I sell. And you guys need to see that personally. It'll blow you away. They're the biggest supporter of wildlife in the state of New Mexico, is the New Mexico landowner by far. The federal land government doesn't do it. The state land office doesn't do it. You guys do a lot. There's organizations that provide a lot, but by far the New Mexico landowner does it. And I commend you guys. I commend you for the EPLUS system. It's not perfect, but what in this world is perfect? There's nothing that's perfect. So you'll have opposition from both sides, but I think you're doing a fine job. Keep up what you're doing. Stay online. One other point is 90% of the tags in the draw go to resident hunters. 84% of that is through the draw. Part of that is through all the cow elk tags go to resident hunters in the draw, and all wild management areas go to hunters in the draw. So when you factor in that, that's 90%. The elk authorizations in the state are not required to go to non-residents or residents. They can be sold to anybody. So with that being said, you could have over 90% if resident hunters would start buying these elk authorizations. So the numbers that you see in here on the street, they're not correct. 90% of the tags in the draw go to resident hunters, and the elk authorizations They can go to anybody, resident or non-resident. So just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diamond. Thank you for being patient as well. Jose A. Ray Jr. Come on up, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for being patient with us and you for being patient to be up here. My comments to you guys is that maybe I'm out of hand, but I'm gonna make them. Is there a possibility for us to draw out for elk permits and the hunters? Is there a possibility that the game department can put down online of the people that draw, where they're from, and how many are from out of state, and for the residents of New Mexico? I think that's an important issue because we've heard that there's a lot of out-of-staters that get licenses. So a graphic here, there was 55% that were for in-state persons. Well, maybe if they do put the names of the people that draw out, there was a little almost 300,000 people that applied for licenses this year, and there were 16,000, a little over 16,000 that were given out. I think that and also years ago they used to have, they still have the enhancement hunts. They had it for the elderly people and they had it for the youth people. Now they took it away from the elderly people. And if we get older, we get pushed further aside. Maybe there is a way that we can have enhancement for the elderly people, just like the youth. Maybe have a set quota or so many, and then take it from there. It used to be years ago that anybody that hunted elk would get a license. All the units were open. And now with all these changes, they have units here. I'm an avid hunter. I've been hunting since I was 8 years old. And it's getting harder and harder to hunt. I think the elderly people need to be outspoken about it, and so we can get some hunts for ourselves. Anyway, thank you for your patience, and thank you guys for listening to us. And you guys have a good day. I'm going home to go see Jesse Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Next, we have Brandon Nguyen.
Thank you very much.
5 minutes, Brandon. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, Brandon.
Yeah, I'm going to try to use less. I'm Brandon Nguyen, and thank you for bearing with me this evening. Now, contrary to what I usually do, I'm not coming with complaints. I stand before you with, I hope, solutions. But first, I always have to kind of throw one out there. Like Mr. Diamond said that EPLUS permits are not resident or non-resident, and that's true. That anyone can buy an EPLUS permit, but my answer to that would be anyone can buy a Learjet too. Yeah, $20,000 for no permit. Well, we know who's going to be able to do that. But anyway, so what I'm beyond trying to convince people that EPLUS is a system that is unusual and that should be modified. But the reason it's not about the permits. I mean, it is about the permits, but it's about, here we are. There's a lot of really good people in this room. Everyone in this room they're good people. They're intelligent. We're New Mexican to the bone, to our core. And and I hunt all over the West. I'm very fortunate. I've hunted in almost every Western state now, and more than any place. And I think it's because of public policy. We just throw rocks at each other. And that breaks my heart I'm just so New Mexican. Like, I love the state, and I know that everyone in here does. And we're all New Mexicans. And so we've got this public policy that's dividing us. But we are where we are. This commission didn't create EPLUS. it's created over time, and it just grew and it grew. We went down a road and we just kept going down it. And it's a huge lift. If we want to try to fix it, how are you going to do it? How are you going to tell the biggest landowners, the smallest landowners, the people that have just become dependent on EPLUS, how are you going to fix that? How are you going to take that away from them? I don't think you can. I don't think you can take a huge amount of those permits out of where you have them. But I think that you can create a tremendous amount of harmony by taking some of them out. And I'm talking a small percentage. And the model that I would suggest that you look at is the Utah Cooperative Wildlife Management Unit model. I talked to the manager. He's been managing that at Utah DNR for 5 years now. And I talked to him about that for about an hour and a half. He spoke to me last week about it. And what I took away from that, what he told me, he goes, you know, our hunters really get along here with the agency. They get along with the ranchers. The ranchers get along with the hunters here. It's a really nice system. People like it. And all they do in Utah is they put the rancher decides between 10 and 25% of the bucks and bull permits. They dump those into a resident only, Utah resident only draw. And the rancher, if he picks 90%, he wants to keep 90% of the bucks and bulls, then he needs to give up 100% of the antlerless. If the rancher wants to be more generous to the public with the bulls and give 25% of the bulls to the public, then the rancher gets to keep 50% of the antlerless. It's really a slick system. They like it. Something like this, you know, what we don't have, what Jesse talked about today, is we don't have in New Mexico any sort of public-private partnership on EPLUS. It's just a grant to private landowners, and they can go unit-wide if they so wish. But that's, I think, the aggravation here, and what creates so much disharmony here is that the citizens in New Mexico, the average citizen, doesn't feel like they're being participating in the system. So let's bring us all together. Let's just solve this damn thing, you know, and be done with it. And I can stop talking about it. Y'all can stop listening to me. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate your honest and sincere consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Next, we have Daryl Toe.
Director, Commissioners, Daryl Tao. No agenda, just here representing my grandkids. I look at your banner. I see conserving New Mexico's wildlife for the future. I think we need to start looking at that, because last year I drew a 16A bull elk tag. I called in 18 wolves in 8 days. Every time we blow on a cow call, we call in a wolf. So we tried to set water. Wolves were all over the water. We trail cam picture after trail cam picture of wolves. When we were scouting for a month, we saw a great calf crop. When we were hunting, we found a devastated calf crop. So I just really, you know, I look at the numbers and I look at the data that you're showing us. And no, there needs to be transparency with this wolf program. It's not right. Because I'm in a 15, 20-mile radius and we call in 18 wolves in 8 days. I don't think so. So maybe you'll consider looking at some of that. I'm just one guy hoping that someday my grandkids will be able to have a quality hunt in this state. So thanks for the time.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Glenn. Glenn? How do you pronounce your last name, sir? Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It looked like an L. My apologies, Mr. Griffin. Come on up, sir.
I am Glenn Griffin from Silver City. Commissioners, thank you for meeting in Silver City, and thank you for our new commissioner from Silver City. We have not had a local representative since Dutch Salmon. I am lucky I have seen and heard Mexican gray wolves from Snow Lake, Mogollon to Turiet Lakes, but it has been years since I've heard their howls. Yes, wolf numbers are up, but their genetic diversity is down. To increase their genetic diversity, please release into the wild captive-born, well-bonded family packs, adult male and female wolves who have been paired together for at least 6 months and who are raising pups. Commissioners request the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service release captive-born, well-bonded family packs into the Gila's Lily Park, Southern Black Range, and into the Pinos Altos Mountains. We live here. This is what we want. Stop catering to the ranchers with your failed 23 remaining out of 99 captive-born pups placed into the wild without parents. We are the majority, and bonded family packs are what we want. Taxpayers are already catering to ranchers, paying $86,000 a year for Grant County Wildlife Services, a half-time position for the ranchers' cattle industry, paying $8,000 from Grant County general funds to subsidize the ranchers' required wildlife services match. This year's proposed SB 26 existing livestock compensation of $9 million for ranchers' losses from the wolves at $29,000 per cow based on evidence in the bill. HB 223's $500,000 funding a stray cattle gathering and appropriation. The proposed Federal Wolf and Livestock Fairness Act offering to pay 100%. No more pork for beef ranching. We want bonded wolf pairs. Thank you, commissioners, for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Roy Farr.
Vice Chair Lopez, members of the committee, thank you for hearing me. Let me apologize in advance for making you sit here another 5 minutes. I'm a fourth generation rancher in Catron County. But the fifth and sixth out there now, been there since 1900. I think the EPLUS is a good system. Your people want you to change to what other states are doing. Maybe other states need to change to what you're doing. We used to run more cattle before they moved in on us, made more money, but the EPLUS system gives us a chance to recoup some of those losses. Pay quite a bit in BLM fees, state lease, and run less cattle on that ground than what there are else. I'm still happy there's EPLUS, so we don't have to eat the whole works. We run the ranch as a whole. I try not to see it as BLM, state, and private ground. I try and improve the whole works all at once. BLM's a lot tougher. They're too much government. We got the wilderness study area on us, and that limits it greatly on improving the land. We raise the best cattle we can, sell them for the highest prices. EPLUS lets us do the same with the elk. Try and move the elk in a direction where the quality's a little better. I'd hate to have to put all this work in and then not sell them to the lowest bidder. I think it's still a capitalist country. So. Thank you for your time, and if those are good chairs or you're tougher neck. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Carolyn Nelson.
My name's Carolyn Nelson. I'm from Glenwood, Ketchum County, and we've had wolves on us. And I have to ask, I'm an American. Where are my rights? Where is it my rights when my cattle are out on federally reserved lands? They're not public lands. They're federally reserved lands. They were federally reserved to protect the common man. My rights don't come from the 16, I think the codes for conservation are under 16. My rights come from the mining and mineral land laws. In 1866, after the Civil War, they wanted to sell, they proposed to pay the Civil War debt by selling these mineral lands. 1866, a senator from Nevada said, you can't sell them, there's already rights out there. And they made the 1866 Ditch Act. That 1866 Ditch Act is recognized in conservation, under the codes of conservation, under the codes of public lands, and under the codes of mining and mineral lands. And in that 1866 Ditch Act, they reserved these lands and they recognized the water rights. Our water rights are protected under the state. So I come to you as the state, when you sign over for the wolf, you're taking my rights, my right to use our water. It's very hard. You call a lawyer and say, I want to protect my water rights against the Forest Service, and I have a long line of people who reject me. I wanted to talk about the very first Migratory Bird Act was found illegal in 2 states. So then they made a Migratory Bird Treaty. Because in the Constitution, the state is the one who controls the wildlife. And I heard someone today say that the federal government has the final say in this Endangered Species Act. Well, that's unconstitutional. The animal life is here, and you're supposed to protect me, and I'm a minority. I'm a minority that there's 3% who feed the world. I'm a minority that somebody said there's like 75% of the people who want this wolf. Well, I'm the 25% who's affected. Under 16 U.S. Code, Chapter 35, Endangered Species, it talks about that the Endangered Species 1531, if you look that up, is pursuant to the Migratory Bird Treaty. The Migratory Bird Treaty was to protect the farmer. It was to protect the insect-eating birds, to protect the farmer, to feed the world. And somehow, through the Endangered Species Act, we've gone from to protect the species that protects the farmer who feeds the world to let's get rid of the farmer and the rancher. Real quick, Aldo Leopold, his son got in trouble. I think his name was Slate. He was a teacher in Berkeley. He did a study of some elk in Yosemite. He wanted to match the numbers to the range amount of habitat. They got permission from they got all the paperwork done. The park went out and shot the elk. They harvested them, but the public said, oh, that hurts our feelings. Oh, it wasn't about the mountain. It was about, we enjoyed looking at the elk. They didn't look at the mountain. They looked at their feelings. And a lot of what we've seen today was about feelings. Aldo Leopold, like you said, He was a hunter. He was not against ranchers. I have it in literature. And I have rights, and these wolves take it away. And I need those rights to be protected. And I don't know who to call. I don't know who to call. When somebody goes out and shoots my wolf, I can call the sheriff. Something goes out and eats my wolf, who do I call? I have rights. I am an American.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Cindy Tully. Tully with Western Watersheds Organization from Tucson, Arizona. Cindy? Cindy. Dave Beckner.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your time. Thank you for staying to listen to us. I'm really grateful to the department staff also for the time that they put in and the effort to make the presentations today really clear and really informative. I'm a relatively new resident of Silver City, but the first time that I took a hike in the Gila Wilderness was over 20 years ago. It was a February day, a couple of inches of snow on the trail. No human footprints though, no dog tracks. Got a couple of miles up the trail and I came across the biggest canid print that I've ever seen. Bigger than any coyote print I'd ever seen before. And to this day, I'm convinced that that was a paw print of a Mexican wolf shortly after the reintroduction in 1998. And that and a number of other experiences over the years of the wildness and the naturalness of the Gila region led me to settle here in Silver City. And it is important to me as a resident here, as a resident of Grant County, that wolves are present in the Gila region. They are the best symbol of naturalness, of wildness that we have in this state. And in an area where 100 years ago, the first designated wilderness in the world was founded, it's appropriate. Wolves belong here. Wolves also cause conflict. I have a friend who runs cattle in Wallowa County in northeastern Oregon, and he takes measures to avoid conflict, often has dogs, has a rider, has had compensation for wolf kills. But he loves wolves because they contribute to the naturalness and the wildness of the forests and the mountains in the area that he lives in. And I've been really encouraged today to hear the efforts of the department, the efforts of the commission, the efforts of some of the counties, commissioners and the compensation boards to try to seek ways of reducing conflict, minimizing conflict, making sure that fair compensation is paid. One of the things, I have a right to have my public lands be natural and have the creatures on them that are natural. The flip side of that, though, is I have an obligation as a taxpayer to make sure that the people, such as the ranching community, that is disproportionately affected and has higher economic costs, get those compensations. I want that to happen. I want that to happen at the federal level, and I want that to happen at the state level. The commission has a statutory responsibility to restore the Mexican gray wolf and to minimize extinction risks. And I agree with much of what the environmentalists who have spoken here today say. And I was struck by one word in Chief Liley's presentation when he was talking about fostering these wolves, these basically newborn wolf puppies, and putting them with a wild mother, and then hoping that they will survive. The figures 99 introduced, 23 that we know survive, don't sound particularly good. And one way to eliminate the hope is to release bonded family packs, groups that have already had the parents take the responsibility for the puppies. It's one thing that the commission could do to encourage Fish and Wildlife Service to release bonded families to get closer to the numbers that are going to be necessary to downlist the wolf if we get to that point. But you're going to get there faster if you're having families that have already bonded in captivity put out on the lands rather than playing Russian roulette basically with these otherwise wild pups. I commend the commission for your work in trying to resolve and minimize conflicts, increase coexistence, and I do urge you to endorse Fish and Wildlife Service releasing bonded family pairs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Michael. Mike Mitchell Valencia. Mr. Valencia. Mr. Valencia. Okay. George Mason. You're up, sir. 5 minutes.
Well, good evening, and I'd like to thank you guys for taking the time to come here and stay this late. And I'd like to also thank your IT staff, audio staff for staying here. And the one thing I would like to say is New Mexico residents, this concerns EPLUS, that New Mexico residents are supposed to get 84% of the tags. And if you start figuring in the EPLUS, it's nowhere close to that. I'm not saying it has to go away, but somehow we need to even it out a little bit more where it's a little bit more fair. I've heard good points from both sides on EPLUS, and I've heard a lot about the ranchers and the outfitters. And it's changed my view on some of this, so I'm going to cut this short. And the other thing I would like to say is that I feel that setting aside tags for some of this, it starts getting into the commerce end, which to me starts violating your federal law. I may be wrong on that, but that's what I'm gathering at it from what I'm reading. I may be reading it wrong. But I still think there needs to be a way to work with the ranchers and everybody else, keep everybody happy and keep this whole system going somehow. It's been, it took me a long time to get drawn from my first tag. It took me 6 years. And I know some other people it's taken longer. Some are still applying and still haven't gotten drawn. So I think the system needs to change. I can't play a rich man's game and go buy these tags from these people. I don't have that kind of money. But I would like to see some sort of change made with the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Next, we have Ed McKimmel. Ed McKimmel. McCarroll. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Commission and diehards that are hopefully still awake. I'm Ed McCarroll. I'm kind of an odd duck, I guess you'd say. I'm actually an environmentalist and professional wildlife photographer. I retired about 11 years ago as a scientist to do wildlife photography full time. I still do some science. And I learned something that was against, sort of like the badge that I wore, the identity group that I was as a Patagonia wearing environmentalist. I was at a meeting by the Western Landowners Alliance, maybe it was like 8 or 10 years ago in Santa Fe. And a rancher came up to me with a big black hat. He looked like Yul Brenner. He looked at me and said, "You look like an environmentalist." I said, "Damn right," And he said, "Well, should I have to pay for the wolves on my land?" He owns a lot of land down this way. And I said, "Well, let's talk about it." And he told me just how much money and, elbow grease and cuts and scrapes he was dealing with just having habitat for wolves. And I thought, you know what, he's right. I never thought of it this way. And I became more interested in this aspect of wildlife on private lands. And so for the last 2 years, I've been studying the EPLUS system. And I basically wrote this report. There's a website behind here. It wasn't just me, there was a whole team of people. But I did all the number crunching and all the graphs. I'm frankly sick of looking at them and listening to the numbers of licenses and stuff. But what I did learn is on a lot of the ranches that I did my research on, I was blown away by the habitat. And if I can switch slides here, like here's a picture from a ranch up in Unit 4 of a brand new baby elk. It was not alone. There was a lot of other baby elk on this one particular meadowy area. And, for a living, I spend my time in the wilderness in Alaska, Montana, California, wherever, trying to get photos of wildlife. And I was personally blown away at, look at this habitat. This is amazing. Just how many elk were there, okay? And they weren't just there all the time. They were going back and forth through migratory routes on public and private land. And talking to the landowners, the ranchers, and the impacts they get from elk on their land, it's another eye-opener. And I don't think a lot of people, I think a lot of people in this room might know about it, but the private landowner is providing so much habitat for wildlife. And they tend to get picked on, in my opinion. The fence breaking, the water infrastructure that gets screwed up on cattle ranches. Most people don't think about it. I used to be in that camp. I'd say, rancher bad, bad for wildlife. No, rancher good. Rancher has lots of land without Homo sapiens on it. Wildlife doesn't like to be around Homo sapiens, okay, for a number of reasons. And so looking at this, I encourage you to go to this website, eplusnm.org. You can drill down and look at all the data. But really, I think there's a bigger picture here. It's the habitat. That's the stuff that we need to protect for the long run. Whether it's Mexican gray wolves, elk, or just people living in these areas where when I used to be in the back of the station wagon on field trips or vacations with my family, we'd stop and, get an ice cream cone here. I know you guys have all seen it. They're all shut down now. Rural America there's nothing left. We don't even have the gas stations and stores. So we need to bring money into these communities. In the report, you'll see, like just as an example, Catron County, a huge percentage of their gross, their GDP is from elk hunting. It's huge. And I thought, gee, if you knock that down, you're killing an economy of a lot of people in a big county. Okay, so the habitat is super important. We do have these challenges. You should look at the data on fence damaging. And by the way, after you spend $20,000 or $30,000 fixing the elk damage to your fence on your ranch, guess what happens the next week? They're back into your water system again. They just tore the fence down again. Here you go again, doing the same thing. And then eventually you could just say, hey, screw it, I'm done. Sell off and subdivide. So, we're a poor state, one of the poorest. Nothing against West Virginia. I've actually never been there. I want to go take pictures there. But I always tell people now when I give these talks, we strive to be like West Virginia. We're way higher poverty rate than West Virginia. Okay, and if you look at the rural areas where the elk live, we have this is at the census
district level, census tract level. Look at those. Some of those rates are 80% of the people that live there live below the poverty rate. We are a third world country in some of these areas, and the elk live in those areas. So we need to support the habitat that the ranchers provide. I'm not going to say more than other than, you know, at the end of the day, private lands provide a lot of important habitat. And let's not get to the point where we kind of say later, we wish we knew that. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for staying.
Thank you, Dr. Ed. Next, we'll go to Carlton Armstrong. Carlton Armstrong. Pat Wolf. Pat Wolf. W-O-L-P-H. Pat. Garth Reeder. Garth Reeder. Reeder, come on up. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Garth Reeder from Los Alamos. Thank you for the opportunity to present my perspective regarding EPLUS. While you have heard and will hear a litany of negative comments regarding EPLUS and how EPLUS does not meet certain interpretations of the North American model of wildlife conservation, I believe New Mexico benefits greatly from the EPLUS program. Eliminating or significantly curtailing EPLUS for short-term public draw gains is not in the interest of New Mexico, our wildlife, or hunting in general. Detractors are not acknowledging the significant benefits EPLUS, nor offer viable management and conservation alternatives that consider factors unique to New Mexico. Force-fitting other states' management systems on New Mexico will, in the long run, not provide the benefits many hope for. Science should form the basis of any management system, including the social science of economics, not popularity. If changes to EPLUS are needed, they should be based on rational considerations of the associated cost benefits and the short and long-term impacts. Changes should not be driven by perception stoked by sensationalism, emotion, and incomplete pictures. With that said, I believe EPLUS is a balanced, effective, and flexible management tool that optimizes numerous factors for the benefit of all. Let me expand. First, EPLUS benefits New Mexico wildlife by the maintenance of habitat and minimizes habitat, winter range, and migration corridor losses. It encourages wildlife-friendly improvements, including water, cover, and forage. It also provides wildlife's respite from pressures of overused public lands, especially during high-stress times such as calving season. EPLUS benefits resident hunters and anglers in a variety of ways many do not comprehend. There are increased elk herd size due to habitat maintenance and improvements, including those to stream and riparian zones. There are opportunities to hunt outside of the public draw. There is subsidization of elk tags and license fees due to the significant non-resident contributions. There is improved quality of hunting by dispersal of wildlife and hunters across both public and private lands. It also provides free access to public lands that participate in the unit-wide designation. EPLUS also offers the opportunity of a once-in-a-lifetime type hunt that might never be obtained through the public draw. EPLUS benefits New Mexico landowners by providing an economic incentive to manage private lands for wildlife and to compensate for wildlife damages. EPLUS benefits New Mexico's rural communities due to the positive economic influx that hunting brings, mainly from non-resident hunters. EPLUS benefits New Mexico industries, not only the outfitter and guides, but those associated with general tourism. EPLUS benefits New Mexico. State and local government benefit through gross receipts, sales, and property taxes. New Mexico Department of Game and Fish benefits from increased funding and a flexible management tool for private lands. It also benefits from reduced wildlife damage payouts. New Mexico further benefits from increased wildlife habitat without associated purchase and maintenance costs. EPLUS benefits various wildlife hunting organizations with tags available for raffle or to give away. EPLUS benefits the large non-hunting community with significant wildlife populations due to.
Thank you, Mr. Reader. Next, we have Francis Gonzalez. Francis Gonzalez. Tony Otero. Tony Otero. Red Fox. Red Fox. Mr. Dar, anybody online?
Vice Chair Lopez, we have one person online. Evelyn Bemis, you have the floor, and thank you for sticking with us.
I am going to be very fast. I can't believe you've waited this long. I'm so impressed and so grateful. And all I want to say is, from my perspective, sometimes the Game and Fish Department talks too much about management of resources and forgets that these are animals that, in my opinion, have every right to exist on an equal basis. And I know you still have to try to manage things to the extent that we can all get along, but the wolf is an essential component. I agree with all the speakers who talked about releasing the bonded pairs that are in captivity. And I would love to see them go where they want to go. And things will work out with a lot less human intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Dar, is there anybody else online? Commissioners and members of the public, thank you for coming here today and sticking it out and hearing the great presentation from the department. I did a rough guesstimate, a rough math, so to say, and we heard almost 60 public comments since we started today from organizations and people online and in person. So it was great to get the stakeholders involved in the public. Right now, we're going to go into our second to last item of the agenda, which will be agenda item number 11, executive session. Is there a motion to move into executive session?
I'll go ahead and move forward with the executive session.
Mr. Vice Chair and Commissioners, I have just one comment. With regard to the public, we called it public listening session. I want to echo what he just said. Thank you. Many of you stayed to present, and it was very awesome to hear all of you. Commissioner Fulford was spot on earlier. He said it was going to be 4 hours. It was 4 hours from the time that we started the public comment. I had over 41 comments that I jotted down, and I think your numbers, I don't know how we measure, but question to the director. Is it possible for us to receive the slides or the material that the people presented, the public? They had wonderful presentations. They took that time and they came prepared, whether it was just notes or PowerPoint slides or videos or whatever. Could we get the written PowerPoint slides or, whatever they presented.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioner, yes.
Will they be posted on the website or would they be just emailed to the commissioners?
Don't know for sure, but I guess since it's part of the record for the meeting, we'll probably post them.
I thought it was very good material. I loved it. I took a lot of notes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So if there's any more comments from the commission, I would like to move to motion to adjourn into executive session close to the public pursuant to section 10-15-1, 1978 to discuss limited personal matters.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Second. Mr. Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Stone,
Yes.
Commissioner Salazar Hickey,
Yes.
Commissioner Pack. Commissioner Fulfer,
Yes.
Commissioner Clemente,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lopez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
We are recessed. Okay, we are back at 7:22 p.m. This commission had adjourned both today and yesterday into executive session, closed to the public. During the executive session, the commission discussed only those matters specified in its motion to adjourn, and on the agenda, and it took no action on this matter. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve agreement for right-of-way easement of Harvest Midstream Pipeline in Rio Arriba County. And to authorize the department to negotiate and enter an agreement with ILEC for fiber optic right-of-way easement in Grant County.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, I think those might be two motions. It might be better just
Oh,
for the
yes.
record to separate those.
There's another
but-
one too,
So we have,
Commissioner Stump. Did you want to do the second one?
no, I think you did read both. One is for, there's one easement for midstream pipeline and one easement for internet broadband for ILEC. One's in Rio Arriba County, one's in Grant County. So I would suggest maybe we have two motions on the table, one for a pipeline easement and one for broadband easement, second each, and then vote.
We have a second on the first motion for fiber optic.
I second on the motion for the fiber optic.
Okay. Would you please read the second motion? Okay, let's there a vote for, Mr. Secretary, please call the vote for the easement for fiber optic, please.
Commissioner,
yes.
Commissioner Salazar Hickey,
Yes.
Commissioner Pack,
Yes.
Commissioner Clemente,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lopez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
So I'm gonna go ahead and move to approve. Yes, to move to approve agreement for right of way easement for Harvest Midstream Pipeline on the Rio Arriba County.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Please call the vote, please.
Commissioner Stone,
Yes.
Commissioner Salazar Hickey,
Yes.
Commissioner Pack,
Yes.
Commissioner Clemente,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lopez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mr. Secretary, Also during executive session, the commission has decided to form a committee which will consist of Commissioner Clemente, Commissioner Pack, Commissioner Stump to go over strategic management and performance measurables for the department with an assistant with the director. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Is there a second?
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? The ayes have it. We are adjourned at 7:26.